Hello and welcome to Suzerain, a game where we play as the president of a country set in the 50s. As you can see today, I'm in my president's garbs for the first part. Not sure if I'm even going to keep this the entire playthrough. Probably not, but a bit of fun. Aha! So we are the Republic of Swordland. Government, presidential republic, population 37 million, in recession, a major power, and a start date of 1954. Anton reign has been elected the fourth president of Swordland amidst a deep recession, demands for reform, and external pressures. Torpor mode enabled. You must complete the Republic of Swordland story once to disabled torpor mode. This mode disables manual saving and enables achievements. You can only turn it off after completing the story once, so we've got to attempt it at least once before the story can be shut off. Let us begin. I hope you're liking the outfit, by the way. It took me way longer to get this on. You are my enslavement and freedom. You are my flesh burning like a raw summer night. You are my country, as in Hikmet Iran. 1908, Kingdom of Swordland. You open your eyes to this world. You came from wealthy family in the city of Lecheven, a middle-income family in the city of Holsword, or an impoverished family in the city of Deer. Let's go middle income. Your parents named you Anton. As the only child of a diligent civil servant, you lived quite an ordinary childhood. Life was not bad. You were lucky enough to attend a well-known public school, but frequent fights broke out of the Rain family home, which made you feel uneasy. The years passed. 1923, September 9th. During a history class at school, the bell started to ring unexpectedly. You heard a loud commotion outside. As everyone tried to figure out what was going on, the principal announced the historic revolution. The kingdom was no more. The Republic of Swordland was born. Did not fully understand. You were happy that you had the day off. You were somewhat worried. You did not understand. 1926, September 9th. After graduating, you passed the university exam with high marks. You had the opportunity to choose between several studies. You chose law, economics, or history. I feel like for a country that's gone from republic to that, I feel like law would be good, but I'm going to go for history. That's what I actually did. During the first year, you attended a lecture with David Wishy. Wishy? Oh, son of the first president of Lord Swordland. Huh. He's a very well-known diplomat from the foreign ministry and the son of the president. After observing the hall in silence, he explained why realpolitik is important for successful foreign policy. He argued that a strategy based on practical and material factors would be much more successful in reaching Swordland's ambitions. You agree in principle, you question what you're being taught, your only concern was passing the exam. Ooh. You agree in principle. 1927, May 22nd. Soldiers entered the campus in the evening ahead of the first election. Many were in shock as the uniformed men created a security cordon and started arresting the teachers. A group of students started gathering in protest alongside your best friend, Peter Vecturn. You decide to protest with the student, avoid any confrontation. We'll protest with the students. One of the officers made a loud announcement that echoed through the campus. General Luderin has declared martial law in order to restore the administration. Please stand back and disperse to your rooms. You joined the students that slowly marched towards a large group of soldiers. Suddenly the soldiers charged. A student fell and was trampled as everyone started running away. You held your ground. The soldiers beat you relentlessly. It was a gloomy year. October 10th, 1927. The coup split the students into two groups and caused frequent fights. Torture and imprisonment of any opposing voice became a daily routine in Dare. You didn't want to stay idle and decided to join the Human Rights Student Council Political Debate Group. A dozen of debates helped you hone your oratory skills, also helping you grow your network. Even though the discussion between different groups often became heated, you all grew from sharing ideas. In one of the meetings, Peter Vecturn introduced you to a classmate of his, Monica. You were immediately attracted to her intelligence, her beauty, her diligence. Her intelligence. She mentioned to you that she was a volunteer for the Swordfish League of Women. An organisation campaigning for women's rights. You told her you whole lot explores are cool, weren't particularly interested in women's rights, but asked for a dinner nonetheless. I'm a supporter of women's rights, so I'll go with that. The politically charged environment led you to join the Red Youth, the Socialists, join the Young Swords, nationalists, or stay away from any political organisations. We'll stay away from any for now. June 2nd, 1928. The radio relayed that the communist general Ricard surrounded Luderin and his troops, demanding their surrender. They refused, and heavy fighting broke out across the country. You just couldn't believe it. The army was fighting amongst themselves. Swordland plunged into chaos. The clashes escalated into a full-blown civil war. The horrors made you isolate yourself for a while. Monica helped you cope, and love grew between the two of you. However, it was a difficult time for love. The chaos had to end. Republic of Swordland, 1929. The charismatic colonel, Tarquin Sol, orchestrated a sudden attack on the capital where the Luderinist and Ricardist forces were battling each other. He defeated both, ending the war. The new constitution was written, and the military government began efforts to restore stability. Many people saw the colonel as a saviour. He formed the United Swordland Party and ran as a presidential candidate in the first ever single-party elections. You voted for the Unionist Swordland Party. USP won the election by a large majority. The military government announced a 4-year restoration period to transform an entirely civilian government. After graduation, you kept seeing Monica. You were both interested in marrying and starting a family. However, a letter arrived from the military calling you to fulfill your compulsory service. It was time to serve your national duty. 19 February, Burgia region. The devastating civil war from neighbouring Wellen? The Republic of Wellen is a young and fragile republic located in the southeast Macopa. Wellen quickly turned into a proxy war between regional and world powers. The distinguished Major, ASF Lancia, ordered you to lead your squad on a border patrol mission. It was a very cold winter night when you began marching out of Gun Run Outpost. You could see your breath. After several hours of marching through the snowy hills, distant noises were heard. Visibility too low to confirm the source, so the squad crawled forward in formation and found a spot to observe. A group of refugees had made it beyond the border fence. You escorted them back, let them slip through. After the patrol, Major Lancia arrived with anger and immediately relieved you of your command, calling you a disappointment. One of your squad members had reported your actions. After several months of scrubbing the floors as punishment, your duties ended and you went back to civilian life. 1931 July. Holsword. You and Monica decided to share your lives together. After receiving the blessing of her parents, a ceremony was held in Holsword. During the same year, you worked hard to secure a high-paying job within the governing United Swordland Party. It was much more difficult to start your career on a good foot because of their refugee incident, but you still managed. Working for the ruling party was the easiest path to power. The financial compensation was too good to pass up. It was a great opportunity to change the country for the better. You became the foreign policy assistant to one of the more experienced members of the assembly. You worked long and hard, reviewing dozens of foreign policy plans late into the night. You were climbing the ladder. 1933, September. Tarquin Sol gave amnesty to remaining factions of the Civil War. It chose de-escalation and appeasement. The institutions and symbols of the former kingdom were slowly replaced. His government launched several new initiatives such as citizen-funded bills program to revitalise the economy, a social labour initiative to help rebuild and improve society, and a large dam project to solve the energy crisis. The first multi-party elections in the history of Swordland were being held. President Tarquin Sol was elected once more. 1934, April 2nd. The preparation of a comprehensive trade agreement with Agnolia was occupying most of your personal time, but your significant contribution to the trade talks triggered an invitation to meet President Tarquin Sol himself, who offered you a key position. You were to become the youngest member of the assembly. You accepted right away. 1938, June, rising career. As the youngest MP, it was difficult to connect with the influential circle. You needed allies, so you brought on Prefect as your right-hand man, best friend. Birth of your son, Franc, provided a brief moment of joy and relief. You sacrificed work to spend time with your family, sacrificed family time to improve the position of the party, sacrificed work to spend time with a family. 1941 October. During your absence, Peter Vecturn found trustworthy contracts and strengthened your position in party. At the same time, President Sol increased his authority over the years. His growing ego started to cause strife within the USP. So, let's all go. The cracks began to show. 1945, October, time of change. President Sol barely secured a majority in the election against his opposition leader. Over the next year, the Swedish people grew increasingly discontent with corruption and worsening quality of life. Economic growth was slowing down. Meanwhile, calls for a united Swordland Party Congress became louder as leadership struggles started to brew. You watched from the sidelines, kept supporting the president, joined the internal opposition. Kept supporting the president, we got to show our support. 1946. The contender for party leadership was Erwold Alfonso, a reformist and talented business magnate with a growing follower base within the party. President Sol noticed your attempt to secure votes for him and approached you with a lucrative deal. You had a meeting with him. The president offered you the position of Minister of Foreign Affairs and Trade in the next government if you backed him in the upcoming vote. You accepted. The Congress was nothing short of impressive. The banners of the United Swordland Party were decorating every possible spot. Thousands of influential political figures, lobbyists, and benefactors gathered for this turning point. The voting for the party leadership began. We vote for Tarquin Sol. Unfortunately, Tarquin Sol lost the leadership vote by Ewald Alfonso by a small margin. During the Congress, Sol announced he would retire from politics at the end of his term and appoint Alfonso as vice president. The systems had established were to stay much longer. His achievements won't be forgotten. You were happy that Sol was finally leaving, troubled by his departure. We were troubled. A month later, your daughter was born. Monica named her Dina? She motivated you during a tumultuous period in the party. As the VP and the leader of the USP, Ewald Alfonso began dismantling the old organisations and securing established by the USP, such as the State Education Corps and the Swedish State Corporation Bills. The general election was approaching. The United Swordland Party was under new leadership. You joined the party effort and campaigned for him. Did your best not to help him. Join him. During the general election, the main opposition leader was embroiled in a sex scandal with his secretary. He was replaced by the more popular figure Franz Richter, but the damage had been done. Okay. The new economic policies and the extensive privatisation programme proposed by Edward Alfonso secured an election victory for the United Swordland Party. Over the following years, you did your best in order to make Swordland a better place. And the ladder to coach off the party into success. Make Swordland a better place. 1951, summer. The presidency of Alfonso saw many bold reforms in government and law and advancements in liberal democratic values. He valued your support throughout. However, due to infighting and disorganisation, continental economic tensions and fast-track privatisation, it was followed by a severe economic recession. The other parties announced their bids for the 1953 election, but the unfair election system hampered opposition efforts to campaign. You thought that your party could not survive another crisis, were worried about the economic recession, worried that your reputation would tarnish along. Worried about the economic recession. With Peter's help, your presence in the USP grew. The two of you worked long nights together. He flipped opponents to your side. You became the face of a new wing of the party. Step by step, with adequate planning, your wing took over the leadership as President Alfonso lost control of the country. The moment to make a move had come. You blamed Alfonso for the crisis, bribed and extorted Alfonso was inserted, advised Alfonso to step down. He listened to your advice. Alfonso conceded the leadership struggle and the party eventually voted you in because of your indisputable influence. Following this, you announced that you would be running for the president in the general election with Peter as your running mate. It was your turn. Election campaign, October 1953. After visiting every city and town during the campaign, you made a speech on state television. You promised to enact democratic reforms or preserve national values. Enact democratic reforms. To fill a tide of empty promises, we need fundamental change in our institutions and government. A solid and transparent democracy awaits us, brothers and sisters. A new constitution and a new age is upon us. The broadcast ended. November 5th. On election day, millions went out to cast their votes. It was time to face the truth. So he shut the game off. That was not my intention. Whoops. I think we're president. Chapter 1, President Reign. And if we lost, that's a quick game. Ooh, character customization. Anton Reign, 4th President of Swordland, elected in 1953. Political party, United Swordland Party. Go with my office in the back. Attire. got a full beard on either of them. Oh, yeah. I like it. I like it. To be fair, I expected him to, have, oh, a gentleman. Well, if he's not wearing any more sunglasses, I guess I'll take mine off now. I was struggling to see, but I'll keep the suit. We're identical. We are identical. The same person now. Just a few years behind. Let's get this bread. Election campaign promises. As Anton reign, you've made consequential promises to the people of Swordland to gain their votes in the 1953 election campaign. Consider these commitments carefully. Economic direction. After the recent market reforms and the recession, the country finds itself stuck between two different economic systems, with indecision and turbulence, causing the population to demand a direction. So one of the following options: promote planned economy or promote market economy. I don't really know the difference. Let's do market economy. Diplomatic leaning. The global rivalries between the capitalist Arcasia in the west, the monarchy of Rumberg to the north, and the communist united Contana in the east are intensifying. Swordland has the potential to align with the other powers or lean towards neutrality. Let's remain neutral for now. Immigration policy. In the last 5 years, Bludish, Wezek, and Agnolian immigrants flocked to Swordland due to relaxed immigration laws enacted by former President Ewald Alfonso. As a result, these tensions are causing requests for political solution. I would retain fairly relaxed immigration. Term focus. The once praised public education system of the nation has suffered significant setbacks in the last decade. The lack of new schools, high student-teacher ratios, low teacher salaries, and even a lack of classroom equipment in certain parts of the country cause massive divergencies in the public education system. Defence. The Swedish Armed Forces, the nation's most funded branch until the Alfonso government reduced the defence budget significantly, with the increase in saber-rattling threats looming in the north by Rumberg, and a growing presence of superpowers in the region, the critical deterrent of the SAF more than ever. Look, let's see which ones there are. There's law enforcement. The recent culminating political tensions between the different youth groups and socio-economic pressures between multiple classes of society is increasing the issue of the law and enforcement systems. The police need help keeping up with increased crime rates. Simultaneously, judges and courts deal with an enormous growing backlog of legal cases. Finally, health. Swordland's health system and healthcare quality have stagnated due to the administrative inefficiencies, increases in services demand, and an increased divide in service quality between urban and rural hospitals. The average life expectancy has dropped significantly, with issues such as maternity deaths and disease outbreaks. I think our term will be education, and then we can kind of grow everything at the same time. Yes. 2 weeks have passed since we won the election, and now I was about to be sworn in as the 4th president of Swordland. Thousands were watching the inauguration ceremony, cheering my name, Anton reign. The die was cast. And there my story began. In the distance, the Maroon Palace stood on top of the famous Hill of Pride. I've no way of knowing that my future awaited me there. Look at this. This is why I really like this game. So apparently there's 900,000 words in this game. Obviously, let's have a look at all of this. And there's like mini Wikipedia pages on every single character in this game, even if you meet them briefly once. Which I think is very cool. I looked at my family. My son and daughter, Franc and Dina, were next to Monica, my wife. Her eyes were gleaming with pride. Then I turned towards the key people who made it all possible, of course. Each individual was promised an important position in my government. I saw my previous rival and former president, Ewald Alfonso, who gave me a slight nod. Tarquin Sol was also invited, but as expected, he didn't leave his island retreat. Who's this? Also Hawker, Chief Justice. As my thoughts slowly faded away, the reality of the situation dawned on me. Also Hawker, the Chief Justice of Supreme Court, was waiting for me. The time for the oath has come. I am ready. It has indeed. Please repeat after me. I do solemnly swear. I do solemnly swear that I will respectfully execute the office of the President of Swordland. To the best of my ability to protect, serve, and defend. Constitution of the Republic of Swordland. May now deliver your inaugurational speech, Mr. President. It is an honour, sir. Dear citizens of Swordland, brothers and sisters, my fellow swords, Dear citizens of Swordland, crowd look very eager to listen to me. Change and hope. Idea of unity, current dire situation, change and hope. Change and hope. You, the people, have chosen. Together, we will bring prosperity and reform to our nation. It is a time of hope. It is a time of change. If we stand together, we will prevail. The issues that plague us, our capabilities. If we stand together, we prevail. In the past, there have been times of survival, times of conflict and economic hardship too. But whenever we stood together, we prevailed. The future awaits us. Swordland is above all in the world. First, we must rewrite our broken constitution from 1929. I promise you, we will stop the recession and eliminate poverty. I'm assuming the broken constitution is probably a top priority. Go for broken constitution. It's time for a united and powerful Swordland once again. Change now, not in the next decade or years, today. Our capacity as a nation has never been greater. Today. Hundreds of thousands cheered. They were shouting my name in unison. I felt the responsibility, the power and the burden all at the same time. Raise fist, wave, enjoy the moment. I waved at the crowd, which made people cheer louder. I took a long look at the people of Swordland to burn this moment into my memory. One of my presidential guards came by to notify me that it was time to leave. I'm on my way to the leading car in the motorcade. The president's state car was a jet black Cadilla with the flags of Swordland above the front headlights. Next to it, a man was holding the door. Serge Walkner, driver and bodyguard. Hello, Mr. President. I felt still euphoric from the aftermath of my speech. Hearing my new title made me smile even more. If you allow me to introduce myself, I am Serge, your new driver. Nice to meet you, Serge. It's an honour. He respectfully bowed his head more before opening the car door and gesturing inside. I enter the car. We'll be heading towards the palace. The motorcade began to move. On the way, Serge proceeded to explain his duties as a driver. As minutes passed by, I found myself lost in thought again, barely paying attention to what he was saying. He suddenly gestured out the window. Isn't it a beauty? The Maroon Palace. Over here, bring that up in case anyone wants to have a read. He was right. Sunlight glinted off the palace's many maroon-coloured domes. It was so bright that I had to look away. Every time I look at it, I'm reminded of my duty to this nation. It is in good hands now. So do I, Serge. It's the beating heart of the nation after all. We all owe a great debt to the men who led the country from here. Just a building, Serge. Well said, Mr. President. The car drove past the majestic gates, continued uphill to the entrance and stopped in front of the doors. Serge got out of the car and opened the door for me. Have a great day, Mr. President. Morgna Westcourt. He referred to the famous swordish phrase from the times of revolution, Morgna Westcourt Vecturne Sistar, which meant morning will come, victory is close. Vecturne Sistar. Made my way upstairs through the extravagant corridors of the palace. Marble and engraved wooden finishes decorated the interior. My footsteps echoed in the colossal halls. The guards bowed their heads in respect as I opened the massive doors to my new office. And this is our nation. Holsword. Hey, this is us. Right, how do we play this game? Holsword. Open city information, briefing on current political situation, briefing on current economical situation, read the report. Let's open city information. So capital, industrial centre, USP mayor, and logistical issues. Population 5.2 million, population ranking first, GDP 52 billion SR, and GDP ranking second. Okay. And a few of our areas. Cat. So what I don't know, are these different like regions of my same like my nation? There's the ocean. Okay. Yeah, I mean if I can control them I can see them. Oh no, I can't. region. Oh no, it is this. Okay. They're literally gone in completely blind. A. President. So there's a lot here. Locations, organizations, cities, countries. There's a lot to this, eh? Alright, let's do briefing the current political situation. Peter Vecturn arrived in a couple of minutes early and sat across from me. He was struggling to hold back his smile. We did it, Anton. We've won. Finally, all those years of our noses up to the grindstone paid off. Peter's eyes sparkled. The strain of the past months had put a damper on his usual rakish charm, but today he was looking and acting more like his old self. He loosened his tie and did the top 2 buttons of his shirt. Enjoying the new secretary I picked out for you? Thought you'd appreciate a gorgeous set of talents. It's a shame the rest of your staff aren't as easy on the eyes. He gestured to a slight paunch that protruded over his waistband. But, hey, back in university, did you ever imagine we'd be sitting in the Maroon Palace? We have to celebrate this great victory. Let's celebrate then. I got my hands on something special as an Maroon 30-year-old. Let's celebrate an inaugural ball, just hanging there until the evening. We have work to do. Ooh. I'll say to him, just hold on to the ball. Looking forward to it. Evelyn hopes to congratulate you in person there. Good to know, it's been some time since I saw her. I'm sure the kids would love to see their Uncle Peter for the first time as the Vice President. That is great to hear. It's crazy how fast the two have grown up. You are a good father. Peter has a wistful look in his eyes. He and Evelyn had never been able to have kids of their own. During our campaign, the opposition had floated the rumour that he'd fathered illegitimate children during his wilder years, but has never been substantiated. The door swung open, and Licia Galand, who's he? Literally says next to it. My chief strategist walked in. He was a compact man with sharp bird-like features. After briefly surveying the room from wall to wall, he sat down, poured a glass of water, and opened his briefcase in a series of quick, graceful movements. Gentlemen. The tall case clock in the room struck 3 o'clock. Damn, you're exactly on time. Hello, Peter. Lucian turned towards me. He very slightly bowed his head. Good to see you, Lucian. Lucian, how are you? Let's not waste any time. Lucian, proceed with the overview. Glad to see you, Lucian. It is a privilege to be here, sir. Lucian spoke in soft, clipped tones that immediately drew your attention towards what he had to say. Peter and I waited for him to proceed. Let's start by evaluating our current situation. The majority of the Swedish people demand change. They're more concerned about the economy than the constitution, but they blame the system for the problems. People are losing their trust in our democracy. Why do you think radicals like Bernard Circas are becoming more popular? Everyone's expecting us to bring the change the last government did not. Franz Richter, leader of the reformists, believes the true change can only be accomplished by transferring some of our powers to the assembly. I will move in the details of their demands shortly. I agree with the reformists. Our responsibility is to democratise our broken system. We need to listen to the people if we ever want to sell this country. If we lose power, we won't be able to execute the changes we need to make them good for the country. I agree with the reformists. Our responsibility is to democratise our broken system. That's exactly what we campaigned for. A true change that will move the country forward. We need many allies against the old guard in the government. Old guard. Different individuals in the government. Okay. We need supporters, basically. Mr. Richter managed to persuade many members of the Assembly to give their support for drafting a new constitution. Reformist politicians are quickly increasing the number. Okay, people. While the reformist wing inside our party is still a minority, they could have a tripartisan majority in the Assembly, especially if they unite under Franz Richter. The USP reformists aren't wrong to agree that we need change. We should be in charge. Mr. Richter could potentially ally in our goal to maintain the majority in the Assembly. Our party must fall in line with our position. We can't have a strong divide. He's definitely key in this. The reformist demands are clear. They want to limit the presidential veto powers, ensure that the Supreme Court is independent, and take away the court's right to vote on constitutional amendments. As support the reformists, we need proper power of balance in this country. We must listen to their demands, otherwise we are no different than the previous administration. I won't allow them to influence me. We will shape our own future. I agree, we can't ignore the winds of change after all. The old guard will do its best to preserve the Constitution. Chief Justice Hawker and his allied judges have a great influence over the Supreme Court, which will be tough to break. The court also has the final say over constitutional legislation. Without their approval, we cannot even change it. We need a more comprehensive bill to balance the power structure more fairly. We must break the power of the Supreme Court one way or the other. I'd rather not go against them, the risk too high. Comprehensive bill. I agree, the old guard won't like this though. Comprehensive reform that would make the reformists happy would mean maintaining a balance between the branches of the government, which means removing your absolute veto as well. The reformists demand that all loopholes in the constitution are closed. Looks like we'll have many challenges ahead. We can figure it out. Our party still holds 130 out of the 250 seats in the assembly. We've got the power. However, to reform the constitution, we must receive a 2/3 majority in the Grand National Assembly, which is 166 votes, and a simple majority in the Supreme Court, which equates to 6 votes. After we have settled on how to proceed, we will need to talk with our party figures. Our first goal must be to get the 150 signatures needed to start the process. Following the green light from the USP, we should reach out to the other party leaders to see if they would back our draft. The last step is to convince the justice of the court. The entire process will take a long time, but we must start working with a reform committee to evaluate all possibilities for a new constitution as soon as possible. We will write a more democratic constitution with the reformists, with the new constitution which gives present wide-ranging powers leads all into the future, with the old guard to protect our existing powers. Democratic solution. So even though we might not, that's what we've been preparing for internally, don't forget that promise which God has elected. The key thing here will be strengthening the power of the assembly, which is already lead with a minority. Peter nodded in agreement. Yes, the division of power needs to be balanced for the better Swordland. According to the initial draft we made with the reformists, there are 2 changes to the constitution that are not open for discussion. Lucian opens his dossier. First, the Supreme Court will no longer vote on constitutional amendments. Hola, Don. How are you, my friend? I hope you're liking my presidential garbs. I even had sunglasses ready for just this moment, but it was kind of hard to read with them on. But I hope you're liking the outfit. I thought we must look pretty president today, eh? I'm still not too sure on how I play this game, but we're going to go through it. Seems like a very in-depth business simulator. Very suave, thank you, in the most expensive tie I own, which was a gift for my birthday, with Dingbat the cat next to me in a very old suit jacket, which I wasn't sure. I'm even wearing a shirt with cufflinks, which took so long to put back up because I don't normally wear them. Second, the president's absolute veto power will be taken away. This can be replaced with a limited veto system by fixing the current loopholes. I have no problem with these clauses. Let's work the reformists. No, this is not happening. I'd rather not include either of those points. Let's work with the reformists. Yes, sir. So I'm going to, for this playthrough, try and be as honest, but try and lead the country into growth. I wanna get up, but I don't want to go against my morals either. Which is putting the people of the country first, even second to my own family. When you're the leader, everyone is your family. We will form a reform committee together with all parties and start reaching out to all the stakeholders in the assembly and the court for a new constitution. By later in the year, we should have an idea of the reform contents and what the other parties want. Lucian takes notes. Another important point, we must be aware of the Lothberg group. The oligarchs convene under this organisation to influence economic policies. Conrath led it for a long time before falling ill. The new leader is Mr. Walter Tusk. D for drip. Hey, A grade. Thank you. I have an old suit which is brown, but I just don't know where it is. I was going to wear the brown suit because I thought it looked a bit better, but this guy wears a black suit, blue tie, just no headphones. And I added the full beard. It's me in the corner, Anton Rain. According to reports, some members of the National Business Council are in their pockets. Tusk and the group will surely try to bribe us in exchange for special economic protections. I want to work with them anyway. The new administrator we open to business. We won't be bought. It won't happen. And as the dialogue eventually, we need to be diplomatic. We won't let these privileged, greedy, and snobby capitalists run the country. Let's not underestimate their influence. They are not harmless people either. Rizian looks at Peter. As far as I know, Marcel Koronti has some strong ties to this group. His influence could definitely be an asset for us, but I'm sure he'll want something in return. What I love, and you'll like this, Don, is the amount of detail that goes into every single person. I'm hoping it does well on YouTube. And wherever Mr. Koronti's wide network that could come in handy, group's influence is an important force, one that we should use as our advantage. Depending on the economic policies, they can't move a finger without us. Tusk is heading the group, we should make sure he's on our side. If we can get them to a side with us, it all depends on what benefits we can offer and what the leader wants. We need to tread carefully on all sides with all power players to survive our term. I need to underline the seriousness of the situation. The military and general staff are a power element in the state, and as history tells us, a dangerous one too. We do have some room to make structural changes by reducing their budget, for example, but it is quite limited. I want to receive the advice of the military before making up my mind. I don't want people to die in prison just like Arthur S. Pussy did. With the Rumberg threat on the horizon, we can't reduce our defensive capabilities and anger our general staff. The military has been nothing but a burden on the society. We should do something drastic like cutting their funding. I want to receive advice from the military before making up my mind. It is sound to listen to them, but they have very biased and narrow opinions. Nationalism clouds their mind. General Kruger is a spectator of the past. Again, look at all of the details. Defense Minister Losa Flancia is more loyal to us compared to General Kruger, a fact that obviously can change with our actions. Either way, I see a potential rift between the two since they're clearly of different minds. I like this guy purely because he has Lance in his name. Gotta be done. Gotta be done. Loads of messages while I've been streaming. If we act strongly against the military, both of these guys will unite against us. I agree with Lucian, we need to tread carefully here. Lucian looks at his watch. Well then, gentlemen, precisely 30 minutes. This concludes our political briefing for today. Our next meeting will be our media strategy. Talk to you soon, sir. I will keep in touch. See you soon, both at the next meeting. Lucian and Peter bid their farewells and left. Mysterious amounts of smoke was rising far away on the horizon. What's that mysterious amount of smoke? So we've got a lot going on. Court backlog, limited women's rights, blue dish problem, judicial rivalry, some human rights, freedom of the press. Okay, I want to make this a nice little, like, God, there's so much to it. We're overburdened, we're doing really bad. And pretty much everything. Legal immigration, organised crime. Yes, my aim is to make it. I'm going to see what happens if I make this as genuinely a nice country as possible, if it's just going to crush us completely. Because my guess is it's going to annihilate us. Lack of allies. I feel like we're probably going to align more with Western values traditionally. Obviously, me being English, they are Western-style views. So yeah, transparency is best for a good leader. That's my opinion. That's why I'll avoid bribes. I'll be as honest a leader as I can. Briefing on the current economic situation, read the reports, propose the Tourism Act, logistical issues. There. Simon Hall, Gus Manger, and Lilius Graff were about to arrive at the White Room for our scheduled economic meeting. This was the room held in the Maroon Palace where all important meetings were held. The two assistants arrived first, carrying a heavy projector. They stood by the door, waiting for the ministers to enter. Yeah, literally. I feel like there's two ways you can play this game. You can either be the corrupt... You do so many ways in this. And what I've learned from reading reviews is the game doesn't judge you. It just lets you do your decision. And then you can live with the consequences of that. Which I think is quite cool. From the hallway, I heard Lilias Graff's voice. She was using the patient, almost motherly tone she often took in heated arguments. Gus, do you really think such an economical advanced area is more in need of investment than Argnund? Argnund is treated region of Swordland, shares its border. So okay, so the map is broken up. It's all Swordland, it's just different parts thereof. That's the best way not to shoehorn you into Thornstein. Lilith, my interior minister, strode in. She was clad in shades of brown and beige, the only spot of colour a bright yellow Dastnerist across on her necklace. Gus followed close behind. Don't be an idiot, Lilius. What about the unemployment crisis in the Great Holsword and Gesland regions are going through? These areas are economic heartland. Gus curled his hands into fists. The Minister of Agriculture and Rural Development's temper hadn't changed since his days in the Alfonso administration, but neither had his reputation for getting things done. His far-reaching network of connections was unlike any other. Simon Hall quickly stepped between the two ministers without looking at either of them. He cleared his throat. Good morning, Mr. President. Good morning, everyone. What is this debate about? What is this debate about? Just a disagreement in internal economic strategy, President Rain. Not sure if I'd call it just a disagreement, Lilius. Let's begin the presentation. Leaders, can you explain the situation? Can you enlighten me, Glass? Let's begin the presentation. Yes. I'll move forward with my presentation if no one objects. Please. Ah! What am I seeing, Mr. President? Well... Bridge. Your president has arrived. And I thought I'd take up the garb as my character in the corner. As you can see, I didn't add glasses, so I can keep the sunglasses off because they're not great indoors. And I'm straining my eyes to see. But it looked quite cool. Please. Go ahead. Simon pulled a silk handkerchief out of his pocket and briefly wipes his glasses. My staff and I have comprehensively analysed every aspect of... He was interrupted by a groan from one of the assistants by the door, both of whom were now visibly struggling to hold up the heavy projector. I look more like an airplane pilot than a president. They're both pretty much the same thing. And outfits anyway. I should have like a little Swordland pin. Oh, a pin of Dingbat. Oh. No, she's just out of shot. You can kind of see her bum. She's my biggest supporter behind me. You can see her little bum. You can put that there. Oh, you can put that there. He pointed below the painting of President Sol. The assistants placed a projector next to the table and installed a white screen on the wall. But none of that's right. We'll find out. It could be very good. Leave now. I mean, thank you. Please leave us now. The assistants left the cabinet room. I was reminded that Simon had never quite had a way with people, but his facility with numbers had made him most sought-after economic specialist in Swordland. Simon started looking for his slides. He always carried documentation around with him. Wait. Lilius leaned to the table and spoke. Simon, what happened to the new police station construction in Estord? While going through his briefcase, he paused for a moment to answer. It got stalled to a government property boundary issue. I've been meaning to look at it. I can take a look at that when Estord needs all the security help it can get. Sure, more time for me to spend on analysis. His eyes glittered when he finally found the slides he was looking for. There have been some developments about the Swordish Wren losing further value today, but we've been trying to stabilise it with the central bank. The recession of 51 put enormous pressure on the economy, resulting in the collapse of value of our currency. The entire situation was a significant cause of concern for our administration. What would you like to know about the current economic situation? What about GDP and debt situation? Why the unemployment and inflation rises? What status of recession? What about unemployment and inflation issues? Unemployment has skyrocketed, is now a staggering 16%, and the inflation is at a relatively high of 10%. Unemployment is increasing crime and drug use. We need to get people off the streets. The inflation isn't helping our average citizen either. GDP and debt situation. Our current GDP is 310 billion Swedish rent, and the national debt is 427 billion. Okay. It's still hard to fathom that we lost nearly 150 billion in wealth. The past 3 years were tough. Status of recession. The economy has been in a recession of about -6% in the past year. The average GDP has dropped from SR 15454 capita to SR 10359 from 1951 to now. Wow. Wait, first person online I've seen to use that correctly. What did Burgia do correctly? Oh, that. Okay. This administration's success depends on our ability to stop the recession. The sooner we can reach GDP growth, the better. Right, just to say, anyone here can give me advice on how they think they want me to play, and I will actually accept it. I will do whatever we say and agree on, but it won't disalign with my values on this playthrough. I have all the information needed. Let's move on to the economic strategy. Simon scattered the paper stacks in front of him in an orderly manner and took a final look at his notes before clearing his throat. As you can see, the situation is alarming, but everything is negative. The extensive privatization program of Alfonso, the key foreign direct investment left us a large budget surplus, which we can use to stabilize the crisis. Wait, sometimes I sleep. That's fair. That's fair. Now, the primary subject we need to settle on is what general path we will take in our term. Solonomics-based nationalisation happened in the 30s, and Alfonso's privatisation began during the end of the 40s. What will our administration focus on? One of our main promises is to promote a free market economy to stop the recession. To be frank, I believe it is the only way out of the recession. There's someone drilling outside, and I thought it was my computer making noises. What? Is it? Well, if it's going to explode, it's going to explode. That's what it is. Syndrome. I still do not support it. Why promote the private sector when we have a qualified state-owned enterprises? Mr. Hitman. Because the lack of competition has made them inefficient. Simon nodded. What are the consequences of a free market? The more of the economy we control, the better we can manage a recession. What are the downsides of planned economy? Humanity of the 20th century is thriving because of the rule of supply and demand. What are the consequences of a free market? There are not many, but one you could say that we are more likely to be influenced by the world economy. It's important to think about the subject because the upswings of the world economy will reflect good on ours too. Sure. That's why I was worried though. Yes, and when the global economy crashes, we go down with it. Structural problems of Solonomics were going to lead the recession according to the predictions at the time anyway. Either way, even if we pick one of the doctrines, we retain the option to make economic choices on a case-by-case basis. That is, however, not recommended in my point of view. The last thing we need is a chaotic economic plan. Finally, something we can both agree on, Elias. There's another important point which has direct impact on our own economy. Superpowers. Actually, is it my computer? Let me have a look really quickly. Sorry. It's not my computer. What's making? Oh, I am. Just for reference, I am wearing pajama bottoms. This is only the top end. I'm wearing pajama bottoms on the bottom. Oh well, we'll figure it out. We've done what to... well, unironically, yes. Oh, thank you. Yeah, I did indeed. I got a nice little haircut a few days ago. We have... Hello, Danish. How are you? We've done well not aligning ourselves with any one of them. Economically speaking, an isolationist policy overall could only work if we were able to reap the benefits of both spheres and their rivalry. This is very dangerous to attempt, but still possible. Ruined it with the PJ bombs. I'm doing very good, Danish. How are you, my friend? Today we're playing President Rain, Anton Rain, which is us, who also looks so much like an airplane pilot. So welcome in, my friend. All decisions are up to the group of us, and we'll see what we can do, though I plan on being a good president and being honest with our people. We must be very cautious. There are schemes being devised about Swordland. We cannot give in to their wants now or in the future, otherwise our country will be turned into a pawn. Sword will not be controlled by any nation. Exactly, Sol was right along with all his politics. I still haven't decided if they wish to come a deal. Time will show if staying neutral will work out. We must make it work to protect our country and our values. There is no other way. We need to be open to other possibilities. Acacia is a strong country, and if we end up in their sphere, Swordland would increase in influence in the world. The deals we would get would surely bring us out of recession. And in return for what? Our independence? Lydius had a sip of water from her glass. When the time comes, I hope you'll make the right decision for our own good. We should attract more foreign direct investment, Mr. President. We saved the country from full-on depression in 1952 and 1953 by signing lucrative trade deals with the nations such as Rizia, Lesbia, and Quina. I wonder who this is. Maybe we'll get to see more of them in a later playthrough. Lesbia. And Banal. Why is Danish man like 160? Simon cleared his throat again. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. Minister Wissi will be in charge of informing you on those types of foreign policy decisions. He was first decide on an internal economic plan. Oh, 1864. That makes much more sense. I was confused for a second. Simon put forward a legal document outlining the possibilities with both economic doctrines listed. Cabinet members looked at me. We have to thank Sol and his planned economy for the boom. It clearly shows success of the system. Let's finish what Alfonso started with capitalist free market reforms. His path was going to enrich Swordland. What was the long-term economic schedule? Focus bring us stronger allies. It would make Arcasia look at our country in a more positive light. Ooh. Hitman, insurer, mortuary assistant, pilot, other state, and chat. Oh, I'm interested to see. Oh, president? President might work. So, it would make Arcasia look at our country in a more positive light. They're proponents of the free market economy. The influence Arcasia would have on the world economy is extensive. Our economic strategy should be based on internal reasoning, though. We have to thank Sol and his planned economy for the boom. It's clearly shows success of the system. Let's finish what Alfonso started capital free market reforms. Obviously not president. Picking constructive company, trade relations, tax reform, and privatization incentives would be of some of them. Sticking to a solid planned economy strategy will be the right call. 5-year plans were fruitful in the past. With that, so let's move on to the conclusion. What are your final thoughts, Mr. President? Critical institutions must remain in state control. We must be fully responsible for delivering services. Privatization, market economy doesn't require guidance, could help us attract not much guidance, could help us attract foreign capital. Market economy doesn't require as much guidance, could help us attract foreign capital. Especially from Acacia, President Walker is also interested in expanding the economic zone of Ato. We could secure lucrative investments from capitalist countries. Ah, that's the... I wonder what Ato could be. Wonder what that's meant to be. President-elect. Don. Danish. Remove bridge. So what will our economic plan... Oh, hitman and insurer. I'll take that. Or a jewelry salesman. What I dress up as like for work. So what will our general economic plan promote? Promote a free market economy as we promised. No. What would you have voted, Don? Hitman, insurer, anything else? I can't say I agree with this. Lilius looks displeased. Now that there is a clarity on which direction we are heading, I think we'll work on a good plan accordingly. Do not believe your insurer ever. I've sold insurance. We're not all terrible. This concludes on at least for jewelry. Oh, young investor, thank you. This concludes our meeting. At the next gathering, we will talk about the upcoming infrastructure investment plan. Now that the economic direction was taken, the ministers dispersed for lunch at the Marine Palace. Oh, there's a lot of us. There's a lot of places for us to have a look at. Well, oh yeah. Yeah, there's things to do. my goodness. And each of these might have more than one option. Media strategy, read the report. Read the report. Read the report. Read the report. This is a game! True that, not sure it was a compliment. Oh my hide. Not just talking about infrastructure investments. Right. Sort out the stuff in our capital first, and then we'll move. I mean, to be fair, everywhere else should really be dealt with at the same time. Agnold, Nargis, Burgia, Gesland, Holsword, Lauren, and Grooney. They are our regions. I shall read the report, sir. On it now. Let's have the meeting of media strategy first. Lucian and Peter arrive at my office to talk about recent developments and the media strategy. They both took their seats across from me. Lucian put on his reading glasses and quickly went over some documents. Peter turned to Lucian and nodded. I know for sure, so sometimes by the time the message gets through, Lance has forgotten the context. 100%! Every single time! Poor fella's got too much going on. I'm managing a country on that one, I'm managing a Twitch chat there, I'm managing the audience here, I'm managing Twitch chat there. I'm enjoying this so far. I'm interested to see, we haven't really made any proper decisions yet, like we've just made there. So I'm interested to see how it goes. And see what we can do. So government budget is personal wealth. Greetings, gentlemen. I've just received further information from the interior about the sudden fire that broke out at the Holsword State University archives nearby. Tell me more. Was it put out quickly? Our firefighters put out the fire as soon as they could, yet it had been burning for 6 hours, so extensive damage was done to the archives and the building. And I'm doing very well. How are you, Bridge, and how's everyone else? I will arrange medals to recognise their bravery for doing their best. The Holsword Fire Department is full of tough champs. The information we received raised some eyebrows. Initial reports from the Holsword Police Chief indicate a potential arson case. In accordance with protocol, the Swordish Intelligence Directorate has been called. Is this Sid really necessary for this? Why would anyone hit the archives of a university in the first place? I see no logical motive there. It seems like the chief suspects was foreign sabotage. They informed us that a large section of the archives has been destroyed. It included tens of thousands of globally recognised research documents in original by the great thinkers of our people. Also, far, I'm still curious to see how it unfolds with those long engagements like Crusader Kings or Softing. Literally. Shame so much knowledge was lost. Back to Peter's point, if it was arson, could have been the motive been. We need to support our education system and make new discoveries for the future. Swordish, Swedish? Oh, we don't know. We don't know. I feel like the country's far too big. And that's where it's placed. I feel like this is more like between like the West and Eastern Bloc. Preserving our knowledge is as important as expanding on it. It's interesting that the employee records have been destroyed as well. Ooh, luckily most originals have copies in other universities and some international libraries. The first edition of my favourite book, Geopolitics of Swordland by Herman Eckwer, was destroyed too. Maybe it was just a freak accident. We do have the copies of most important works, so no single fire can eradicate our knowledge. I see no point in destroying employee records either. More importantly, Lucian mentioned that Marcel Koronti contacted him. The businessman. I feel like this is a game that takes quite a while. It's over 900,000 words, and we know how slowly I can say like 3 of them in a row, so it's going to take a while. The Korontis has always been known as one of the richest and most influential families in Swordland. Marcel Koronti was no exception. He was the oldest son of Conrad Koronti, the industrialist and media mogul that founded the HOS, the richest man in the entirety of Swordland. Lucian turned to me. He's offered to meet you, Mr. President. What does he want? Why is Conrad sending his son? Why should I meet with him? Usually games like this take a bit off and snowballing, but this seems like it won't have the effect. Yeah, I feel like whatever we choose, so I've seen like the review of this said, I made one bad speech and they killed me. And I was like, shit. Sugar. Unfortunately, why is Conrad sending his son? He unfortunately passed away today. After the passing of his father, may he rest in peace, Marcel aims to become the next CEO of the HOS conglomerate. He mentioned a productive collaboration. They are a powerful and influential media conglomerate. To start with, they own the Swordland Today newspaper, Swordish Broadcasting Corporation, which means it would be wise to have them by our side. Sorry for interruption. Peter. What does this productive collaboration entail? Let's consider options first. No need to be hasty. Sounds like there's potential there. There's definitely potential that could go both ways. But let's not get ahead of ourselves. First, we need to determine our general approach to media. I'm no media expert, but Lucian made some very interesting arguments at the preparation meeting yesterday. There are two ways we can approach the media. One of them is by influencing it, which has clear advantages. The other is by keeping it independent. I'm curious if it will have economic mechanisms in play, like exploiting goods that have your currency strengthened, but also inflation as well. No, literally, inflation is a massive thing in this. Like, we're trying to recover from terrible inflation. The worst case game doesn't provide correct context. Clear, cough, full, full, cough. The media must be independent. Ideally, yes, but an unpopular leader will not be able to pass even the easiest reforms. It is of utmost importance to maintain public popularity and avoid any damaging scandals or mistakes. I must stress one thing, Mr. President. The more people we have supporting our agenda, the more we can accomplish. With someone on our side in an influential media organisation, we can do this very easily. Two wrongs don't make a right. Maybe, maybe not. It's hard to figure out what happened to our President Alfonso last year. Things got even worse after his cabinet resigned and the media started to slander him. But that was a result of his own incompetence. 2 knocks were heard on the door. Please, come in. Olivia Suno, my new secretary, entered the office. Olivia Suno is right up here. Her dark curls bounced as she crossed the room to my desk. She spoke with a slight lilt in her voice. Excuse me, Mr. President. Mr. Galade's secretary has been calling me and wanted to relay a message. Marcel Koronti, the new CEO of the HOS conglomerate, is next in line for Mr. Galade. Is on the line for Mr. Galade. Well, the ball is in our court now. Would you like to talk to him, sir, or would you like me to? I'll talk to him. Connect him to my office. Shy masters of the world for that. A bit of old, really, mechanism, debt, budget, and diplomacy. Right away, sir. Connecting the call to line 1. Ooh, I like the phone noise. Let me turn this game up as well. It's quite a quiet game, I feel. At least I turned it down maybe a bit too much. Let me see if I can just quickly turn that back up a little bit. Because it was really loud earlier. Olivia left the room and the phone started to ring. I picked it up. It's a pleasure, Mr. Koronti. Hello, Marcel. Too much information. That's fair. Hello, Mr. Koronti. It's a pleasure, Mr. Koronti. The pleasure is all mine. I know your time is valuable, so I'll not waste any of it. I was just elected the CEO of the HOS. My strategy is running for this conglomerate will be different than my father's approach. That's why I'm offering a partnership deal regarding our media branch. I'd like to formally invite you to my resort near Conriat for a meeting to discuss the details. I have to refuse interest in... Yes, dialogue is very dismaying. There is a lot of dialogue here. What does that entail? Our future as partners, Mr. President. Surely we can't talk over the details over the phone. I'll just have a face-to-face conversation with you. I'll send you details through my secretary if you are interested. Thank you for the offer. I'll be interested in a meeting. You'll not be disappointed, I promise. Well then, I will let you return to your packed schedule. See you later, Mr. President. See you later, Mr. Koronti. I hung up the phone. I'll set things right away. I expect a worthwhile meeting next month. That's settled then. Looking forward to next month. I wonder if he has a pool. Lucian looked at his watch. It appears we're done for today. We'll continue where we left off later. Thank you for your time. Good work. See you soon. Good work with Marcel. Keep it up. Lucian and Peter nodded before gathering their documents and leaving my office. You're already getting the attention of key figures, potentially dangerous ones. Oh god, I don't know how the days work in this, by the way. News, 28 news. Oh, oh, we have to read all of this. Ah! How? My brain. Oh my goodness! Look at all of the news. Swordland today. Koraf Koronti passed away. Suspicious fire ravished Stew. Fueling socialists. All of this. President Anton reign. I know we don't have to read it. But I like that it's a thing, that if we want to like read all of this and use it as knowledge for ourselves to grow, it's quite interesting. I'll scroll through it, so if anyone watching this later on wants to have a little read, more than welcome to. See, this will be ending up on YouTube. And there's a great way to plug. Another USB president. I can. I feel like it's going to take so long to read it that I would rather not for now. Overview. Wait a second. Situation. Experienced generals. I like it. Policies. I mean, our policies... we have a lot of things to sort out, don't we? Without the timing of the game, because dialogues are kind of central to the game, but for games like this, news are important, mostly to educate yourself as a leader would too. Yeah, I mean, if I was like a real leader, I would read through every single report you could get. Campaign Finance Bill, read the report, Tourism Act. The Grand National Assembly in Whole Sword is readying the Swordland Tourism and Culture Preservation Act. This act aims to enhance the cultural and tourism appeal of several cities, including Borin, Ribery, Lachavin, Anrika, and Benfi, in a collective push to make Swordland a global tourist destination. In Borin, there's seen a significant surge of demand in local wines. This sudden increase has led to a busy season for vineyards and wineries across the region. The cause of this rise in demand comes from international interest and is in certain driving economic activity in the city. Wineries are ramping up production to meet the increased demand. A new trend can further stimulate the region's economy. So this is like this reports on the regions. Oh, I clicked off that one. Whoops. Interesting. So it's like, I wonder if this region open city information, codex entry, if I could be like, hey, make some more wineries here. No, etc. What did I do? Oh my god, I clicked off by accident. Where? Yeah, that looks like the UK. Where am I? Where's my country? What have I done? National map and regional map. So where am I? There's Rizia. Burgia, Spear. Where's me? Where's me? Swordland is here. So this is us. So we've got Lesbia here. We've got Rizia here. We've got Wellen there. We've got, oh my god, the Kingdom of Rumberg is huge. Kingdom of Erdmark, United States of Kalrad. So but we've got coastal. We've got coastal access. We've got nice. The Markian Sea. Valgsland. We could become friends. We'll try and become friends with as many people as we can. Okay? We'll get this. Let's look at our national issues before we go to our global issues. Let's read our reports. Nature Preservation March. The Nature Preservation Foundation in Loren has organised a march promoting the ecological practices of nature preservation. The event witnessed significant participation, demonstrating the local community's commitment to environmental issues. This peaceful demonstration has successfully raised awareness about Loren's unique biodiversity and environmental challenges. Local authorities have noted the event and the message conveyed by the foundation. I read it and summarise because nobody got time for that. Not what they do, as far as I know, is at least theoretically calculate because of ease of manipulation. Lachavin Sea Rig maintenance. The Gason Sea Rig off the coast of Lachavin has paused oil extraction operations for essential maintenance. The rig has been a significant contributor to Lachavin's oil output, and its temporary shutdown could impact the city's production levels. The maintenance lines remain uncertain. The local government is monitoring the situation and making arrangements to ensure minimal disruption to the city's oil supply, until then normal operations remain suspended. Lack of investment. The Mayor of Arvery, Eric Neal, reports a lack of adequate infrastructure around Arvery, which seriously undermines the attractiveness of Arvery's investment climate. Foreign investors, particularly from Agnolia, are becoming hesitant to invest in the city. Meanwhile, according to data published by the National Business Council, around 19% of the company's total expenditures in Argland is absorbed by logistical costs, while in peer regions the figure is below 10%. Oh, because who's 1v1ing you in chess, Danish? I think you versus Don. And with a bridge as like a third player. Freeway chess, that's a real thing. Crazy. The region of Burgia is among the worst hit regions in Swordland, where homelessness has skyrocketed since the economic recession. The number of homelessness in the city of Dre is more likely to increase by 25% in the last year. The rise was particularly stark among bludish people, where homelessness increased by 72% in just 6 years. It was reported that homelessness among the ethnic minorities had reached the highest level in more than a decade. The bludish minority of the people have now account for 47% of homeless people there. Oh, we'll definitely do a 1v1. When I'm not streaming one of the nights, we most definitely can if you wish. Infrastructure report. The recession led to a reduction in rail assets. More than a fifth of the railway network is antiquated, being mothballed in recent years. While the main lines of the railway network are currently in service, increasing demand in goods from Gelsord to the capital is pushing the network to its limits. The rail signaling system in the region dates from the middle of the last century, is also in need of improvement. Logistical issues. In recent updates from Wholesale, the mayor expressed growing concerns about the escalating traffic congestion linked to the city's bludgeoning population and rapid urban expansion. Logistical reports pinpointing a significant increase in traffic volume and subsequent slowing of transportation routes as the capital's most pressing issues. The mayor stressed that the lack of comprehensively designed large-scale land-based logistics hub served as a converging point for all transporters, is exacerbating the issues faced by domestic transporters. Given Wholesale's status as a sprawling metropolis, the current situation where transporters have established separate centres across 10 different districts is scattered and inefficient. Interesting. Police reports on HSU fire. A fire broke out in the academy. 1892. We know about that. Public opinion report. People's views on the need for democratic reform and government structure has changed over the last decade. False propaganda from the leader of People's Freedom and Justice Party, Franz Richter, have resulted in a massive increase in demand for democratic reform. It's estimated that 55% of the population supports the reformist ideas. Party committee report. There's so many reports. Alright, let's just read them. Low production in Agnland. The reports contention alarming low levels of productivity growth in Agland, where also high rates of food insecurity, malnutrition, and rural poverty in parts of the region. He's the only sane person in this group of four. The recent collapse of the tourism industry in Lapland has led to reducing trade traffic and road maintenance. The road network is currently in service, but is in need of substantial improvement. Ports, country roads, and bridges similarly suffer from a lack of investment. Firms doing business like Lenkerg report significant shortage of warehousing facilities, particularly refrigerated facilities, with implications both for the transportation system and the ability to serve the population's basic food and health needs. Promising agricultural growth. Literally, we go from one which is like no food to this having loads of food. For the first time in 3 years, the agricultural output of Sana has increased. Many experts link the increased output to both a drop in temperature and new farming practices that have been adopted in recent years. Additionally, farmers are now accessing more generous credit allowances from the government that were left from the old Alfonso administration. The Ministry of Agriculture reports that the region's agricultural industry has the potential to become a powerhouse in the future if investment persists. Congratulations for Prime Minister Alvarez. Prime Minister Alvarez congratulated you on your results and spoke about his hopes to have a beneficial partnership deal in the future. Sends best wishes to the Swedish people and warned us about threats from the encroaching influence from United... I can't pronounce that. Millenniavist? Influence of United Contanda from the east, emphasizing the importance of unity in our continent, Makopa. Chancellor Hegel sends congratulations on your great victory and wish for our close cooperation between our countries in the future. Hegel signals concessions from Valskland in case of promising trade deal. He also congratulated Swedish democracy for the successful election and warns about the threat from Acacia's growing influence posed for Eastern Makopa. Oh my god, imagine if Danish was not Danish at all. That would be a plot twist. It's like me not being a president without my fine outfit. I mean, be unbelievable. President Smolak sent his congratulations on the election victory and wished for a cooperative future between Wellen and Swordland, signaling a desire to normalise diplomatic situations between the two countries. Questions from PM Van Horten. Prime Minister Van Horten congratulated us on our election and praised our party's stance on just and transparent elections. He signalled his wishes to continue the trade partnership between our countries as equal partners, as opposed to earlier trade deals, which he believed gave us Swordland unfair advantages. Denmark for Denmark! The Republic of Cairo congratulated President Anton on his recent election victory in Swordland. Chancellor Inost Adruma of Cairo extolled Swordland's democratic process and the peaceful transition to power, emphasising shared values. Cairo expressed positive outlook to continue diplomatic collaboration and mutual growth with Swordland. King Romus Taurus of Rizia has formally extended warm congratulations to President Anton following his electoral success. In an official address, he praised Swordland's so-called democratic ethos and expressed a keen interest in fortifying bilateral ties under the Reign administration. The king anticipates a future of close cooperation and mutual respect between the two nations, regardless of governmental differences. I'm going to quickly open my window. It's actually quite warm in here. The suit isn't helping. And if you can't see the trousers, I am not in pajamas. Oh, I'm going to go cuddle Dingbat. 1 second. She looks very cute. And my trousers have been exposed. Hello. That's a cute cat. That is a cute cat. Oh, we're back. It's really uncomfortable to work at. I don't know how people work at an office in a suit. I never had to do that. Sleep for after my rich 3 hours sleep last night. See you around the Valance's president will be brutally killed. That's fair enough. Thank you so much for joining Bridge. I hope you have an absolutely amazing night, and I'll catch you later, bud. ATO advocates for global human rights amid tensions. In response to growing global tension, the Occasion Treaty Organization, an interwoven military and economic alliance of 14 countries led primarily by Acacia, has issued an expansive report examining the state of human rights worldwide. Blah, 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 security, whatnot. Fine. I'm sorry, naps. So basically, like, 2 sides. The client energy output of Valgan Dam. Yeah, makes sense. Output due to its age. Plans for refurbishment and modernization of dam can be proposed in future if necessary. Tourism potential in Ribery. We know of this. Oh no. Yeah. Cool. So this is like, it's looking better. Gas field discovered. Oh, we could enhance the city's energy supply and play a significant role in the broader energy landscape of Scotland. So joins the HSU investigation. General staff gathers. We're losing importance. Oh, the port's lost importance. No. Is that everything? We're nearly there. Toodaloo, Britain. Advantageous to law. A little bridge in every one of us. There's a little bridge everywhere. Invest in mega infrastructure. Decision to invest in 1 or 2 planned mega infrastructure projects. Ooh, are we the other mega infrastructure? Okay, we've got decisions to make, but we've looked through all of our general knowledge for now. And if you go to regional map, we can't like talk to a nation. Like Swordland's here. That's be open country information. We can't just ring them and be like, hey, we'll be friends. I imagine that's just not the case. Old sword, swordish. 16th in the world for GDP. Yeah, no jokes. No jokes. No. Let's go back to whole sword and get our information here, and then we'll decision to invest in 1 or 2 planned mega infrastructures. Blatcher then. Let's do this. Let's go away from our -1 government budget. The Mission Economy has put forward 2 bold plans for mega infrastructure projects that would help the economic recession in the long term. Investing in projects this scale will take up some proportion of our budget, but could prove worthwhile if accomplished successfully. What's the other thing? It's just 1 here right now, isn't it? Yeah, cool. Let's do it. Let's do it. We've got 8 government budget. Return to decision. Invest in infrastructure, mega budget. Let's do it. We've invested. In hopes that it will help us grow our economy in the future. Open the city's information. 3.3 million, a 3rd population ranking, 1st in GDP. Okay, so investing in this will be a good decision. The gateway is one of the largest ports and hubs. It's saying it's lost its like need now, but it's an industrial centre and PFJP major. Okay. There's a lot about it. But we're going to help our entire nation become rich and prosperous. Even if it must take time. Open Campaign Finance Bill. Electoral Campaign Finance Bill. Section 1 of this bill stipulates a significant change in the methodology of public funds allocated to political parties. The new measures replace the previous system based on the number of votes won in the general election, with a system reliant on the proportion of seats secured by a political party in the Assembly. Section 2 sets the annual financial allocation to political parties of 500,000 Ren per each member of Assembly. This shift ensures that financial support from the public funds align more closely with a party's representative influence within the legislative body. Section 3. The consequential effect of these amendments will effectively lead to a substantial increase in the election budget from the USP, and a minor augmentation for other parties present in the Assembly. This restructuring of funding fosters more proportional representation of party presence within the Assembly. Section 4 highlights an important consequence of this reallocation. Parties that do not meet the 10% election threshold will see their public funding effectively curtailed. This measure ensures that public resources are concentrated towards parties with significant representation in the assembly. Yes, I think this is one of the things we agreed in the finance bill, is that we would do this. So let us do this. Sign. What? Oh, no! Oh, the party power is doubled. I mean, that's not great. No. I didn't mean to do that. I didn't want unfair funding, but it felt like that was more correct. Oh, decision in the potential infrastructure projects. 1 second, lose. Funding reform. Radical. USB hijacks elections. Even let's open up the report here. The view towards the Marquian Sea from Latchoven was nothing short of exquisite. The seaside state residence fitting name was the Blue Mansion was large, fine, and accommodating. Contextual inconsistencies, done, told you. Yeah. But enjoying the luxurious mansion wasn't the main reason of our visit. We gathered the economic team here to discuss an infrastructure investment project. Half an hour had already passed since the start of the meeting. Fortunately, I did not even have the chance to have my usual afternoon coffee. Looking from the view from the windows, I let my mind drift for a couple of seconds. Simon's voice brought me back into the ongoing discussion. Mr. President, we'll need to focus on boosting the economy as quickly as possible. One of the fastest ways to achieve this is through infrastructure projects. What can we focus on? On one hand, businessmen are complaining about the low logistical rail network between Holsword and Latchoven. I should have notepadded my promises. Technically, I didn't lie. I have reformed. I've reformed something. It's made it more fair. It's just not so good for the smaller parties. But it's what it is. Lilia started talking as soon as someone took breath. On the other hand, citizens are criticising the lack of proper highway connections between Latchoven and Aravi. The narrow roads by the seaside are not only dangerous, but also difficult to traverse. We need to pick the most profitable option for economic growth. The citizens and their demands matter the most. True, citizens matter the most, but if we don't have business, nothing can happen. Do we do the rail or do we do the roads? We need to do roads. Citizens and demands matter the most. The demands are just. The dire situation in the road infrastructure between Latchoven and Arvery can't be neglected. But in return, the investment will be low. Our concern should be economic growth. It is not business people who are suffering now, but the ordinary folk. What really matters is that your first economic act accomplishes something tangible. To prove our capabilities, the people must know that the administration can get things done. The nation bring out a recession. To that point, I defined 2 important projects for your attention: the H3 highway project and the L1 high-speed railway project. Mr. Rolbury positioned himself in his chair. The ministry can only support one project at a time with our current capacity and budget. Let's move on to the details of each. So which will you want to hear about first? H3 highway project. The H3 project aims to improve the abysmal state of the road network of the Agnolia region bordering Agnolia. The area is home to several million Agno-Swordish and Swordish citizens who currently feel neglected. There's no proper highway connections to and from Agneland. The mayor of Arvery, Eric Neal, has been asking for a bigger budget to develop the region's infrastructure. He told us that even trucks are having a hard time travelling through the main roads. The increased traffic is causing trouble for people commuting in and out of the region. Can't leave the request to a party member unanswered. Cumbersome for the citizens, I agree this could also hurt local business. It's be cumbersome for the citizens. It is, bless their souls. I'm happy we're thinking alike on the matter. Let's take a more detailed look at the upgrade proposal. Look at the map. Yep, the H3 route starts here at Latchoven. And from here it leads to Lenkirk. And from there it goes all the way to Arvery. As a result, the road network towards the Agnolian capital Starport will improve substantially. Pauses and leads into her chair. As mayor, I saw the central government continuously neglect our country's Agno-Swordish dominant regions. Is this administration going to continue this kind of negligence? We should no longer neglect the key region for our trade with Agnolia. Respected as swords like all of us. Yes, there should be no preference or separation among the Swordish citizens, meaning we have to think about what's best for the Sword country after all. It has been pointed out that the highway would be less beneficial in the short term. I have to disagree. It'll increase the speed of transportation throughout the region. Our citizens will be quite pleased if we successfully accomplish this. Besides, if we enter trade talks with Agnolia, they will see the investment as a positive sign. Very interesting, but I still want to hear the other railway project. Very interesting, but still want to hear about the other. Your predecessor, Alfonso, failed to deliver on this campaign promise, but now we have the opportunity to start construction on a groundbreaking railway project. As you know, our current trains cannot meet the standards of today, as many other countries adopt new electric engine technology to power up their trains. We're falling behind. News about the electric trains in the United Cortana has piqued the business's interest. They too want to transport resources and materials from Holsall to Latchoven with great speed and efficiency. Agreed, superpowers have led their way with high quality technology. We've got to keep up. Our business bring investment, cities, infrastructure support their growing population. This should be our priority: growth and development, hospitalization. Our plan is to upgrade the old L1 line from Holsall to Latchoven. It will transform into a high-speed railway. Look at the map. So Holsall, I'm just here at the capital. There we go. Enrica, and then connect to Gelsord. After which we reach Latchoven, our economic powerhouse. Leans forward. The L1 line will significantly boost the economics of the new linked cities and even the rural areas between Latchoven, which is our primary port. So the goods unloaded there, we transport the Holsall much faster. Which would link these rural areas in the middle of major cities accordingly. I believe this would be beneficial to the business. Some regional little sense. No. We're talking about the wealthiest regions, forgetting about England, which needs the investment far more. Wherever Enrica coalesced or requested the project to be prioritised. Businessmen in the region will be very content, which in turn will increase investment and employment. Therefore, I recommend the L1 to high-speed train. I've settled a decision. Right. I'm going to do the road. Because my thoughts are, right now, the people they've had bad policy after bad policy after bad policy. We're going to have a long time to pull ourselves out of recession. We're already in a deep recession. So what if we ride it a little bit more, and then curtail it upwards afterwards with happy people? I think happy people will be much easier to manage. What will be your choice, Mr. President? Patriot Highway project to move the infrastructure in a poorer region. Thank God. I knew that you would see reason. Negotiation will begin in the middle of this year. You'll be able to award the contract to a corporation of your choice. The ministry estimates that construction will be completed in 2 years, if every step going forward is executed successfully. Thank you for your contributions and thoughts. See you soon, Mr. Rain. Have a great day. Have a nice day, Mr. President. Evening settled on the beautiful coastline of Latchoven. Whew! We're helping our people. H3 under construction. Let's get it done. Get the roads here connected. That way we'll have more direct access, because we still have trains. That's something to be aware of. It's not like the roads here are dire and people are dying, essentially. Whereas over here, pardon me, we already have a train line. It's dated, but there is a train line. So we've got things to figure out. What's our overview right now? Economy. Yeah. Go to Holsall, invest in Arcadian company stocks. Go to the map very quickly, make sure there's nothing here falling for us. Just Arcadian company stocks. A personal investment opportunity has been relayed by Mr. Manger, sorry. An experienced stockbroker in Inventory City. Arcadia is selling valuable shares of Ardine Industries, an up-and-coming electronics manufacturing company. We can invest or let the opportunity pass. Ooh, we could buy 1,000 shares for one personal wealth. I mean, Republic cash. Look like they're growing. We trust Mr. Gus. If Gus is leading us astray, we'll know Gus is not good at his job. We've used one of our personal wealth to do that. Also, reception of the inaugural ball. Oh my god, have we not even had our inaugural ball yet? Hey, see you in a little bit, Don. Thank you for joining in, bud. Have we not even been inaugurated yet? Is that what's happened? God, can you imagine we've done all of that? It's not even been a day. I just finished buttoning up my suit jacket when the doorbell rang. The presidential guard had arrived to pick us up for the inaugural ball. The ball was a 3-decade-old tradition, breathlessly anticipated by politicians, bureaucrats, and the press. All eyes were about to be on me. I called on Monica to get the children ready. Looking in the mirror, I straightened my tie and took a deep breath. After all, after tonight, there would be no turning back. Suddenly, Dina hugged me from behind, startling me a little. Monica had fixed her hair into an elaborate braid woven through with ribbons. Papa! Mama told me it's time to go. Hello, darling, I'm ready. Where's your brother? Tell your mother I'll be ready soon. Stroke her hair. Pat, pat, pat. Someday I'll have to pry the boys away from you. You're present someday. You know that? Only when I'm old like you, she giggled. It's almost time to leave. The big ball was starting in less than an hour. Now, where's my first lady? Darling, Frank, it's time. Monica, Frank, enough fussing around. Let's get the move on. Darling, Frank, it's time. Monica came down the stairs. She was wearing a simple yet elegant beige sheath dress and short heels. Her hair had been neatly pinned into a chignon showing off the pearl earrings I'd given her for our 15th anniversary. All those years she stayed by my side. Now we're about to begin the most challenging chapter in our lives yet. How do you do, Mr. President? Kiss her hand, embrace her, just stand there and look at her. Embrace her. Monica, my love, you look as gorgeous as the day we married. Now, there's the charm that got you exited. Frank trudged down the stairs. This thing itches. Frank tugged at the collar of his new tuxedo. He seemed ill at ease. Are you all good to go, Frank? I'm glad to have you with us for this big night. Sure, Dad. I'm just dying to go. Papa, are these people going to be around us from now on? She pointed at the presidential guards at the door of the house. Yes, Solon's most important family needs extra protection. Unfortunately, yes, they can't leave her side until tail end. She'll get used to it. These people are our friends, Dina. It's alright, baby. They're here to make sure nothing bad happens to your papa. Or his family. Monica held Dina's hand. Together, flanked by the guards, we walked out the door. Halfway to the car, Frank stopped abruptly and turned towards me. Dad, do I really have to go? Couldn't I stay home instead? I'm nervous myself, Frank, but I'd feel a lot more confident with my son by my side. Party's thrown for me. Don't you want to support your father? You'll love it, son. I'm sure there'll be plenty of pretty girls to dance with. Don't make me angry, Frank. I'm going to tell him that I feel a lot more confident with my son by my side. Frank smiled reluctantly. Well, when you put it like that, sure. Let's go. Again, we're going to be a good leader to our people, our family, and our friends. The Presidential Guard showed us the way. As red and blue lights flashed around us, Serge, my driver, ushered us into an armoured limousine. The motorcade started moving towards the palace. I gazed out the window, deep in thought. Anton, what are you thinking about? Nothing. Nice car, isn't it? With all that's been happening, I'm wondering if I made the right choice. I'm thinking we've come a long way together, haven't we? Yes, we have. And there's still so much to do that will be accomplished, side by side. Just remember, no matter what happens, the children and I will always be here for you. I'm going to help Papa fix everything. Frank rolled his eyes. I know you will, honey. We'll see, darling. This is a great deal to me. Let's just enjoy tonight. This means a great deal to me. After what seemed like a few minutes, the convoy slowed to a halt. Serge rolled the limousine's soundproof partition. Oh, rolled down the partition. We are here, sir. Hope you enjoyed the drive. I did, Serge. Thank you. Much appreciated. How are you today? I'm just as good as I can be, but today's your day, sir. I'm glad you're in charge now. You know, my entire family voted for you. Thank you and your family. I'm here with all of your support. I won't let your family down, Serge. I don't doubt that, sir. You're the one who sparked a glimmer of hope in us all. Serge, open the door for me. The normally imposing palace was festooned with garnished banners that merely made it look cheerful. A line of shiny luxury sedans stretched around it. Politicians, bureaucrats, and celebrities, the creme de la creme of the Swordland elite, streamed inside the building. Good luck out there, Mr. President. I'll see you on the trip home. Ding, bat, ding, bat, ding, bat. I'll see you on the trip home. I stepped out and immediately found myself surrounded by loud voices and camera flashes. Hordes of eager journalists thrust their portable microphones my way. My guards fended most of them off, but one woman managed to dodge them and corner me. I recognised the Saudia Broadcasting Company logo on her lanyard. Mr. President! Mr. President! Do you plan on working together with the opposing parties on the expected constitutional reforms? This night for celebration of politics now. If the opposition is willing to support us, we're going to work with everybody. We are going to work with everybody. Mr. Richter clarified that as long as you hold your promises of democratisation, they will support you on this issue to the end. What do you think about this statement? I welcome it. This is a challenge. They will support you on these issues to the end. We want the other parties to join him in this endeavour. Honestly, I don't expect much from him. I can't comment since I haven't seen his statement yet. You have found the emote. That's a lot of cats. Here's a challenge result. We want the other party to join him in this endeavour. One more question. One of your first acts as president was to sign a campaign finance law allocating public election funds by seats in the assembly as opposed to the number of votes. Is this a deliberate attempt to fund the Communist Party and the Blundier Workers' Party, neither of which have reached their election threshold? I've had it re-questioned. I was agreed by the majority of the GNA. I couldn't use my veto on my first day. Perhaps it was. If left unchecked, those two parties can make trouble with us. Is to ensure the USB has the funds we need to stay in power long enough to truly bring democracy. It was agreed for by the majority of the GNA. I couldn't use my veto on my first day. That's enough, ma'am, said one of my guards while nudging the reporter away from me. The path through the crowd was now open, and we quickly made our way to the entrance of the palace. At the same time, a dozen fireworks went off. The entrance was decorated with beautiful ribbons in Swordland's colours of white, yellow and maroon. A lush maroon carpet had been rolled down the stairs. We entered the lobby and joined the throngs of people making their way towards the ballroom. Behind me, I heard a familiar voice. There they are, the most beautiful family in Swordland. Uncle Peter! Hi, Uncle Peter. It's great to see you. You two have grown faster than I am getting wiser. Are sure you getting any wiser, Peter? Your slight sore eyes, Peter, Mr. Vice President. Sure you getting any wiser, Peter? Maybe not after all, I'm still sticking with you. I have to see a familiar face, Peter. Evelyn. Peter's wife, Evelyn, approached us and shook her hand with a firmness and belied her delicate features. Congratulations, Anton. I have to say, the results were clear to me from the beginning. Appreciate it, Evelyn. It makes a lot. Worked hard to make it happen. I wish I was as sure as you. There's a woman behind every successful man. What a gentleman. Monica smiled at me. Monica, how are you? You've barely said a word. I'm more than relieved to have this roller coaster ride out with. But of course, now the real work begins. Ah yes, managing the help. Danish, if you ever find yourself subbed, you will get premium emotes. Even if you have, say, Amazon Prime, you can Prime sub. Or one day, if you ever feel it, it's around. So I do some custom emotes, which are pictures of dingbats and me with sunglasses. It's one of the things I've done for like subs. I can't really do too much, but a little bit. Yes, managing the help. Planning parties, daily trips to the saloon, salon to look the best for foreign dignitaries. Don't be so old-fashioned, Evelyn. I use my power as First Lady to advance the position of women throughout Swordland. Equal rights for our sex are long overdue. Wouldn't you say, Anton? As long as you don't burn the roast. Am I right, Peter? Oh, God. Up to a point, yes. They must... Oh, absolutely. And we'll get them together to achieve... That's my wife. I'm never content to be just a pretty face. Absolutely. We'll work together to achieve that. Monica flashed a smile at me. Dina suddenly jumped in between us and tugged on my sleeve. Papa, can we go? I want to see the ballroom. Yes, it's time. Let's go. Of course, darling. Let's not delay any longer. Moved to the ballroom. We left the lobby and made our way towards the ballroom. Inside, we were yet again surrounded by a noisy crowd, but this time as politicians who sought to appease the new authority in Swordland. I spent the next few hours shaking hands, joining various conversations, some serious, some superficial, and making speeches. And we finally settled down at our dinner table with the Vecturns and the band started playing some slow jazz tunes. Ooh, that was tiring. We have to get used to it. What, you're tired already? Another drink? I have to shake another hand again. Suddenly, a loud banging noise echoes from outside the ballroom. Then another, and another. The musician stopped playing. Everyone in the room was looking around in confusion. Peter and I turned towards each other, realization dawning on both of our faces. Fireworks? No! Gunshots! As soon as Monica heard the word, she lunged from her seat. Shield Monica and the kids. Threw myself on Monica, Dina, and Frank to shield them. Papa, what's happening? I knew it. We never should have gone. Chaos broke out as the guests flung themselves under their tables and others ran towards the door, screaming. Dina burst into tears while Frank tried to comfort her, hiding the fear in his own eyes. 3 more gunshots rang out loudly. Mr. President, are you all right? Carl Rizia, head of the Swordish police force, was running towards us with 3 more police officers in decorated uniforms. They all had their guns drawn. Cats! Ah! There's a cat over there. There's the inspiration. You can't really see it. You can see a bum. As soon as he made it to us and saw that we were unharmed, he let out a big sigh of relief. Thank God. What the hell is going on? Status report. Status report. 1 second, Mr. President. He turned around quickly to his men. Check the perimeter. Oh, I should have really done check the perimeter. Paul, Jansen, follow my lead. We'll bring them to the safe room. He now turned to Monica, Evelyn, and the children as he spoke in a softer voice. Do not worry, the situation is under control. Please follow me. We promptly followed Carl throughout the winding halls and corridors of the palace. His men still had their guns drawn, which did nothing to ease attention. On the way, Peter made an attempt to break the silence. What a fucking night. It's not over yet. Shh. Now, Peter. You shut your mouth up again. Say that again. Carl turned to us with a serious face. We're about to round a corner. Quiet, please. Sorry. I talk when I get nervous. Peter, shut up. Carl flipped a switch on the wall and a panel opened, revealing a hidden staircase leading to a large reinforced door. Inside, a set of emergency lights flickered on. The safe room was comfortable and spacious, with expensive-looking leather sofas. Small security monitors on the wall displayed grainy footage of each room in the palace. There was a boardroom and a pantry containing enough precision to last us months. Monica and Evelyn sat the children down and started wiping their tears. Carl stepped away from us and made a few radio calls. When he was done, he returned to me and Peter. Tell me, do I have clowns for security force? That's bad. Are we under attack? Who's attacking us? What's going on? So, what's the status? Carl's radio suddenly cracked to life. Every second felt like an eternity as he pressed his ear to the receiver. When it fell silent, he turned to us. Good news, we're not in any danger at the moment. The situation was dealt with and the perimeter has been secured by the guards and the police. Cats! Cats. Do love the cats, Danish. Yeah, we got that emote for free when we, from Twitch. I think it's a normal emote, but it's nice to have. I like it. Nice with Monica, Evelyn, and the kids. If I may, sir. He gestured towards a more private corner of the room and started speaking more quietly. This is what we know so far. We've confirmed that 2 people were gunned down in front of the palace. The attacker is one of them, and we have reason to believe he was working alone. Fired 3 shots at an MP, 1 to the head, 2 to the body, instantly killing him. Presidential guards at the palace immediately shot and killed the attacker. He's not been identified yet and will require an investigation. The MP that was killed was identified as Bernard Circas. Ah, what a great moustache! Poet, novelist, story-writing, communist politician. He's acclaimed for his lyrical flow and was regarded to be leader of the Swedish avant-garde. Ooh. It's not great. This is huge, Anton. This will cause a lot of problems. A lot of problems. Peter pulled out 2 cigarettes and handed me one. He then turned to Evelyn. I could hear him trying to reassure that everything was going to be alright. Monica was trying to tend to Dina and as Franc paced the room, mumbling that he should have stayed home. Comfort Monica and the kids. Peter, old friend, what the hell have we got ourselves into? Smoke alone. I'd comfort Monica and the kids. Sat down beside my wife and children. Nothing like this will ever happen again. I'll make sure of it. We're safe. I'll make sure everything's going to be fine. We can't be sure of anything anymore, Anton. I lit my cigarette and took a deep drag. I was going to see this through and keep my family safe. At all costs. I crushed a cigarette in the ashtray. Well, that was a interesting evening, wasn't it? So, with one of our people dead, we're going to need to do some bits. USP, PF, JF, NFP, and Independence. We can gain the Independence and a few others. We need the PFJ. We need all of them. We can get a majority government, because we're only like, we're about halfway. Good, 130 or 250, but still, we need to get to that, what is it, 150, 160 point? So we need to take a few more people on. News, I think this will be a good one to read. Swordsland today, MP shot, nation shot, rain calls for cooperation. Swordsland's been shot by grave news today. As elected member of parliament was shot then in a suspected political assassination. Police are overheard around the clock today as the whole Sword Police Department increased security measures around the capital. The fact that such a violent act happened at the heart of the capital during the new president's inauguration celebrations had worried many citizens. The Red Youth is reported to have promised revenge. This seems like it has potential to be spark that would whirl Swordsland into political violence in the 1920s. God. It's not great. At least we have things under construction there. Emergency meeting, read the report. Increased security. Security measures in the capital have been heightened after the murder of Bernard Circas, the mayor of Holsford reports that everything is under control. Security measures around the Marine Palace have increased with the combined efforts of the Holsford Police Department and Presidential Guard. Additionally, the entrance procedures to the palace are being revised with advice from security professionals. The police chief, Carl Rizia, reports that the investigation has been launched on the murder of Bernard Circas. Ooh, not great. Emergency meeting. The mood in the Situation Room was gloomy. My cabinet members were gathered to discuss the shooting outside the palace. Lilius presented the initial report. Bernard Circas was shot dead at 9:03 p.m. in front of the palace gates. He was an elected independent member of the assembly and, as you know, a famous communist. She spat the word out with some distaste. The guards at the scene were 50 metres away and immediately took action by responding and killing the assailant, who was identified as a member of the nationalist organisation Young Swords. Uh-oh. The president is family-run harmed, praise God. An MP shot no palace absolutely acceptable with emotion of horror doubt. But why Bernard Circus? He's always been an infamous figure. His poems had a large impact in the spread of communist ideas in Swordland, and many considered him a threat. Investigators are suspecting a political assassination since the Young Swords have threatened the communists for some time. This may well create a dangerous atmosphere where the left versus right political violence of the 1920s could spark once again. A return to those days would be devastating. Who's the reason our country is stagnant for decades? Nia Morgner, the Minister of Justice, sighed. The Red Youth have condemned the killing but didn't stop there. They promised revenge. This will in turn spark further aggression from the Young Swords. The whole cycle started because Bernard Circus expressed his views. We can't simply look away. Nia has always been one of the only members of the Justice Ministry truly deserving of the name. She survived countless attacks on her character while fighting corruption within the ministry, and rising to power had only compounded a sense of moral duty. Freedom of expression is part of our constitution. We can't have anyone, let alone an MP, shot for voicing different opinions. I fully agree we should protect our freedom of speech. Fully agree we should protect our freedom of speech. Our laws do, and for good reasons. Silencing voices only result in fear and stagnation inside society. We had that before and know very well how it was. I hear your concerns. Our police do their best to uphold the rights of our citizens. We will prevent such an act from happening again by making sure our security measures are re-evaluated. Minister of Defence Iosef Lancio grunted his approval. He towered over the rest of us in full military uniform, his many war medals conspicuously on display. Agreed, ma'am. Our How do I say that? Oh, okay, so... made up word, I say. Gendarmerie will also help boost security in rural areas where possible. There might be more violence to come. We should refrain from making the issue a political one from the start. It would only add fuel to a fire. You're right, we have to defuse the situation. Our government is capable to maintain security. Our job will be to reduce tensions. Several police cars rushed past the Marine Palace and everyone went silent. Regardless, a full investigation into all involved parties is underway. We will find the subversives and punish them soon enough, Mr. President. I'll do my best to coordinate the administrative tasks. Justice will be served, and the rule of law will return to this country stronger than ever. Only if we stay vigilant as a country. We must think about the upcoming budget. It's too soon to jump to conclusion, reckless action will die. Consequently, ideally, internal stability must be maintained. Our security funding might need to be increased. We should not lose sight of real goals like constitutional reforms. I'm sure the Ministry of Interior has already taken the necessary precautions. You can be assured that our police units, intelligence units are on increased threat condition. Nobody should be able to move a finger against our government officials. Lucian took some notes after checking the latest newspapers and reports. It seems that the tensions between the communists and nationalists will escalate further. It will be very difficult to pass any meaningful change if there's chaos in the country. We can't pass any constitutional reforms in such an atmosphere where you can fix the recession if there is instability. We know we get through this and deliver our promises. Hell yeah, President Rain. This will be it for today then. We will convene again soon. Thank you all and keep us updated. The meeting concluded and the ministers left the room with concerned looks. It was hard to anticipate what would happen next. Oof. Oh, I click off that accident again? So that was an interesting one. I'm just going to quickly grab some more water just next to me. One moment before we continue. What? I go this way. Oh, I left my hallway light on as well. What? I see Dingbat winking at me 1 second. It's a cute cat to cuddle, I can't help it. There I see her looking all cuddly. Oh, continue. Have we done everything for this first go? Murder at the palace, yeah. There it is. Continue. A few days later. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh, look at all these reports. Oh my god, this is days. Days, I tell you. Oh, 1954, 1958, okay. Okay. Let us look at all of our reports. Your reports. Reports of BFF activity in the capital. The Chief of Police, Carl Rizia, reports that two Blundish women with affiliations to the Blundish Freedom Front, BFF, recording horse. Oh, thank you so much for the follow, Prussian Monarch. Oh, I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Hope you enjoyed the stream today. Welcome. Welcome in. Blundish Front has been caught in Holsford before they could execute a terror attack on a crowded rally. Both. Oh, it's Koala! Hey, Koala, how are you? We are playing a bit different of a game where I'm playing a president of a country. So today, we must take things seriously for our country to promote our values and bring Swordland to the global stage. That is the task. So we do what we must. So I thought I'd put on a little bit of an outfit for today's stream, which is just one of my old work suits. Because I leave them all worked out. And yeah, have a bit of fun with it. So I hope you enjoy if you stick around. And how was your show yesterday? How did you enjoy it? Thank you. Yeah. Before they could execute a terror attack on the crowded rally, both women listed as wanted criminals and enemies of the state. The arrested women admitted their intention to attack National Front parties rally at Seoul Square when Kasaru Kibana gave his speech but rejected any connection to the BFF. Both claimed that they were acting alone. Police reports that the situation is under control and further investigations are underway. Ton of fun, absolutely loved it. Got big cult vibes from them though. that sounds about right, to be honest. Local police forces report that a wardrobe full of heavy military equipment has been seized in a Young Swords cultural centre in Gen. Regulars of the place denied having any knowledge about the weapons. The owner of the building has been detained along with 13 people. The police captured 22 rifles and 2 machine guns. The equipment belonged to the Swedish Armed Forces, dated 1929, but kept in very good condition. Oh, they know about those. Noble has reported that it is currently too understaffed to deal with the ongoing political violence. Due to a small size of the police force in the city, they've been working non-stop and a number of officers were sent to hospital as a result of severe fatigue. Minister of Interior Elias Graf has been working with the head police Carl Rizia to address the issue. The Burgian security forces raided the local Communist Party office after alleged attacks organised by one of their members and found illegal firearms in the office. The building has been closed and 22 members of the Communist Party of Swordland have been detained. Young Swords youth wing leader dead after terror attack. Oh, great. So what you're seeing now is we're playing a game where we are basically the president of a country which is dealing with a little bit of turmoil. We've just been elected president, and in the same day, the head of a communist group was executed outside of the palace by the Swords, which are a right-wing nationalist party. Yeah, not great. So we're having to deal with the backlash of this and see what we can do. But right now I'm reading reports to get an idea of the situation that's going on. Local Young Swords youth wing leader Suzerain, Ian Torkin. Oh, Rizan. Responsibility for Noigo's attack in the Blundish market resulting in the death of 7. His base of operations was raided and he was found dead inside with 2 bullet wounds to the back of his head. The scene was organised to make it look like a suicide. We were not able to get information about the location of other ringleaders connected to terror attacks. Eat them. Munch. Oh, I think I know of some countries which may have done the same. Don't do that to me. Communist Party leaders suspected of a bomb attack. 11:48 a.m. An unattended bag in front of the NFP office in Valgan was destroyed by the police on suspicion of a bomb threat, which were then verified. Upon further investigation, the Communist Party leader of Valgan, Miltena, has been arrested in connection to the incident. Cat over there. You can kind of see her bum a little bit. She is sleeping. The leader of Agnolia has diplomatically critiqued the imbalance of trade between our countries. Concerns were raised over how much more Swordland profits from net trade in comparison to Agnolia. Prime Minister Martin van Horten requests a fair reevaluation of his treaties in further negotiations. Yeah, literally. I remember this. That's why I quote. I spoke about it before. Not on this stream though. And my friends were like, "Didn't the country eat their prime minister?" And we looked it up, and that was it. Smollett warns traitors. The latest diplomatic message from the Legion of Wellen warned us regarding a pathway from the mountains of Burgia that allowed traitors of the state escape into Swordland. President Wilkner Smollett has demanded that the border security to be increased. He also sent his best wishes about handling the process in Swordland. Soil dam at maximum capacity. The soil dam has reached its maximum capacity. The dam, a crucial element to city's infrastructure, has been handling an enormous amount of water inflow recently. With the reservoir at full capacity, the dam's operational efficiency is under scrutiny. Maintenance checks are being conducted to ensure the dam's safety. A cache, oh my god. KA-74s. Wonder what they are. A cache found in Rumberg's made weapons, including 47 brand new KA-74s, 2,854 bullets, 12 handguns, 27 grenades, and a bomb-making equipment were found in the basement of an abandoned house in Suzerain. No suspects have been detained yet. The investigation is ongoing to determine the origins of the equipment. Police overburdened in Estord. 12-hour shifts. Also supplies from Circas to nearby cities. Reports of BFF activity in the capital. Where read this? Yeah. Okay, let's back out. Whew. There's loads of news as well. George politician shot dead. Despite differences. Economists, the only way of recession bailing out business. Murder was a method of the past. Farewell, Bernard Circas. And the Volksland labour unions drive further decentralisation and economic growth for manpower workers. We're going to see what we can do. We're going to make this a brilliant country. Believe me. We'll work on it. And what's everyone up to at the moment? How is everyone doing? But just to say again, I'm very happy that you enjoyed your show yesterday, Koala. And yeah, very nice. Dinner with the family at home or security briefing on the threats against Solon. Let's have dinner with the family. After a long day at the palace, I was finally home. I thanked Sarge and walked through the front gates, nodding at the two guards as I went by. Even as I turned the doorknob, I could hear Dina rushing downstairs to greet me. I opened the door and there she was, standing in front of me with expectant eyes. It snowed in Florida this morning. Hell must be freezing over. It's not great. There's my beautiful princess. There's my bright little daughter. Lift and hug her. I lifted Dina up and hugged her while trying to keep the keys in the tray next to the entrance. She was growing fast. Lifting her up was no longer as easy as it once was. How was school? Where is your mother? Oof, that's enough of that. You're a big girl now. How's school? Boring. I like my old school better. I put her down and her expression turned serious. Papa, are the bad men gone? There's only one bad man, Dina. And yes, he's gone now. I'll never let anyone hurt you. Ever. Okay, Papa. Dina dashed down the hallway. Mama, Papa's here. Monica appeared next to the kitchen door. She was wearing an apron and holding a spatula in her hand. Dina, what did I tell you? No running in the house. Yes, Mama. Monica approached me and kissed me on the cheek. A tantalizing smell wafted from the kitchen behind her. Darling, you shouldn't have. What do we have a cook for? How was your day, dear? I'm hungry, wasn't I? How's your day, dear? Terrific. I finally got to do some grocery shopping just like old times, and I'm making your favourite. You mean? Yes, sabli is a classic wholesale delicacy. Vegetables and creamy sheep cheese sandwiched between thin layers of dough. It was absolutely my favourite dish, especially paired with cabbage, potentially unfiltered wine from Burgia. A potent unfiltered wine from Burgia. It's my lucky day. What's the occasion? Kiss her on the cheek. Kiss Monica on the cheek. I just wanted to cheer everyone up a bit. Her smile faded and she lowered her voice so that Dini wouldn't hear her, especially after what happened at the ball. I'm worried, Anton, for you, for the children, for the country. Dina suddenly appeared next to us. Mama? Yes, sweetheart? I'm hungry. We'll eat in just a minute. Will you help me set the table? Anton, can you tell Franc to come down for dinner? He's been sulking in his room all day. Monica started taking out the plates while I head upstairs to fetch my stun. Loud rock and roll music echoed down the hallway from his room. I caught a faint hint of cigarette smoke. Knock on the door. Knocked on the door. There was no response. Knock on the door again. There was still no response. Bang on the door. Sarah in Frank's room clicked off. Alright, alright. That's what I was thinking. This is like edgy teenager 101. He locked the door and opened it. What do you want? Food is ready. Turn down those records. Turn those records louder next time, won't you? I don't think the neighbours heard. I'm your father and I'll respond. I know cigarettes and join your family for dinner. All food is ready. Great, I'm starving. Franc headed downstairs to this dining room and I followed after. I won't dog him. I won't dog him. I don't smoke in real life, but I've had one cigarette and it was well before I probably should have, so... I won't dog him too much after what he's just been through. Come on, have a seat. It won't be as tasty if it's cold. As we started eating, the room went quiet. Monica's cooking was as delicious as ever, but I had a feeling that wasn't the reason nobody spoke. Monica was the first to break the silence. Hey, did you know they refurbished the grocery store? I didn't know that I don't know if you remember the owner. He's been there every day for the past 30 years. Can you imagine doing the same job for so long? What if you were president for 20 years, for example? Honestly, would that be so bad? I don't want this country to suffer under soil. Under another soul. 20 years of this, I'd be dead. Why not? We could live like kings. Honestly, that'd be so bad. Monica measured me with her eyes for a moment. My aunt once peer pressured me into smoking when I was like 4. Ugh. That's terrible. Jesus. Good God. That is not great. Anyway, the grocer really is a nice person. He threw in some extra veggies with my... Frank suddenly slammed his hand on the table, rattling plates. Monica, Dean, and I stared at him. So, this is how it's going to be. We're just going to sit here like nothing happened. Dad, you could have been killed. Mom could have been killed. Any one of us could have been killed. Dina's lower lip started trembling. Monica put her hand on Frank's shoulder. Frank, you know I would never let anything happen to you or Dina, even if it cost me my life. And what would you have done to her? What would you have us do? And yet, you're still here. You're not raise your voice to me, young man. I know, but still. Can you at least tell me if something's being done about this? It was real close, Dad. It was one rogue shooter. We were not even the target. But what if we were? Frank, listen to your father. If your father says we don't need to worry, then we don't need to worry. You have to trust him. Monica turned to me. We all have to trust each other. The burn from that smoke is still one of the things I've ever felt. I don't know if anyone could enjoy it. Yeah, not great. Not great. No. Okay, fair. Oh, I don't. Cigarette smoke has never done it for me. Now, I've gone for shisha once or twice with friends, but that's like maybe a puff of it and then I'll just leave it to them, you know, just for the kind of table. But it's never done it for me. Never done it for me. Things calmed down a bit at the table. We finished our food in silence. Frank got up first and retreated back to his room. Monica lifted Dina up and plopped her in front of the living room TV before returning to the table. She sat down across from me. Anton, he's still young. Never as long as we shielded him from the ugliness of the world. That's what worried me. I made plenty of rash decisions when I was his age. You make plenty of rash decisions now too. Frank's not the only one who's scared, Anton. I promise if there's truly any threat to this family, you'll be the first to know. All you need to do is worry about putting more delicious dinner on the table. Oh God. I worry too, Monica. Things might escalate. If there's any threat to the family, I'll let you know first. She got up, stood behind me and massaged my shoulders for a moment before leaving me alone in the dining room. I sat alone at the table and drained my glass of cabbage. Had I been lying to Frank and Dina, was that threat to my family truly over? Time would tell. I think if we're liked enough, we should be a good enough leader that we don't have any issues here. So we'll be fine. A big welcome to anyone who's joining the stream today. Hello, hello. Right, we've got issues to deal with. Security Pat, Republic. Read the report. We'll read the reports after. Look at the news. Protests across Swordland, we know about that. Protests in Gruni, we know it. Political chaos, yeah, that's fair. And unrest in Swordland. We'll deal with this. This is our national prerogative. Obviously, we're building the H3, the little roads here. Security briefing on the threats against Swordland. Let's go. Arrive in front of the doors leading to the Situation Room. Today's security briefing was arranged in two parts, starting with internal matters and moving on to external matters after a short break. The Minister of Interior, Lilius Graf, and the Minister of Justice and Law, Nia Morgner, would join us on the first part, the law enforcement briefing. I hope he gets killed in the game. Dingbat. Take out Danish. You see, I want to play this playthrough as a good, upstanding citizen, then my next playthrough is absolutely corrupt. That's the plan. For a second part of the Minister of Defence, Joseph Lancia would join with a few few high-ranking officials, including the Chief of the Armed Forces, Vulcan Kruger. I think everyone involved in this story should perish. We're all going to perish. And my last words will be for the 4th KG. I opened the door. Lucian, Nia, and Lilius rose from their seats. Sir? Not at Lucian. Sat down. Everyone in the room sat down except for Lucian. He put on his glasses and went through the documents in front of him. Shortly after, he raised his head to address attendees. Same as my last words then, yeah. Mr. President, ladies, we'll kick off today's meeting with the internal security briefing. I'm assuming everyone has already been over the agenda, but we all have busy schedules, so without further ado, I'll jump into our first topic. As we feared, the political atmosphere has worsened. The reports around the city indicate that tensions are rising as we feared. What's the status on the Bernard Circas investigation? I've received news this morning that included that the investigation to the murder of Bernard Circas has concluded. Please enlighten us. The more we know, the better. After further investigation and testimonies, we have confirmed the motive and also the events leading up to the shooting. A few days prior, members of the Red Youth Initiative initiated a violent attack on Young Swords leader in Jen. We believe the Young Swords then called for revenge, leading to the death of Mr. Circas. Since he often spoke against the Young Swords and nationalist sentiments in the assembly, he was a big target, not to mention his radical communist views. Political violence needs to stop. He had it coming then. Radical Sutherland just lost a great writer for what the Red Youth cleared the blame for since they triggered it. Political violence needs to stop. Yes, we've kept it at bay for so long, but it seems that there are now new triggers. Lilius handed over the report and pointed at the highlighted section in the document. The investigation reveals a very troubling fact. The funding sources of the Red Youth have a clear link to United Contana. Foreign nations bringing their politices into our fine country. We will not stand for it. Too much. What does this mean? That the communist superpower is meddling in our affairs. Several Red Youth members with ties to the United Contana have been detained, and the information extracted from them points to a preparation for a communist uprising in Swordland. It isn't unusual for superpowers to influence other nations, but I think this case is a little far-fetched. The left lacks popular support in Swordland. Nia eagerly lifted her hand. I motioned for her to speak. I don't think he's Swedish. I went over the reports in detail. While we were wrong to jump to conclusion about a clear foreign interference yet, United Contana has humanitarian and cultural ties with many countries, including Swordland. He's not a fanboy. True. I trust Mr. Graff's judgment. United Contana is clearly trying to expand its influence. I don't want to jump to conclusion immediate. We shouldn't create a crisis with them. Nearly 3 decades ago, they funded General Rickard and tried to establish a communist dictatorship in our country. If it was not for Colonel Sol, we would have seen the real crisis. She took a sip from a glass of water and continued. Our police chief, Carl Greiser, has linked the funding channel to the United Contana Consulate in Benfi. As we know, the enemies of Swordland are many, but we also have threats from the inside. A Panzerfaust? We all know they're in Swordlands, but we threats type of territory. We need to remain vigilant. As the government, we have to do power to any threat. Our country has always had issues as part of the job. We need to remain vigilant. 50-50 nowadays. If we give up essential freedoms to purchase temporary security, we deserve neither freedom nor security. This is debatable, but yes. We know what more security and surveillance caused to this country and the President's soul. Let's not forget that President Sol, God bless him, brought stability after a long period of bloodshed and chaos. But moving on. Our highest internal threat comes from the estimated 20,000 strong Blundish Freedom Front led by the imprisoned Dolan Arj. They're a banned political organisation, now a militant force that is trying to incite racial violence. A lot of noise but have little substance. The barking dog doesn't bite. Are they supported by Blundish citizens? Are they considered Blundish political organisations? Are they supported by Blundish citizens? To some extent, luckily that couldn't attract a wide audience of Bloods, but they could potentially attract thousands if anti-Blundish sentiment spreads in Nordland again. Lilius pointed to page 3 in the report. Our intelligence intercepted 2 crates filled with weapons close by the Rumberg border. They were filled with military-grade KA-74s. We suspect that more have been smuggled in. A group of Bloods were caught with these guns at the checkpoint not far away. The governor of Burgia, Felix Bron, is already taking necessary measures to counter the threat. Rumberg has been acting aggressively in the region for a long time. I'm not surprised that they would attempt to weaponize the Blundish people against us. This is worrying. Very worrying. We can make any direct correlation with BFF and Rumberg. I suspect to split Rumberg to the miners, but this is too far. We need to keep level-headed with Rumberg. They are looking for a reason to take actions. We can't let anyone meddle in Billy. Level-headed. Give them no reasons. They will play dirty while we play nice. It is a battle we will lose. This is grave news, but we must be careful not to stoke the fires of anti-Blundish sentiment. Bludish. Unfortunately, Governor Bron is directly causing the tension to increase with his increasingly anti-Blundish stance. I must remind you, Governor Bron is directly responsible for the arrest of Dulage Arj, the previous leader of the BFF. It's true that his methods can be extreme at times, but it was his politics that kept the region peaceful over the last decade. He is misusing the power given to him by Tarquin Sol. The insane authority of the governor is surely a root cause. It would be very difficult to revoke the special status of Burgia under current circumstances, Ms. Morgner. The president no longer has the authority of Tarquin Sol enjoyed. For now, yes, but with enough justification for it, it would be possible. Anyway, we'll be discussing this at a later time. Tell me more about Special Zone now, I'd like to hear more. Burgia has always been a region of chaos and trouble. We must be careful. Tell me more about the Special Zone. As you know, Burgia was given a special status by Tarquin Sol after a full-scale uprising by the BFF against the Swordish government in 35. Those couple years were disastrous for Burgia. Dulin, Arj, and the BFF declared war on us, openly attacked our people, and occupied entire cities. It was a massing uprising, but I'd like to point out the longest time they were in control of the city was 2 weeks. I wouldn't call it that an occupation. Despite the arrest of Dulin Arj in 44 and the BFF ceasing its activities, the special status of the region was never revoked. Today, the special zone of Burgia gives the governor insane amounts of authority. He was in trouble with the law before not following the central government's authority. Unfortunately, Burgia also has its own police forces directly commanded by Governor Bron. They are not part of the My Ministry and only cooperate when they are forced to do so. This is a problem. Even though our forces of the authority serve in Burgia, the special zone leaves and the security of Burgia mostly in the hands of the governor. That leaves my hands tied. The discrimination Burgia suffers is maddening. We should find a way to revoke the special status of Burgia one way or another. I'd rather not disturb status quo or face all these threats. We must reverse the situation. It is absurd that the Ministry of Interior doesn't have full control of Burgia security. Governor Brown and special powers deserve credit for current peace. Discrimination, Burgia, maddening. We find a way to revoke the special status of Burgia one way or another. Reverse the situation. It is absurd that the Ministry of Interior doesn't have full control over Burgia's. I mean, I don't want to. I'll do my best, Mr. President. Mia gestured at Lilius. What is the second most important threat? It's the gang violence that is threatening the Nargis and Angland. Angland? I don't know. Angland. Regions, 2 prominent organisation crime families are at war and the potential for bloodshed is real. Which are 2 crime families? What are the 2 crime families? One is known as the Coranelli, and the others as the Skinner cartel. They used to be allies until a recent disagreement. Both of them are active in the cities of Narbel and Estord. They are playing with fire. I want them gone for good. Well, I agree with bet it would make Swordland a better place. It will not be easy. These gangs exist because corruption is so common in our country. They buy our police officers and slip by checkpoints. Lilius Graf sighed deeply. I shall be honest with you. With our current capabilities, we may not be able to prevent the further arming of separatists while maintaining order in Burgia, Nargis, and Unland. If the law enforcement budget isn't increased, I can't be fully responsible for what happens. Police units are spread thin as is. In light of this information, I might increase the law enforcement budget. I think that would be best. We will rid our country from separatists and violent thugs if you do so. I wish you would stop using the word thug, Lilius. The real problem is corruption, which is fueling the gang violence and is very likely the reason why these weapons were smuggled in. Higher budget would help us end that. Other points, corruption is the root of all evil after all. Your most recent bribes. Yeah, corruption's pretty widespread by the sounds of it in this country. We need to axe that immediately. We can look into corruption once the weapon has been found and the gangs have been beaten. Just like previous administrations, kicking the can down the road, this is what's destroying our institution. Lilius and Nia were openly scowling at each other. Lilius turned back to her notes. Well, this concludes our topic for the internal portion. Thank you for the updates, Miss Graf, Miss Morgner. Thank you for the overview. Have a good day. Until next time. The two ministers left the room. We took a short break before continuing to the second part. Upon invitation, Isef Lancia, among with three high-ranking officials from the Ministry of Defence, walked into the room. One of the men was none other than General Kruger, the Chief of the Armed Forces. Kruger. Isef made his way towards the table while the other stood by the door. Mr. President? Isef, welcome. I brought General Kruger with me due to the escalation on our borders. General Kruger stepped forward and saluted. He had a strong jaw with sharp cheekbones. His tall stature, uniform and medals, combined with his deep and intense stare, made him look threatening. He was in his 70s, yet had a bulky body which was a result of his commando training. Not only was he the second most decorated officer in Swordland, he was also the longest serving. Greet General Kruger, shake his hand, salute him. I saluted him. He smiled at a gesture and bowed his head in respect. Isef tapped his foot impatiently. He seemed uneasy with the presence of another high-ranking officer in the room. Gentlemen, thanks for coming to this significant gathering. Let's begin. Isef and Vulcan took their seats at the table while the rest of the officers stood by the door. Mr. President, the situation at the western and northern borders toward Rumberg is very tense. We are observing deployments of divisions very close to our borders. Oh god, it's a huge country. Rumberg has been actively increasing expansionists in the past decade and also interfered in Agnolia, but now they have turned their sights on us. Trust the capabilities on for alternative threats. What's your current strategy? Patrolling close to the borders with our border force and keep an army reserves division near. Seems like they want to increase the pressure both externally and internally. Mr. President, if I may. Please, General. The picture is becoming clearer. The latest information from the interior about the weapon caches, and now there is active military build-up close to our borders. The entire situation was analysed by General Staff, and our prediction is in a future territorial incursion by Rumberg. I have complete trust in the General Staff. We will not let you down, Mr. President. The General Staff are composed of the smartest military individuals. I require an increase in our military budget to enlist more soldiers. Only then we can stand strong against our enemies. The enlarged armed forces will hold them at bay. Vulcan is right. We do need an increase in the military budget. Though we don't see eye to eye exactly how to spend the budget, that much we can agree on. I have my concerns about Rumberg too. We need strong allies to withstand such a superior power. They are our nemesis. This is an understatement. Times are changing and war is coming, Mr. President. Whether we like it or not, we must be prepared. During the elections, you said nothing about focusing on military. I ask you to reconsider and to increase the military budget. The future and safety of Swordland is in your hands. I am a man of my word, Yosef. That is a valuable trait, Mr. President. However, it will not help the enemy armies are invading our cities. Our forces would crumble under a decrease, and Rumberg would be much more compelled to exploit our weakness. Our country hasn't fallen to any invading force for 200 years. We cannot let it happen, Mr. President. We should find regional allies like Vogsland, Lesbia, deter Rumberg. There are several options on the table. Rumberg wouldn't attack any allied nation with any superpower. Swordland must stand its own to defend itself. The option should be considered. One shudders at the sacrifices they would require to make. Yes, but what is the difference between losing your independence to one or the other? Everyone fell silent when a soldier entered the room and let Joseph Lancia know a call had come through from the ministry. Excuse me, Mr. President. Joseph left the room to answer. 2 minutes later, he entered the room again. His expression had changed. Mr. President, there has been Rumbergian military activity close to Narbo border. I just spoke with the local commander. Welcome, we should go to the ministry and get further updates from our branches. Understood. Rising military readiness is the first call of action. If there is truly an extraordinary attempt, we will relay it to you immediately and wait for further orders, Mr. President. Make sure they know we are observant and ready. Go and show them the might of the Swordish armed forces. Your service is appreciated, gentlemen. Remain calm. Make sure not to escalate things further. Nobody wants a war. Make sure they know we are observant and ready. Always watching, always ready is our motto, sir. Hail Swordland! Hail! They saluted and left the room. Rumberg was already testing us, and the reports from the interior indicated interference inside our borders. Communists, nationalists, blundish rebels, Rumberg expansionism. What was next? I wonder. Something has always been a key piece in the chessboard of the global rivalry between Arcadia and United Fontana. But in the recent years, there was no such aggression from Rumberg, not at these levels at least. All it takes is one tiny spark to start the flames of war. The phone rang. Rumberg had decided to close their consulate in Latchaven. Oh god. Oh, that's not great. So this big old nation wants to invade us. Swordland here. We need Lesbia, we need Wellen. What other? Rizia. Sure you could join in. You're welcome, Kairoot. Ah, Republic of Volksland. You'll love us. We know it. Wonder how it's all going to go. Actually really enjoying this so far. It's quite seems like it'll be a long game, but I'm enjoying it so far, definitely. Sorry, I just got to reply to a message. My friend's just built his new PC. He's just messaging me about it. I'm like, oh, is it work? Is it blown up? Rumours of an infrastructure project. Anonymous sources reported to Swordland today that several government officials have invited construction companies to a meeting regarding a new major infrastructure project. If true, this is great news as infrastructure in Swordland is lacking heavily needed investment. But very qualified and experienced companies like Underhall Construction win the bid. Underhall Construction was once again picked as #1 construction company by the reputable statistics Swordland. 7th time the company was selected top spot in the race. Child was appointed CEO. Gang violence claims young girl's life. Oh, in an arbor, she walked to her dog a few blocks away. Truth behind a comic crisis. Oh, there's two. 1927, never again. Geopolitical Rumberg closes consulate. That's really bad. The fact that they've closed their consulate is really bad. Like, really bad. Open report. United Fontana consulate helped protesters. Around midnight, red youth protesters clashed with young swords at the Vesord city centre, resulting in many injuries. The counter-protests were cornered in front of the United Fontana consulate after they were pushed back by police. The diplomatic mission opened its doors and red youth members escaped inside. This is still waiting outside the building for the return of the red youth members. Zarin. Rise of Golkundism? In rural areas of Burgia, Golkundism, a minor religious branch of minority, has gained a significant following in the city of Azarin in rural areas of Burgia. Mainly due to limited access to education and employment opportunities, the sect offers a sense of community, purpose, and salvation through strict adherence to its doctrines. Bludish Freedom Front, BFF, and sovereign politicizers are suspected to be behind the sudden increase in Golkundism. Many Blundish political leaders are recruiting members through grassroots campaigns, making Glondism one of the most popular religious groups in the region. However, officials fear that strict rules and practices may lead to social unrest, warranting further investigation and the development of strategies and collaboration with local community leaders to address the situation. Ooh, heck, we've got a lot going on. And this big old nation wants to invade us. Understood. Open country information. Unfriendly, overwhelming, 121 million people. 4th GDP world rank. Queen Beatrice Livingston, you haters. Government, semi-constitutional monarchy, Formbra, Rumian. We need to get part of friendly, weak, 11 million. Strong, 63 million. Sith. We need to join that. We need to join the group. We need to join a group. CSP sounds pretty good. Ah. There's AATO and CSP. Okay. What are you part of? What are you part of? Member of Grace. Royal Exchange of Commercial Guilds. OMEC. AN. Knights of Nations. Okay. What's this? I got a commercial grace. Oh, good group. We can't do anything with those countries. Urdu Svensk. Arcadia Treaty Organization. Read the reports. Oh, Arcadia develops first ICBM. Arcadia develops first ICBM. Recent intelligence briefing spotlighted Arcadia's military progress, underscoring the successful completion of the Missile 4. an intercontinental ballistic missile (ICBM) of significant power and range. The missile fall, with its estimated striking range spanning thousands of kilometers, represents a major leap in Arcasian military technology. Its precision targeting system allows for destruction of targets at long distances, thereby escalating the potential threat Arcasia poses to territories well beyond the boundaries of Western Mercopa. Interesting. I think no matter what happens, we're going to have to end up joining someone. If that's who. Who's Rizia with? Because they seem like a good choice. Umek. And Anne is what a lot of these people are 5. And Grace. Oh wow, you're part of all of them. Read the report. Morella expresses condolences for Circas. In the wake of Bernard Circus' ultimate untimely passing, Prime Minister Almas Santana of Morella conveyed heartfelt condolences to people of Swordland. The leader recognised Circus as an influential poet and advocate for millennialist ideas, lamenting his loss as a blow to the literary and political world. She called for a memorialisation of Circus' contribution to social discourse and reaffirmed Morella's commitment to the idea he espoused. CSP spotlights workers' rights and report. Drawing international attention to the pressing issue of labour conditions within the Contana Security Pact, CSP has released an insightful report on workers' rights within the member nations. As a CSP, consulting primarily planned economists grappled with the growing capitalist influence of Arcasia and the ATO, this report underscores the need for robust labour protection in the world. The document provides a thorough analysis of workers' rights and labour conditions within the CSP member nations spanning several continents. It asserts that these nations surpass the global standard, with an average minimum wage 45% higher and industrial sector unionisation rates an impressive 95%. However, it also calls for action on issues such as gender wage gap averaging 12% within CSP nations. The report concludes by advocating for broader enforcement of rigorous labour laws, embodying the CSP's commitment to social and political justice. The CSP's stance on workers' rights offers a strong counter-narrative to the ATO's capitalist orientation, emphasising the Alliance's commitment to socio-economic equality. What's whole sword? End the day at the Maroon Palace, react to the unrest. A decision to address the instability of the nation. Open city information. How are we doing? 5.2 million, still first. GDPR ranking. Widespread protest. See if we can end the protest. I wish to bring everyone together. It was late in the evening. The Maroon Palace was finally getting somewhat quiet when I returned to my office at the top. I eagerly approached my chair and sprawled out on it. It had been an exhausting day, just like every day since I took office. I cigarette, pulled some risky, leaned back and relaxed. I stretched out my arms, leaned back in my chair and took a deep breath. Holsworth's skyline was daunting but beautiful. I glanced downwards out the window and saw Serge and the guards waiting for me by the main gate. I heard a couple of knocks on the door and my secretary Livia Suno entered. Mr. President, Mr. Tusk is here to see you. What Tusk? You had a meeting with the Lofberg spokesman, so I'm sorry for not giving you a proper notice. Don't worry about it. Do your job properly next time, Juice. Maybe to keep track of everything myself. Just about to leave. Maybe we can post something with me. Don't worry about it. Thank you for your understanding. After a moment, Mr. Tusk swaggered into the room. I'd met Swordland's most prominent businessman once or twice, but never alone. He had large jowls, blindingly shiny shoes, and the air of someone who was used to getting his way. Anything to drink, Mr. Tusk? Water? Whiskey? Cognac, preferably before you were born, sweetheart. I'll check the supply room. Livia backed out of the office, shooting me an apologetic look as she did so. Walter hung up his hat, which I could see was lined with mink. This guy's so boom, 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 owns the room. Walter hung up his hat, which I could see was lined with mink. He mixed me with a long, hard stare, then broke into a toothy grin. Good evening, Mr. President. I'm here to congratulate you. We both sat down. My business partners and I wish you a successful term as the leader of our nation. Thank you, Mr. Tug. I'm tempted to get to the point, Mr. Tusk. Why are you really here? I don't want to be rude to him, but I feel like he'd like this. I see that you're not very welcoming, Mr. President. I really congratulate you. I see no need to necessitate rudeness. Forgive me, I didn't want to be rude. Long day. No need to ask for forgiveness. You're the president, after all. May I continue? Please. I'd like to build a profitable relationship between us. That being said, there are some concerns of mine and the people I represent, which I'd like to take this opportunity to clear up. What are these concerns? The ruined state of the economy in Swordland has influenced everyone. This recession has hit all of us hard. Walter pulled out a box of cigars from his jacket. Had these brought from Lesbia, the best cigars in the whole continent. Would you like to try one? Smoke a cigar. I grabbed one out of the pack. Walter lit up his large engraved lighter. Now we're talking. A man who knows pleasure and business. Walter grabbed himself a cigar and lit it up as well. We looked out at the city scenery as we both puffed away. I heard that you purchased stock from Armine Industries in Arcadia. Smart buy. They're developing new gadgets that were going to be profitable. Some risk comes reward. I expect very good return on investment. Spend money to make money, they say, and let's see if it holds true. Figured why not take the chance. Spend money to make money, they say. Let's see if that holds true. You'll be surprised at the end which one can achieve given the resource in capitalism. I will buy a couple of thousand of shares too to expand my portfolio. I hope the investment pays off for us both. For both of us, President. His eyes wandered away for a moment. You're having a good start to the term, for sure, besides the recent troubles. Glad you've decided to promote the free markets, which is the only thing that can get us out of this mess. We've nothing but troubles so far, and the economy is not the only concern. The ability for free markets evolve is the dispute. It's good to think alike on these matters. We think alike on these matters. To a closer relationship, then. One that will bring Swordland out of crippling recession. He grinned. The highway investment was a good call, but there was more to gain in the high-speed rail, especially for business logistics. The London region was in dire need of investment. Our goal is to focus on the needs of people, not businesses. The intention of the administration is to boost the economy. Don't disclose our intentions to outsider. The London region is in dire need of investment. The most important goal is to divert investments where most profits can be made for the Treasury. We can be close allies. The group can help you with Swordland out of recession, which is a key problem to solve in your term that could even determine your re-election. Lothberg Group is a private non-government organisation. That's economic. I'm just skimming through. Okay. So they have quite a bit of power in their own right. Let's start with a gesture of goodwill. So an investment project contract will be awarded to one of the main three contenders. He pulled a check out of his pocket and slid it towards a table. My personal bank details were listed on it, with a deposit of 500,000 Swedish Ren ready to be transferred. This was 6 months of a president's salary. If the contract was somehow awarded to Underhall Construction, it would not only work hard and deliver, but do it on time. What do you think, Mr. Rain? Wouldn't that be good? Puts his finger on the check. There's a noise by the door. Livia Suno was standing there holding a tray and a bottle of 2 glasses. I'm so sorry, Mr. Tusk. All I could find was 1940s Pervingi. I hope that's acceptable. She quickly puts the tray on the desk and walks out. Tusk eyed her up and she left. Remind me to visit your office more often. Now, where were we? Do we have a deal? Indeed, Mr. Tusk. I'm looking forward to our future transaction. Take bribe? Not yet. We both know you can do better than that amount. No, mate. Did you just try the President of Swordland? I refuse. No, I will make my own decision. I won't be taking bribes. Walter sighed and pulled the check away, putting it in his pocket. Thank you for the visit, nonetheless. It's good to share opinions. We'll meet again in the future. Oh, I almost forgot. Please say hello to Mr. Koronti for me. He smiled. Have a good evening, President. Walter stood up, grabbed his jacket and made his way towards the door. He closed the door behind him. I gathered my things and prepared to finally head home. As I walked out, I noticed Livia still there, covering up her typewriter for the evening. If I may be so bold, Mr. President, did you accept his offer? Of course I didn't. How would you even ask me that? The other girls have told me about all kinds of dealings that went on during the Alfonso administration. I wasn't sure if you were that kind of president. I most certainly am not. She and I took a moment to look out over the lights of the city before heading to the elevators. We're a good president. We ain't allowing that to happen. I'm just going to quickly go to the toilet. While I do that, I'm going to run a 1-minute ad. I'll be back in just a moment, okay? Give me 1 second. Let me go change this over to be right back. Back in just a second. Sorry about the wait there. Thank you all for your patience. Alright, let's get back to it, eh? Alright, we've got a lot to get on with. Yeah, more than 1 second. It's... oh, look at the growth, though. Instead of being like this, it's not quite on the up, but what did I say? We're going to let it steeple out, and then we're going to rise it up. And that's what we're going to be doing, and that is what shall be done. Household hosts. Foreign Gason engineers' salaries under scrutiny. Just expanding executive powers. Oh. Oh, oh, why thank you. And probably Dingbat too. Thank you. What I'm loving about my outfit, by the way, again, I don't know if I showed you guys earlier, is that I'm literally in, like, I'm in pajamas underneath all of this. I could never do an online interview. It'd be terrible. Terrible, I say. Oh, goodness. Oh, goodness. Right, salaries. Foreign Gason engineers' salaries under scrutiny. Even as suggests extending executive powers. Lust calls for corporate responsibility in Nabal. Reforming demand gains popularity. Workers' Party Solidarity March. And Bludish citizens targeted. These are the issues we must deal with. Just to say, though, thank you all for joining me at the moment. Really enjoyable stream, and I hope it keeps going. Well, what's this? Oh, this is our connections. Okay. The Old Guard, Legislative, and Judiciary. Okay. Alright, you know our reports. Let's get through them. Local police working with nationalists. One of our agents, acting at the Young Swords member, had an encounter with 2 members of the local police force in Anrica, Alson Bowler and Vic Neza. According to the report, the policeman tried to bribe the agent to burn down a store that belonged to a known Communist Party member and to instigate further violence. We've detained the policeman on charges of corruption. Situation report. The Ministry of Defence reports that the situation along the border is getting tense. Rumberg's Southern Army was sighted training close to our border, did not respond after we issued a radio message. The Chief of the Armed Forces, General Kruger, reports to have increased patrolling duties along the northern border to signal readiness. Pale issues warning over Rizian actions. Formal address to Grand Duke Axel Reinhardt of Pales issued a cautionary statement regarding the recent Rizian activities. Grand Duke expressed increasing concern over the intensifying border disputes and clashes over territorial waters and gas fields. Asserting Pale's sovereignty, he called for respect for international laws and peaceful dialogue to prevent further escalation. He urged the Alliance of Nations to mediate the situation, emphasising the potential risk these tensions could pose to regional stability. We've got more policemen working. Wait, I know this is just a repeat. Okay. That's our project. I don't know how long it's been since the project's meant to have started. But it's not been that long by the looks of things. Stop clicking off the screen. Original map. All looking for whole sword. No. React to the unrest. Decision to address the instability in the nation. The political situation around the country has escalated. Chief Strategist Lucian Glade has prepared several action plans that we can execute. What will we do to address the intensifying political climate? Reject the plans, expand the police by deploying all recruits and training, label all protesters as traitors, view affected towns in person, call restraint on national television. View affected towns in person. That's what we need to do. News. President Rain talked to protesters. President Anton Rain visited towns around Greater Wholesale and Grunny regions, which are heavily affected by the protests and riots that popped up around the country, triggered by the death of Circas. He's been seen talking to the protesters and listening to concerns of citizens. This sends a powerful message to Sword citizens that the government is walking among them and listening to their problems. Our Sword is desperately trying to restart Sword's economy after the recession, and this political unrest is not helping, said a Swordish scholar and professor at law at University Holding. Blah blah blah. Cool. Right, finalize. Ooh. Victory contract. Now, earlier, it mentioned there was a really good group. That's why I want to check the news again. They all agree that Underhall Construction. So, John Comria. But they're buying everyone out, right? Hey, I hope you have a delicious politician and it all goes well. Anton Rain. President of Swordland, let's get in there. Let's do some other ones first before we get into that. You know what? Let's finalize it. Let's do it. After a lengthy drive on cliffside roads, when we arrived in Lenkerg, there crowds of cheering citizens greeted us and local government officials escorted us to City Hall. We're here for a significant meeting about the H3 project. Several construction companies sent their representatives to City Hall. Gus Manger couldn't make... Hey, thank you for still being around. I didn't... Koala, I kept looking at your name as Prussian Monarch and I went, I know that's koala, but why is the word koala not working? Thank you, Koala. Gus Manger couldn't make the meeting due to his visit to Rizia, but I had Simon Hall and Lithia Graf by my side. Hey, thank you. Besides starting our economic recovery, this project will cut the time it takes to get here by road in half, Mr. President. More importantly, it will lead to improvement in England. I have lived with these people and seen them suffer. I trust your reply, Simon. Hope so, Lydius. With the highway, we'll be well on our way to economic strengthening this weak region. According to my estimation, this project will give about 50,000 citizens from England employment. What will it take to stop the recession? What are the end results do we expect? Failure during this project is not an option. Do we need additional support? Not as of right now, however, things might come up if the project doesn't go according to plan. Thank you for the offer. Simon searched through the documents he was holding to find one he was looking for. I have the overview of the companies here. Simon handed the files to me. Look at the files. Look at the files. 3 corporations listed. The Swedish State Corporation, Underhall Construction and Taurus Holding. I reviewed them. I also took the liberty of asking Mayor of Ivory to give his opinion on the matter. Which corporation should we talk about? Swedish State Corporation. The respected Swedish State Corporation, also known as the SSC, was founded in 1891. It's a main state corporation tasked with running the day-to-day construction services of our country. The SSC is one of the most trusted and honourable companies. They've served us a long time. I've worked with them on several occasions. It goes against your election promises of moving away from a state-planned economy. Most importantly, the Swedish State Corporation uses outdated methods resulting in slower construction. A simple look at the regional highway shows us the problem. The regional highway system is no relation to this. I don't agree with your negative statement, Simon. The SSC's record clearly shows complete contractors with thousands of employees who have more than 20 years of experience. According to the preliminary calculations of the SSC, they would need more resources to finish the project to decide. I've settled on the SSC. I want to hear about the others. Underhall Construction. The real estate and construction giant was founded in 1925 and expanded during the economic boom in the 30s. Picking this corporation fit our market economy policy. The CEO of Underhall is Chris Schaller, the mayor of Concrete, who sold half of his shares a few years ago. I had to work with Underhall Construction in Hosford. They set to several contracts for the renovation of a central project station and left much to be desired. The H3 project shouldn't be left to them. How's your experience with them? Out of all 3, this is the company I trust the least. They seem to fail at respecting the contract terms of their workers. They're likely to cause trouble. I'm not too sure about trusting them with the contract, but at least they have worked on several mega projects and always delivered on time. Working conditions must be respected. This doesn't inspire confidence. I agree. The workers were undocumented Angolian and Wessex immigrants with no papers, a clear violation of laws. According to them, the tight completion schedule necessitated such bad labour conditions, which still doesn't justify the situation. Underhall has specifically mentioned their solid track record and highlighted that they do anticipate to go over budget, but this project will be finished on time. Unsure about Underhall Construction. Taurus Holding. Taurus Holding was founded in 1946 and is owned by Inaugural phase. In a new holding company, whose subsidiaries use cutting-edge technology from Arcacia to reduce construction costs and prices, they are known to provide their workers from the Labour Union of Swordland. How do they align? I'm imagining that more communist. But... God. There are other things Taurus does very well, like providing consultants for state corporations, but I can't vouch for their infrastructure construction at all. Why should we pick Taurus? It would fit our election promises of switching to a free market. Awarding contracts to privately owned corporations would be a big step in the right direction. Taurus has completed fewer projects than the other companies, however, they are slightly faster and cheaper. They won several awards internally for being one of the fastest growing and advanced companies. The innovative aspect of the profession, especially if they can deliver. They were only involved in smaller scale regional projects. This doesn't prove their capabilities for larger undertakings that are more complex. The project manager from Taurus Holding mentioned that they would be able to finish the project within the allocated funding. They were the only company who found the budget sufficient, making them a cheaper alternative. Taurus is worth considering. It's time to decide which company would order the free highway track. Oh, what are we thinking? What are we thinking, Koala? And anyone else who's here? Do we go for the SEC? I'm not going to go for Underhaul, I don't trust them. Or do we settle on Taurus Holding? So the SEC, that's like an old governmental body by the sounds of it. Like, they've done it before, but they're outdated a little bit. With Taurus Holdings who said, hey, we'll do it in the price point, but this is our first time ever doing something like that. But then we're going towards a free market. So it is a debate as to who we join. I'm unsure on this point. I'm just thinking. I think Taurus as well. I'm thinking Taurus. We can say Underhaul, nah, because they tried to bribe us. SSC, they seem dated, but this new budding investment, let's do Taurus. Settled on Taurus Holding, and it keeps us with money in the government budget. If we need to throw more at it, it's fine, but we'll look at that. Simon signed a certain section of dossier and fixed his glasses. Very well, Mr. President. The contract will be ordered to Taurus Holdings. I wish the outcome of this meeting was different, but at the end of the day, the success of the project is what matters. The company will be notified today and construction will begin immediately after. I think we're off to a good start. My expectation is that the grand opening ceremony will happen late next year. I get back to work then. Thank you for this. This concludes the meeting. The meeting ended and we spent the remainder of the day attending events in Lenkirk. It was nice to enjoy the natural beauty of Angland and to eat some good fish. Nothing like some good fish in the day. Oh, and look at that. H3 underway. Underway. Our economic growth is, again, it's down, but it's starting to look up. Conriat. Presidential state car road to Conriat. The easy economic hardship on country. News. Construction begins for H3 Highway. Taurus Holding was awarded a 2-year contract for an extensive infrastructure project. Subsequent design and construction work part H3 Highway, Project Storland. Be extremely questionable. The H3 project involves widening of hundreds of kilometers of existing motorways between us and there. Risky highway project. Oh, wow. Positive news about this project will be worth the money and time it will take to consume. Okay, we'll get there. We will turn people to our side. Meet with Marcel Koronti. Our motorcade headed to meeting location set by Marcel Koronti, who was the gentleman we spoke to earlier. I had only my most confidential and trustworthy team members with me. After a few hours of driving along River Escal, we took a turn before entering Conriat. The darkness setting in as we drove up to a hill. Where are we, Serge? We're nearing the HOS Country Club, Mr. President. We'll be there shortly. You arrive and the big iron gates of the country club opened. It was huge and outright extravagant. The main building inspired lesbian architecture was illuminated from all sides. It was rather chilly. I was approached by Peter Vectern and Lucien Galade. I hope the journey was comfortable. The location seems very remote indeed. Anything to keep away from home. It wasn't bad. I'm looking forward to this meeting. Can't think of comfort when a country is ascending into chaos. It wasn't bad looking forward to this meeting. I'm not going to be rude to the guy. You know what I mean? It's like I'm planning on helping the country in every step. But I'm not suddenly going to like plunge into like chaos and be like, hey you, what do you mean peace? I'm like, alright mate, calm it down. I'm sure it would be worth our time. He's a Koronti after all. Let's get personal. Let's enter the building. We entered the main building. After opening the marble engraved wooden door, we were greeted by 2 tall women. The receptionist led us to the meeting room upstairs. Marcel was standing by the window looking outside a beautiful complex. He turned around to have a quick look at us both. He was a strikingly handsome man with well-groomed hair. He walked towards me with his hand reached out for a handshake. Reach out for the handshake. Shook his hand. He had a firm grip. It is such a pleasure to meet you in person, Mr. Koronti. I appreciate your efforts to reach out and establish a mutually beneficial friendship. Thanks for hosting us. I admire your father very much. May he rest in peace. Welcome. Your kind words have touched me, Mr. Vice President. He was indeed a great man. May he rest in peace, he was true entrepreneur. Please accept our condolences, we are saddened. He would have been happy to hear this from you, Mr. President. Time to look forward. Let's talk about our bright future. Yes, there's much to discuss. Believe it or not, I've been a secret admirer of your political success. I find your quick rise to power was shockingly well executed. The admiration goes both ways. Marcel gently pointed at the seats. We sat down around a gigantic table. Before speaking, he knocked on the wood. The past months you have been tumultuous, to say the least. I'm glad you and your family were unharmed at the shooting. The whole incident must have been a shock for the kids. They aren't used to what we lived through back in the late 20s. I still remember when my father took us out of the country what happened to Dangerous and Conriot. They were startled by the important things they're safe and sound. Of course, that is all that matters. No family should suffer from tragedy ever again. We've had enough of that. Well, I'm known to be a straightforward person, so let me get to the point without wasting your valuable time. It was during the Alfonso campaign when I was struck by what you've done with the party. With it, Marcel started to look at one of the paintings at the wall. Look at the painting, give Lucian a puzzled look at Marcel. Let me be straightforward, sit down and get to the damn point. Look at the painting. Observe the painting. The famous piece depicts a giant sleeping beneath the village. The trees, rivers and hills were all part of the giant's body. In it, its eyes were two caves looking at people. It showed daylight to the far left and nighttime at the far right. The giant seemed to be watching the village. It was turning open notes to the villagers. Marcel pointed his fingers at me. You said we will transform this nation, Mr. Rain. My conglomerate has a way of doing things and I don't want them to change. So, I want to cooperate with you. Please extend, the intent is mutual. You might have the people's support now, Mr. President. What happens when you make mistakes? Everybody makes mistakes. What's that supposed to mean? Let's hear his point, Vice President. Being a president in this country means having many enemies. Enemies that resort to anything to bring you down. Let's say these enemies cause a scandal or leak sensitive information from the administration. That would be destructive whenever they were released. If they were released. Continue. Assume that the articles would actually protect your integrity no matter what. Try to imagine how up to 5 million people I reach would not lose faith in you. What do you want in return? I want two things, Mr. President. Number one is a guarantee from you that the Rain administration won't meddle in HUS affairs no matter what happens. Number two is a simple gentleman's favour for the future. Let me prove my service to you first, and I'm sure you won't disapprove when the time comes. It's an interesting proposal. Not just interesting, but necessary. You surely know that this is a win-win situation. The media will be on your side, strengthening your position. It will also protect my business operations throughout the change this country will see. What do you think about this, Lucian? Lucian leans to my ear and whispers. I think it's a good deal, he is right. We will need the media support. With his newspapers and channels on our side, we can dodge a lot of bullets. The one thing that bothers me, though, is his favour request. We do not know what it is, and he could ask us something that could point fingers at us. Marcel interrupts. So, do we have a deal? Oh, I should have asked my other boy. Ah. He wants... Oh, do we... Right. Koala, it's that time again. So he wants to support us, so he said bad press will never get out about us, but he wants something from us that he hasn't mentioned yet. And we can't interfere with his business at all. This is the question. Do we accept his offer? And obviously there's no more free media then, I imagine. Or do we help him? I think keep the nose clean. I have to reject. We're going to keep our nose clean. Such a shame, Mr. President, and here I thought we were going to be good friends. It's a shame, really. Goodbye, Mr. Koronti. Let's leave. We left the complex and entered the car. I thought that would have ended better. We pushed it too far. The threats were unacceptable. Return the whole sword. Part of it, we will not accept with people who threaten us, because we will do nothing to cause scandal. We will not find ourselves in these terrible situations. Unacceptable. Our people shall be dealt with utmost relief and truthfulness. Read the reports. Demand emergency to be called. Economic relief plan. We need to also add more budget to our military, which is why I didn't want to spend more money on the road. Letters, economic relief plan. With the assistance of the National Business Council and the Central Bank, Simon Hull put forward a countrywide relief plan to mitigate the economic hardships that are being felt. We can either provide stimulus checks for people in need or bail out businesses under serious financial strain. I decided not to approve the plan. -2 government budget. So we've got 7 right now. Stimulus checks to people in need, bail businesses under financial strain. Don't enact a plan. Otherwise, though, that way we keep the money. These ways we lose money but help someone. So provide stimulus checks for people in need, bail out businesses under financial strain. Let's help people in need, because if they don't have money, the businesses are never gonna. Ooh, what kind of food are you thinking of? What are the options, Koala? What are the options? Provide stimulus checks for people in need. No government budget's obviously gone down. That's fine. Unemployment and checks. Administrative form of populism, the idea that giving people money will solve the problems of the economy overall. To be fair, I should have probably... Help comes at last. Administration led by President Reigns accomplished a great feat by providing stimulus checks to people who help in need. Obviously, it's our fault that the population's so low in... Well, working force is so low. So we need to help them out as much as we can. David. Funeral for Bernard Circus. And the funeral of Bernard Circus. Let's deal with the capital first. Read the report. Emergency to be called. Leave it. FPS. An FP. National. Not sure about that. Demand emergency to be called to address the increasing political violence in the country. He stated that without a declaration of emergency, Holland would be destabilised and integrity of the country would be damaged further. Ooh. Okay. Okay. Well then, I think the options should be... Do you want traditional breakfast? Which for me... I forget which country you're from. But I think you're American, right? So my questions would be... I mean, it's obviously breakfast, you have to be America. So if you're looking for options, as president... I forgot to button up my blazer. How embarrassing. My options would be... I think pancakes. That's my take. Because I recently had McDonald's pancakes. Very good. Very good. Syrup. But obviously you have access to things like Denny's, which I do not have access to anymore. But on my visit, I very much enjoyed them. Now, I haven't been to America. I went to Canada, which is where I experienced Denny's. Highly respected. The death of Bernard Circus shocked the country, and his funeral will be held in Drea among a crowd of sympathisers. Do pancakes? What would be your normal go-to breakfast? By the sympathiser, Circus was not only a communist poet, but also an elected MP that had a voice. A state funeral has been organised to honour him. The question is whether the president and administration will attend the funeral or not. We'll attend. I know the other group might not like it, but he was an MP. He was one of us. I wouldn't necessarily call him a saint, though. Saint Dasnaris Cemetery. Oh, he's been called. Dark clouds were looming over there. They looked daunting as our convoy started approaching the century-old cemetery. But it is already past noon, I just haven't eaten yet. Okay, then are you thinking pancakes? Do you want an early lunch? What's the thoughts? It looked like it was going to rain, certainly fitting weather for a funeral. As expected, Bernard Circus passing maintained its media attraction, and all of Swordland was paying attention to the ceremony, especially of what I would say in my speech today. Sir, we have arrived. Raindrops were running down the car's window when Serge opened the door and held an umbrella over my head. As soon as I got out, flashes from cameras blinded me. It's okay, Serge. I will hold my own umbrella. As you wish, sir. He handed me the umbrella and started waiting next to the car with his own. Peter and Carl exited from their own cars in the convoy. They made their way over to me. Anton, Mr. President. I just wanted to inform you that the perimeter is clear and secured completely. There's no one getting in or out without our knowledge. We don't want something similar to happen again, do we? Very right for our sake. Good work. Thank you, Carl. Carl bowed his head with respect. Good. If anything happens to Anton, he will have to answer to the First Lady. And trust me, Carl, you don't want that. Peter let out a laugh, which drew some attention from bereaved attendees. I'm looking at local all-day breakfast restaurant and let you know when I figure something out. Okay. All-day breakfast restaurants are always nice. Like, when you're, like, at 2, 3 p.m. and you're like, oh, man, I miss breakfast. And it's like, boom, all-day breakfast. We have a lot of all-day breakfast cafes in the UK. Like, a lot. Peter, you're being inconsiderate. I don't think any of us want that. Gesture Peter to low his voice. You're the only one who can make a laugh at a funeral. Right? I mean, life is full of tragedy. We should try to take it easy if we can. It started to rain. Several unintelligible voices were heard from Carl's radio. He stepped over to reply and returned shortly. We have a small problem, sir. A few, 5 to be exact, Red Youth members are here to attend the funeral. They apparently said they wish to pay their respects to their fallen comrade. Could we let them? Do you think they pose a security threat? No. They were thoroughly searched. It looks like they really are here to attend the funeral. Let them in, but put a few guards on them. As you command. Let's head over. They should be about to start. We walked towards the crowd circled around the grave. Everyone in attendance was wearing black in mourning. The rain started pouring heavily. Bernard's widow and daughter were in the front row, staring at the coffin with a mixture of disbelief, confusion, above all, a cold, unforgiving sadness. Both of their eyes were very red and swollen from weeping. Before taking my place to observe the ceremony, I gave my condolences to Bernard's wife and his daughter, who looked at me, which reminded me of Dina. When the religious ceremony was done, I was invited by the priest to deliver my speech. I took the podium. I felt like I had a lump in my throat. I couldn't get the daughter's eyes out of my head. Today we Today we are mourning Bernard Circas, a father, a husband, and a loyal servant of this country. Towards the back of the crowd, I spotted the members of the Red Youth, wearing red shirts and black bands of mourning on their arms. They seemed ruly and were respectfully bowing their heads. There was a complete silence except for the sound of raindrops. This is a great loss for all. I'll confess that I disagreed with Bernard Circus almost entirely, but it doesn't mean he deserved this. Our country can be a better place. Regardless of his ideologies, this was a heinous act made towards a good man. We must end this cycle of violence. We will make sure that unfortunate events such as this never happen again. Circus had a dream of unified Swordland. These next months we need to fulfill this dream and band together. I interpret this attack as attacking at Swordland and by extension attack against me personally. I promise you this, the blood of Barnard will remain sacred. So make sure the unfortunate events such as this never happen again. As all mourn the passing of Bernard Circus, remember well, but hatred begets hatred. This is the only way to overcome this vicious cycle. We should unite against the evil of this world. The tears of the family he left behind have a price that needs to be paid. I'll not stop until it is paid in full. Let's just do the mourning of him. I don't think anything that sounds very violent. Thank you. Here's a question. Do we recite the communist poet? Because obviously he's known as a communist leader who was a very good poet. Or do we just say thank you? That's the question. That's the question right now. What do you think? What do you think is the best choice? No. So we had like a communist group in our sort of this country, and their leader got executed, and he was also a very famous poet. So we can either recite one of his poems, or we can say just thank you. I'm thinking of just saying thank you. I think the point we've said is enough. Thank you. I think thank you. Thank you. Some attendees start clapping, some cry. The coffin was lowered into the grave by the gravekeepers. After a couple of minutes, Bernard Circus was in soil. No more. As we bid farewell to Barnard, I want to close with the words, every sword lives by. The Morga was core. Ooh. I think this is better. Everyone replied, Vecturn, sister, victory is close. With applause, I stepped down from the podium. It was time to leave. The widow thanked me with a soft and defeated voice before we dispersed. On my way back to the car, I still couldn't get the eyes of Bernard's daughter, nor the faltering voice of his wife, out of my head. Would Dina, Monica, and Frank look the same way if something happened to me? Peter put his hands on my shoulder. That was a good speech. I sensed only respect from his voice. Thank you. I mean it. I know you do. Come on, it's time to go. We've got work to do. He was right, we had some work to do. So much more to do. I realised that the rain had stopped, and I looked up. The black clouds slowly dispersed, and sunbeams enlightened our surroundings. As someone once said, even the darkest night will end and the sun will rise. Hope was still on the horizon. So our aim is to try and avoid any more political violence to basically happen in the future. Free news. Sorland today. President scans together with Red Youth. Bernard Circas at a funeral was heading there today amongst thousands of attendees. President Rain drew criticism when he attended the funeral. While the decision was not totally out of the ordinary, the fact Rain had been given support to no member of Red Youth for promoting Mervanism throughout his life is unusual. Later that day, President Rain was seen together with a group of Red Youth members, standing together and paying respects to Circus. Nationalists who saw Circus as a traitor heavily criticised the president's move, which would surely continue among the Conservatives wing of the United Sorland Party. Yeah. Never would Sol thought his party would be led by someone who stands together with communists who studied Homeland and Melvania. Economist, President attends funeral. 100 political officers, riot gear, on duty, Yeah. 2010 funeral of Circus. So, also go outside. Culture started practice self-criticism. Circus murderers started debate about nationalism in Sorland and viewed as content abroad, especially by around the block of the east. Okay, cool. Don't think that went too badly. Hey, stimulus checks has been seen as being very good. Nice. Nationwide revolt. That's not great. And here we've got diplomatic pressure. It's fine. We're good. Things are happening. Lachoven. Briefing the current diplomatic situation. Blue Mansion, Lachoven. Let's do it. The Blue Mansion in Lachoven hosted us for an important diplomatic gathering. Sorry, 1 second. My friend is messaging me. I want to reply to this very quickly. Oh, it's working. Nice. Happened to my friend, this new computer's working fine. He's going to check it out properly in a little bit, but hopefully it'll be on. The Blue Mansion in Lachoven hosted us for an important diplomatic gathering. The door opened and David Wishy, once a lecturer to me, now the Minister of Foreign Affairs, gently made his way towards my desk. May I sit down, Mr. President? Leave the formality aside, David. Please take a seat. Alright, Anton. I'm used to titles. Diplomacy job trains oneself. He slowly sat down, taking care not to aggravate the arthritis in his knees. He's always been an air of gravitas about him, and old age has only served to deepen that. After he settled himself, he regarded me with delight, his blue eyes sparkling. Look at you, Anton. 4th President of Swordland. What a privilege for me. I still remember the first day you took my class at the JO University of Culture. I remember how hard we worked on the Angolian trade agreement together. Countless late nights in the ministry to finalise. It was an experience for sure. We signed our best trade deal yet, with a good slew of trade advantages of Agnolia. It was even somewhat unfair from my point of view. Somehow the inexplicable ebb and flow of life has led us to here, to positions where we can change the course of our history. Every absence of reason David is meant to be. Got a little lucky, that's all. We had our opportunity to shape the future, and we will do. This is our opportunity to shape the future, and we will do precisely that. I'm looking forward to our new foreign policy. I'm looking forward to present you with the latest bill I'm working on. The TCPA has turned out to be an initiative that can significantly boost our tourism and culture industry. The untapped value would help us internationally to promote our position. I'm convinced it will also help improve our economic conditions after direct discussion with Minister Hall and Manger. I keep calling him Manager. The GNA and USP factions are supportive too. I really shouldn't have done overtime hours to get it. done, but I really care for the position and value of our cut. Started coughing again, this time for longer. How's your health, David? Oh, I haven't had any big complications yet, except the usual, after the heart attack earlier this year. The health complications aren't a hindrance to my work, of course, but thanks for asking. How's the Rain family? We're starting to get used to the routine. As time passes, I realise it more. Family is the most important thing in life. We must take care of them. The door opened, Isef and Lucian joined us at the briefing as tall case clock hit the hour mark. Peter, however, was missing. I wondered if he was late from all the drinking he did at the party at Lacheran. We'll talk more later, President Rain. Welcome, everyone. How's your travel to Lacheran? Lacheran? A little bumpy due to some turbulence. I arrived via a military cargo plane that landed Lacheran International. I took the train. It was a little slow, but I can still recommend it for the beautiful landscape. I also had the possibility to work on a couple of things during the ride. Well then, since Mr. Vecturn doesn't seem to be coming today, so Peter Bent, I think we're ready to start. I'll start by providing a brief overview of our current status with our neighbours. What would you like to start with? I'd hear about Agnolia. I want to talk more about Vagsland, situation Wellen. Talk about more about Agnolia, that we mentioned earlier. Our brotherly nation to our northeast, Agnolia, they're still diplomatically non-aligned and probably have one of the most democratic systems between our neighbours. Economic stagnation is a worry for them. Their primary issue is their heavy reliance on foreign investment from us. Agnolia is our most friendly neighbour. We have been allies from the longest time after Rumberg annexed Dome. This fact needs to be part of the equation. Okay, so that's Dome, so they annexed that. Unsurprisingly, the Agnolian Prime Minister, Martin van Horten, expected better cooperation throughout a new fairer trade deal with us. This is one of his election mandates. Thinking about his request, the matter is still on the table. More comprehensive trade deal sounds beneficial to all sides. Both sides could gain from it, but Agnolia has more to win than us. They want to protect their weaker industries, which we are profiting from selling our goods to. Additionally, the latest number indicates that currently 1 million Agno-Scottish citizens live in the Angland region of Sordland, which creates a link between foreign policy and our internal affairs. These people have suffered socio-economically, which led them to crime and other problems. In addition, a relaxed immigration policy is one of Agnolia's main requests, which is unacceptable. Most of the migrants in our country haven't even assimilated into Sordis culture. Adding more won't help. I'm supportive of relaxed immigration. You would rethink the matter seriously because there's a great influence on our society and values. We should remember that we promised to keep our immigration laws relaxed in our election campaign. What about Vagsland? Our cousins of old across the Marchian Sea wish to have good relations with us. As we all know, Vagsland is a social republic aligned with the United Contana. They are an important regional player. They are also the most significant sea power in almost all of Makopa. It's the only country that can rival the superpowers with their navy. We had hostile relations with them after several wars in the 19th century, which we wouldn't want to experience again. Recently, the relationship has warmed up thanks to Emmerich Hegel. As a result, diplomatic talks can be conducted in the future. It's not easy to forget about the Great Fire of Conriat. Thousands of lives were lost that day. Breaking the ice with Vagsland could be good if we are to rise diplomatically. I agree. They could be potential allies, in my opinion. The situation in the region necessitates that we find allies. They haven't been in good standing with us in the past 200 years. Recently, they have also joined the communist continent. Oh, it is okay. The CSP is communist, subjugating themselves with United Contana. On top of that, territorial issues have been flaring up between Agnolia and Vagsland because of their goodness. Helgeland Islands? The Swedish Navy is very concerned about this volatile situation. Rizian looks slightly worried. Unfortunately, billions of Swedish ren worth of cargo is transported close to Vagsland maritime borders on the Marchian Sea and the Great Strait. This caused significant risk to our imports and exports in the case of deterioration in relations. The strait is of high strategic value to us. ISF, the Navy is keeping an eye on the situation from a distance, right? We are actively monitoring the sea routes and cargo ships. For now, there's no immediate threat, but we don't know what happens in the future. What is the latest situation on Wellen? It is a tumultuous time in the south, as always. Victor Smollett is expanding his powers among protests from Wesen. And I haven't seen this guy, I don't think. People. However, is quite positive about the normalization of relationships between our countries. Oh yeah, we have to. Come on, right there. Despite purging the Wessex communists, reports indicate that they have been warming up to Contana international aid. As you know, well instability is always a concern for the region. But if we want to help them, we must not treat refugees like we did in the 30s. I still can't stomach the inhumanity those people suffered. Trade agreement with them would improve stability and increase mutual trade. There would be many bargaining chips discussed, but Wellen could be a new partner in the region, could also invest in stability there. Our main goal should be to avoid a major refugee crisis like in the late 1920s. The Civil War had major security and economic persecutions in Swedish soil. One of the demands of President Smollett was to tighten our immigration laws, so the political refugees don't escape to Solent. This has been a recent purge that pushed many bluish people to flee Burgia. It's definitely troubling. Government outposts has regained its importance due to this. I'm sure you would remember that the winter at the border outposts, Mr. President. He was right. I did remember that winter. I remembered how cold it was then, how cold it was when I let the refugees slip past. I was discharged from my duties as a result by Major Isaac Lancia, no less, spending the rest of my service cleaning toilets and sleeping in a cell. In fact, there had been a similar refugee situation in the past. Even Mr. President himself chose to disobey direct orders from the commanding officers at the time. I did what was right. Soldiers do not decide on what is right. Soldiers do what they are told to. He opened his mouth to continue, but David cut in. Our focus should be on the current matters. The bluish minority is very large inside Wellen too. This is a factor to consider. It is our national interest to prevent the formation of a failed state in our western border. Wellen has been increasingly aligned itself towards the Communist Alliance. Perhaps another point to analyse. Let's move on. Two important neighbouring countries remain, Lesbia and Rumberg, which we'd like to hear more about first. Let's do Lesbia. They're directly behind us. I'm hoping we can be good friends. Our southern neighbour, Lesbia, has assigned itself more with Arcasis Lesbia. Arcasia. Okay. It's currently led by Prime Minister Patricia Alvarez. They are the jewel of the continent and second largest economy in Marcopa. Though wealthy, Lesbia suffers from excessive economic inequality. Our past relations have been so great, but during the last decade, their investments have sort of dwindled due to our instability. Allying with the richer nation can be beneficial. We should not awaken them. We should turn a blind eye towards a region. Think that this will be above all. Allying with the richest regional nation could be beneficial. It could be, but it could also mean that we would draw closer to the Arcasia bloc and near the Arcasian Treaty Organization. I'm certain that the recession has a lot to do with their retraction of investment. Once they see the money isn't in the picture, they vanish rather quickly before they could capitalise. Because they are capitalists. They have shown a selfish attitude during the Wellen Civil War by closing their borders and funneling refugees to cross into Swordland. Lucian clears his throat. Our values are too different with Lesbia. It'll be hard to see eye to eye. The capitalism of Lesbia has inspired me. Look at their economic power. Everything comes at a cost. In Lesbia, the cost is wealth inequality, but business people are getting richer and richer. There are hundreds of very privileged oligarchs who invest inside and outside of Lesbia. Some made significant business investments in the cities of Benfi and Valgan. What is the situation with Rumberg? Well, they're the ones that want to attack us. Now, the most troublesome nation, Rumberg, a constitutional monarchy led by Queen Beatrice Livingston. I highly advise caution and calculated action against Rumberg. Military must be prepared. The threat is real. They are strong and have the motivation, as well as the means to damage us. We shouldn't give them any reason to pursue aggression. I'll take your advice in consideration. These types of nations will always try to make a casus belli, a reason to declare war. While Thornburg openly denies such claims, their past and current actions make it clear that they want to destabilise us. Their weapon caches found by our intelligence agency clearly shows that their goal is, our military must be steadfast and our diplomatic valiant. Oh, I had one singular leftover pancake from your yesterday's breakfast. Nice. How are you going to have munch of that? And what have you decided on in the end, Koala? Isa looks stern and full of resolve. The Rumberg threat is one of our topmost priorities. You can be rest assured of that. We're always in dialogue with our Rumberg ambassador to make sure a channel is open to solve disputes. We could use their aggressive attitude against them by convincing the international community. Lucian grabbed the Haven Times newspaper and put his finger on the article about the latest diplomatic incident. Oh, singular pancake. That's a fair point. I mean, it's a start. It'll tide you over until the other food arrives. Their abrupt announcement made the closure of Rumberg Consulate in Lockhaven is yet another step in their escalation. This covers the overview of the current situation. We will move on to our trade choice and the response to Rumberg's diplomatic escalation. The sun began to set over the hills surrounding Lockhaven. The team was ready to give advice on the new trade initiative in response to the latest diplomatic incident with Rumberg. Peter arrived late. He looked a little rougher than usual. He must have been drinking from the night before. Hey there, folks. Excuse my delay. I'm sorry I'm sure I didn't miss anything we didn't already know. You're still supposed to be part of this meeting an hour ago. Punctuality is important. We talk about serious subjects here. He was assigned a task from me. That's why he's late. So let's move on. Ah, yes, it went very successfully, sir. Peter's tone was more serious. Expect a report on your desk tomorrow. The Vice President will be part of the trade delegation, so it'd be great to have his input on that subject as well as the Rumberg incident. Rumberg Consul Sir Bran Harrington announced the closure of the 120-year-old consulate. Now the diplomatic staff is leaving the city to go back to Formberg. He blamed the lack of security in Swordland due to the assassination and the subsequent protests, but it's obvious that they're making excuses. Bastards. First they close the consulate and then they blame our security. Security situation is under control and they're playing with us. Genuine, but this reaction is unnecessary. Is it telling that other countries are working with us while Rumberg is just cutting more ties with us? The neglect of President Alfonso and the chaos of the elections delayed our diplomatic efforts. Now that there are only 2 Rumberg diplomatic missions left in Swordland, one is the consulate in Dare and the other is the embassy in Holsword. We are accustomed with the usual rhetoric, but this is far more serious. I must display strength to my people. We can't be pushed around. They are bluffing, we're used to it by now. I don't think they're bluffing. We're accustomed to more usual rhetoric, but this is far more serious. They are playing with fire. Look at what Wellen destabilization has done to the region. Swordland breaking apart would tear Marcopa apart. In my entire career, I've never seen our Rumberg relations suffer this much. The previous low point was the annexation of Dome. Isef Lancia was furious. He barely kept himself from slamming the desk. There are worrying developments like the smuggled arms and the build-up near the border. Our military must be buffed up to stand against a great power like Rumberg. We either respond to this aggressive act with a diplomatic condemnation or retaliate by closing the consulate in Dome. I want to say that an escalation would be risky this early in our presidency. We should focus on creating a negative image of Rumberg on the international scene. That's what I want to kind of do. The people of Swordland must be protected. No matter the cost, I say we respond equally. Write an official diplomatic response condemning this unreasonable act. Declare that Rumberg aims to destabilise Swordland and the region. Retaliate by closing Swordland consulate Dome. They think they can bully us, they were never so wrong. I'm going to do that. I think that is the proper way to go about it. If we can take other nations and they go, actually, you guys are in the wrong, we might get assistance. As you miss, Mr. President, I shall begin work by immediately informing the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Trade. Swaying the international stage is the key in long-term strategy. I wish we had reacted more strongly. If we don't confront them, they will keep escalating the situation. I, on the other hand, am glad we are taking the more cautious road. There are 3 trade-related topics to address today. Which topic should we tackle first? We should talk about the ongoing trade negotiations with neighbours Wellen and Angolia, Kingdom of Rizia. Oh, hidden intentions of the Kingdom of Rizia. Hey, Riz! Former President Alfonso, as your president, we shall take our country and grow it so well. Our country of Swordland. Former President Alfonso signed the trade agreements with King Romulus Torres of Rizia. The previous government revived the older relations that existed during the days of the Swordish monarchy. Sorry, I skipped a bit. In 1918, King Egmont signed a trade deal with King Liza the Great to save the kingdom from economic collapse with the support of his key advisors. Some Rizians who settled for the deal in the final years of kingdom still live in the old town of Holsword to this day. The main negotiator was my father, former President Arthur S. Wishy, who, with the Republican faction of the King's Parliament, fought to achieve a rare consensus in heavily fractured council at the time. Mot hevest pesa. Davy hesitated for a brief moment. The kingdom was meant to collapse. Nothing could save it regardless of the effort. Your father was truly a great man, may he rest in peace. In the Tarquin Sol period, he never saw such dependency on foreign nations. Thank you, Anton. I hope our nation never faces the tragedies of those dark days again. He's the best father one could have wanted. He deserved a more honourable end. The room went silent for a moment. Let's continue discussion about Rizia. Looking a few years back, they played a significant role in helping Swordland avoid depression. There is merit to this fact. Yes, the Rizian gold investment in Swordland in exchange for different degrees of ownership of state assets strengthened the currency by boosting the central bank reserves and averted a full depression after the 51 recession. Edith Anyok's handling with the central bank measures to predict the depression also deserves credit. With this new engagement regarding the Rizian investment interest is coordinated through our Ministry of Agriculture and Rural Development, Gus Manger, and former President Alfonso. King Romulus is interested in increasing energy independence and diversifying his energy assets. Our sources indicate that he wants to acquire control of more natural gas resources. Think about monarchy as our time in Rococo is running out, the stability is in question, we're still facing the potential of recession, new avenues for trade with our bloodshed. Essentially true, I'm talking about industry 5,000 charge of range negotiations. Go for this one. Rizia is a developed nation with a resilient economy thanks to its gold wealth. They can aid Swordsland's economic health and the fiscal pain points Minister Hole keeps highlighting. As Minister Hole rightfully described, we must do everything in our power not to fall into debt with an unhealthy economy. I'm sure if Gus is involved, the deal will be financially viable. His connection in the business world are vast. I don't know why I read out his name after I've not read out anyone's. The military should be funded appropriately if additional resources are to be acquired. I'd like to know more about Rizia. The nation is south of so this is obviously the country where we can get a DLC for. So just in case anyone's unsure. So this is a country which is a DLC, so it would be that country instead. The nation south of Lesbia is a centralised constitutional monarchy led by King Romulus Taurus, the grandson of Queen Liza Taurus the Great, and son of King Valero Taurus the Frail. The kingdom is a developed nation that wielded considerable influence in southern Marcopa before the reign of Valero. The country has lost some territory due to internal strife. The Afonso government signed a vital trade agreements with King Romulus Taurus, benefiting both nations at the time of need. Attempts at further cooperation stalled out due to the king's blood ties to Rumberg. What exactly are these blood ties between Rizia and Rumberg? I mean, blood ties don't really matter that much. What about their relationship with Wellen and Lesbia? Yeah, I mean, there are some tensions with both. It appeared that since Lesbia's acceptance into the ATO, which is, Caucasian Treaty Organisation, 1950s, most of South Marcopa has been heading towards a boiling point. Not to mention Wellen struggled with the BFF, an organisation that were long suspected to be armed by King Romulus-in-law in Rumberg. The relationship between Rizia and Wellen is more complex than that. They were closely aligned under Valero's rule and the Rumberg entered the play. We have enough issues to figure out. Can't worry about problems with others. Marcopan geopolitics are complex and of caliber. My job is to make sense of it. It's a privilege I enjoy, regardless of my age. I heard Smolak can also make sense of things with certain substances. I'm a national leader if true. Lucian knocks at the table. Should be more concerned with. Peter interjected and reached a hand in his pocket. Actually, a friend of Gus called Rusty gifted me this beautiful piece full of full Rizian gold coin. They say it helps find you love. Look. Peter pulled out an ornamental coin and put it on the table. It was so polished that it caught a reflection in the light of the room. Lucian was clearly frustrated. Examined the coin. Took the hand on the coin and looked at details. Centre of the king was Rizia, a fierce bull standing on 2 feet with his horns pointed upwards. In the background was a shield intricately ornamented with leaves and a crown. At the bottom, the letters RRG were engraved. What is RRG? Rizian Royal Gold, the company that mines and processes the high-quality ore used to mint the country's gold. Let's discuss the deal potential and what's on the table. From what we've gathered, there is no clear offer yet. The interest clearly seems to be more control over the gas produced and sold in Swordsland. I suspect this must be related to the recent tensions of the coast of Pales. Mr. Manger is working at the details to get more concrete headline terms soon. A particular interest of the gas fields in the Narbil area and the Nargis region. That must be related to Gason operations. Gus has ties with the people around that corporation, even though there is another CEO, Edward Alfonso, still chairman. Gason is a private corporation. In fact, that limits our control over any foreign investments. Tarquin Sol's Energy Protection Act of 1933 specifically limits the purchase of Swordish energy companies shared by foreign nations to 10%. Edward Alfonso adjusted this law in 1948 to increase it up to 20%. Anything above that requires us to change the Energy Protection Act. Ewald holds most of Gason's cards in his hands. Remember campaigning for him back in the day? He wouldn't have gotten the USP leadership without us. Good things we handled the transfer of power within the party diplomatically. I'm sure we'll be more open to talk. Try that. Yeah, so many people in the party approached me and praised our course of action. They thought the USP was structured enough and didn't need further attention. I wouldn't be surprised if Alphonse was willing to concede more due to this fact. I'll still be wary of his and Mr. Manger's intentions. Diplomacy is the way 99% of the time. Lucian pulled out a pen and took a few notes. David coughed a bit and then continued talking. From our diplomatic channels, we can tell that Lesbia is still very interested in Swordish petrol, whereas Rumberg wants gas resources. As a sovereign nation, we must protect our resources. Our energy independence is part of our national security here. Gason handles most of our gas production. Allowing more market economics to determine the value of output of energy is aligned with our economic plan. We should protect our energy independence, but we don't know what's off the specifics. As long as we can improve our economic resources extraction, we don't care much. Allowing more market economics to determine the value and output of our energy is aligned with our economic plan. Potential mistake when our traders use our independence on them against us. On common with Lancia, this is a distinct possibility. If Rizia wants to buy more than 20% of shares allowed by protectionism laws, then the government can step in and make changes to the EPA. Precisely, but we don't know if this will be the case. There is a scenario in which we might invest within the EPA limitations. We just have to hear more before weighing the options. But they never revealed much about their involvement to me. But I always had the feeling that Alfonso's crew was more linked to Gason than they seemed. I have information that the CEO that replaced Alfonso is a loyalist. Alfonso still is the chairman of Gason and the de facto key figure. Additionally, National Business Council Chairman Mikhail Avon and Minister Gus Manger have shares in the company and preside over the board. Power structure behind the scenes shouldn't matter to us. Affluent swords don't stray far from each other. The shareholder links raised questions regarding Alfonso Manger's motivations. Affluent swords don't stray far from each other. Why would they? Similar circles, similar educational backgrounds, companies, half of the oligarchs are the LSB or Harcard. Any further comments, esteemed cabinet members? The room went silent and no one stepped forward. It was noticeable how much people respected Wissu. He carried the soul of Swordland as a symbol of the past. I think this summarises all we know and what we stand to gain. Mr. President, what are your thoughts? I look favourably towards a potential investment from Rizia into Swordland. There's a strong potential for further cooperation. Rizia previously aided Swordland when it needed foreign help the most. I'll assist in analysing political implications, Mr. Wishu. Thank you. Our support staff and I will be working towards the next steps as soon as receiving more context from Mr. Manger. Our ambassadors in Port Drazen is in communication with Lorenzo Equiblus, the Rizian Council of Foreign Affairs already. Tell me about the trade deal with Agnolia. A second, I'm going to take a quick pause to go to the toilet very quickly. I'm not going to run an ad. I'll be back in literally like 1 minute, okay? What? Disappear. Quickly grabbing a drink too. Game? Game? Why is it not? Why is it? Okay, there we go. I got very worried there for a second. I was like, does it not recognise the game? Thank you. Sorry, I slammed a Pringle as well. Oh, well, discounted Pringle version. First off, the reason behind this option is more diplomatic than economic. Although, of course, we can't forego the added economic value. Agnolia is an old ally and a valuable trade partner. The point we are at is with the early negotiations around the steel trade. demanded that we buy their steel for a higher price. This is because they think their deal is far too unbalanced as is. The second main demand is a privileged access to our agricultural market. If we are to fulfill their demands, in return they're offering a full alliance of Swordlands against Rumberg. Ooh! Looking at the current advantages of Rumberg near our borders, having a coalition against Rumberg would prove extremely useful. Obviously, there will be consequences for entering a full alliance, mainly the issues around Helgeland, Valsland has full clear intentions of taking over the island one way or another, and entering a military alliance with Agnolia will make them furious. So there's... that's that country. And then... Agnolia. Agnolia is so small in comparison. 11 million, weak. Neutral, strong. Like, it's not great. I'm just going off numbers here. 63 million and a strong military. 5th GDP in the world. And here you've got 18th, 11 million. Even though we can become their friend, it might be better if we try and Vogsland. We try and make them our friends. Obviously, there are consequences. Familiar alliance with Agnolia will make them furious. I wanted to state my support for the decision to stick to our old ally Agnolia. Even though I disagree with their demand to relax immigration, we have cooperated with them on many issues in the past. Agnolia is a solid partner for us. David and the President worked on the previous comprehensive trade agreement in the 30s. There are obviously subjects that would still need to tackle, like our economies, the traded goods, and what to do with immigration. My opinion is that this is a good trade deal we have to go for, and we should go for it. The new Angolian Prime Minister is trying to improve the existing relationship. The answer to that is we really need to make concessions and rally over trade deal. I would be open to creating a new agreement that would satisfy all sides. That would be the best outcome. If you decide that Agnolia is a good option, another point is that they're a very democratic system. After recent election, the PM has a mandate to arrange a fairer deal with us. Martin van Horten is also an avid supporter of relaxed immigration. Since we said we'll keep immigration relaxed, it will help us. Starting the hard reconstruction in England plays a part too. Regardless if we're going to increase our regional influence to previous levels, we might need to make amends with our neighbours. Ultimately, the decision will be up to you as always. How about the trade deal with Wellen? Dealing with a fractured country like Wellen is here, they're just south of us, okay. Dealing with a fractured country like Wellen has positives and negatives. Although it is be lucrative in the short term, there are risks associated with dealing with such a country. They're proposing co-investment projects and no tariff agreement. They are also offering oil in return for attracting foreign capital interests from Swordland. However, it is possible that there will be international ramifications of getting closer to a country like Wellen. All in all, this is a very lucrative deal for us. However, we need to think about the consequences. I certainly don't support the decision to become friendly with Wellen. We carried their blunders for decades. Their migrants flooded our country and now they are expecting a deal from us. Maintaining influence with Wellen could prove useful, yes. It is risky, but think about our influence on an underdeveloped region like that. We could easily sell more products into their markets easily. I'm of the opinion that it's simply too risky. Yes, we would gain resources and immediate capital, but I'm afraid of the consequences. Also meant to ask, what did you get to eat in the end, Koala? You may be right, it's risky. I tend to agree. If we wish to go forward with the deal when the time comes, there's a topic of immigration to consider. Victor Smolak is a known isolationist. Our promise to keep our immigration policy relaxed will not help at all. He blames us for bringing Western interests to the region. He also doesn't want his political opponents to flee here. I personally don't like the idea of getting too close to Wellen. Me too. Agreed. To be fair, if all of them par 1 is like, even though I'm good friends with Peter, if only Peter's the only one that's for it, it's not a good look. Since we did not promise to align with neither East nor West, it is very likely that their concerns will be more around the deal itself. Our neutrality strategy might ease the tensions with Rumberg since their primary concern is the strengthening of the superpower blocks. Also, we're joined by the First Lady. Dingbat. Cat. Very happy. She's getting nick scratches. She's very happy with the outcome. Oh, she's off. See you later, buddy. Oh, she still wants cuddles though. That's a cute cat. Right, let's continue. Don't forget to influence occasion capitalism. Millennialism? Also need to consider the effects of our economic doctrine plan. The fact that we are headed towards a market economy will have an influence. Good negotiators optimize the interest, which makes the difference become trivial, allowing both sides to reach a deal. Very true, Mr. Vecton. We have a lot of time to prepare before the... What's she behind me? Oh, she's there. Very true, Mr. Vecton. We have a lot of time to prepare before the scheduled visits to Wellen and Agnolia. I believe this gives a brief overview of our current options. Our trade delegation will begin work towards the end of the year. We expect final negotiations and the signing of the trade agreement to happen next year. Very much looking forward to visiting Stalport and Vraklorit with party animals like David and Simon. Haha. Peter laughed. Joseph narrows his eyes and stared at him. Welcome back, Don. Welcome back. We're joined by Dingbat the cat just on the floor left of me. We're leading our country. We're doing okay, I believe. With the threat of war is looming on the horizon. So we must do all we can to build relations and basically make them think, you know what, we'll leave them be. Well, that concludes this meeting stream. Thank you all for coming. Have a great day and enjoy Blackhaven. See you later, gentlemen. I'll take my leave then. Sir, meeting concluded and team dispersed. Our diplomatic action plan officially begun. Right. National map. How's everything going? Okay, Alvary, let's... Oh, that's a lot of news. But we've actually been looking at the news. It's actually been helping. 1 second, I've got to cuddle this cat. It's too cute not to. Too cute not to. Oh, she's got a big belly. Remus Holstron criticizes workers' right bills, energy protection at repels process. Oh, there's nothing on this one. I know we did. Emergency in our Enrica Mayor announces. Solden today. Alfonso Foundation, a beacon of charity. Yeah. Calling for open market. Repealing the EPA. Skilled workers. We need democracy. Energy tension escalating Rizia. Solden condemns closure. Cool. So yeah, we're trying to go down a route of, instead of open warfare with the enemy nation, we're trying to like bring other nations in to be like, hey, look, these are the bad guys, help us. So you're gonna see how that goes. Alright, let's read our reports. CPS and Lust picket line. Company spies Solden, Labour Union picket line. City. 2 organisations after removing Gason. HQ. There's discontent. Young Swords member claimed links to government. A 10 Young Swords member in Arvery claimed that he had connections to local government. He has been investigating the truth of his claims, but we're not able to find any further leads for now. Session investigation will be continuing. Repeal proposal for the Energy Protection Act of 1932. The Grand National Assembly of Swordsland gathered yesterday for its infinite session, where a proposal from Friends Richter, the People's Freedom of Justice Party, supported by the independent MP Mansoum Leg, put forth to repeal the Energy Protection Act of 1932. This act is currently stands to restrict foreign ownership of security-sensitive energy corporations to 20%. The proposal to repeal or modify this law has been a topic of debate in the Assembly, with proponents arguing for an open market approach, and opponents advocating for the protection of Swordsland's critical industries from foreign influence. If the repeal successfully garners the requisite majority in the Assembly, it will head to the Maroon Palace for final approval. CPS unveils comprehensive EOTake plan for Rika's infrastructure. God, that's a lot of writing. This is such a well-written game. I'm loving it. But my voice, I say. And Dingbat the cat. Would you like to go? Dingy. Dingy. Look at that cat. Look at that cat. Oh, it's so cute. You guys can't see the cat, but I can. That's all that matters. She's looking up at me. And she nibbles my hand. Good day. In a calculated effort to expand student political sway, the continent security pact, headed by Vice Secretary Chairman. I'm not even going to. Iotake has unveiled a colossal investment scheme aiming at revolutionising Rika's infrastructure and education sectors. Yeah, you can read that if you wish. I'm getting old. Right, here's our main bits. Our highway is under construction. Does it actually tell us what year it is? Again, we're seeing sort of a balance still down, but it's starting to go up. Briefing for results from the Reform Committee, Tourism Cultural Preservation Act, and read the report. Let's read the report. Grand National Assembly's Green Bill in whole sword. Grand National Assembly is preparing the Green Bill with a focus on promoting sustainable industry practices, particularly in Grudi. Section 1 of the Act proposes stricter regulations on industrial pollution and waste disposal. It suggests hefty fines for non-compliance with the collected revenues to be reinvested in environmental recovery projects. I like that idea. Briefing results from the Reform Committee. I came a little early to the meeting room before anybody showed up. We had scheduled a meeting to discuss the progress of the Reform Committee regarding the new constitution. I took a seat in the centre chair in the vacant meeting room as I waited for them to show up. The reforms were slowly becoming the most significant expectation of my government, through changing Seoul's constitution of 29. Most people nowadays blame the constitution for the outlined outstanding problems of the country. On the other hand, the reformists in the assembly have been getting louder about their demands. What I knew for sure was that I needed to do something about this encroaching chaos before it swallowed me. Meanwhile, Lucian, Peter, and Nia had been leading the committee and prepared for initial draft of the constitutional amendments. I was intrigued to hear their results. There was a knock at the door. It was Lucian. "Good afternoon, sir." Lucian arrived on the hour mark again. His punctuality could almost be described as obsessive. "Good afternoon, Lucian." He took a seat at the table and took out a bunch of documents, spreading them on the long table. "We should begin the meeting as soon as Ms. Morgner and Mr. Vice President arrives. We finally have some results from the Reform Committee." "How does it look?" "Is the heating on?" "The heating is on. I need to turn that off." "How does it look? What's the results?" "Good." "How does it look?" "Well, the situation is quite complicated, but I'm sure we will make it work. It's just like we accomplished many things before. We'll go over the details regarding the new constitution in the meeting." A few minutes later, Peter and Nia also arrived. After a short chat, everybody sat down and took their notes. I knew it was going to be a long meeting. There's a lot to talk about the future of this process. Let us begin to tackle the points of contention. And again, thank you for being back, Don. I hope you had a good time away. Mr. President, our committee meeting were really fruitful, and we're already starting working on the constitutional draft together with the reformists. They demanded a little too much. We've had success with Franz Richter to create a realistic draft that could potentially go through the Supreme Court. Little. They demanded to rewrite the whole constitution. Mr. Richter, deputy, even suggested removing the term sword from the constitution completely. I also didn't like their theatrics, but their request was definitely not outrageous. They were just not realistic in today's political circumstances. Nonetheless, Mr. Vice President, thanks to your convincing arguments, we seem to have reached a common ground already. If we can carefully reach an agreement with the reformists, we will be very strong in the Assembly to propose a change. Can we reach a 2/3 majority in the Assembly? If you can get Franz Richter to work with you on this, our only problem would be uniting our own party. We'll never be able to get FNP to work with us. We need to get the majority of our 130 seats in the Assembly to vote in favour. With PFJP's full support of 70 votes, we will easily pass the needed 166. But it will be tough to unite the USP with all the divisive wings that have formed. You must make them follow you loyally. Hello, see you later. Yeah, Danish cat. We will convince the leads. We did it before for the elections. We can do it again. We will convince the leads. Alvin Clavin and his reformist wing would be supporting you. He already weighed in heavily in the committee meetings. However, the Conservatives would be tough to break. The influence of Sol still living strong in the party. Eventually remove his influence. How many votes do they have? Do you think they can be persuaded? I'm sure it's possible, but regardless of my opinion, we need to persuade most of them to support us for passing an amendment to the Constitution. There's only one person who's the key to back us. Gloria Tori. She is well respected by the Solists. She'll be the biggest obstacle in the Assembly and her demands will be extensive. I also have reasons to think she might be in Orso's pocket. She'll be tough to break, but we need her help to get Conservative support. Suppose we'll pass the Supreme Court. They're the biggest obstacle. Even if we pass the Assembly, the Chief Justice will do his best to block our amendment. We need at least 6 of the 11 judges to vote for the proposal, but Mr. Hawker has enormous influence over the judges. We should reach out to the judges in secret. Some of them might be willing to break rank to support us. They will surely support a just cause for the country and its future. Lucian looks skeptical. According to the Constitution, I'm a member of the Supreme Court. which means we already have 1 vote. 2 of the judges are friends of mine and a similar opinion about the reformers. Consider them with me. So we have 3 votes out of 11. Who else would be willing to support reforms? I think Judge Edmund can be persuaded, and in extension Mr. Dalton and Mr. Merton. They weren't really blinded by the solist ideology. Yes, those three don't seem to be working directly with Chief Justice Hawker. If we can get to Isabel Edmonds, we might get the 6 votes needed. That's our best bet. What are the demands? We should run down each of the main demands of the committee and get your input first. Miss Morgner, can you explain further? 1 second, I'm gonna turn off my heating. It's auto kicked in, because I have it like that to heat up when I'm at work, but it's really warm already today. Click. Done. And with that, you get a view of my suit and pajama combo. We'll start with the first red line. The new constitution will fix the loopholes regarding the president's absolute veto powers. Even though Mr. Richter put on a whole show about why vetoes should completely be removed, the committee has almost unanimously agreed on fixing the loopholes, thus limiting presidential vetoes. My suggestion is to add a clause detailing the methods the Assembly may override a veto with some sort of supermajority. One person should never be able to block the rest. Too much power. No, the loopholes give the president too much power. Mr. Richter. The vetoes should be removed. Loopholes give the president too much power. We misused. Whatever you decide, it's important to get a balanced picture. We're making history by changing the 29 Constitution of Sol. The second one is about the judiciary. The new constitution will remove the Supreme Court's right to vote on legislation. The Supreme Court's the 11 people, isn't it? This is yet another point that was unanimously agreed on by all parties. Tarquin Sol established this rule to protect his 29 constitution. We all know how most of his judges are still as pawns. Constitutional amendments will still be very difficult to accomplish with a reform like this, particularly because we will keep the 2/3 vote system to be able to propose a change. However, the judiciary will not have the final say in the amendment. It's already what we want to do. I can't disagree with that. We need the court to even pass this change. Why would they support this? Most of them won't, but we've already talked about my vote and possible agreement with Isabel, which may change things. Apart from those 2 critical points, they have other major demands. They want to reform the appointment procedures of the ministers. Mr. Richter clarified that the Assembly should have a say in the formation of the Council of Ministers. That's something that a majority in our party also supports. Well, Mr. Richter also talked about abolishing the Member of Honour rights of Tarquin Sol, that gives them absolute immunity and makes them a permanent member of the Assembly. Well, that one is a controversial one. I doubt the USP would like that. Immunity of the justices, the impeachment of the president, limiting power of the presidential decrees, all of this came up during the committee meetings. Yes, reformists expect big reforms, while our faction isn't in the USP. It's not very keen on pushing changes that are too great. I say keeping everything in the middle ground is the safest bet. No need to agitate anyone too much. Let's keep the changes small and manageable. As long as we address the main issues, I also agree. Well, regardless of what Mr. Rain decides, we will need to work together to push this agenda. Now we have a better picture of your intentions, sir. I'll start reaching out through my contracts and make a draft that works for us. I'll present your input to the committee. In a few months, you should have a draft on your desk to make final changes yourself. I think this was yet another fruitful meeting, sir. Your service is appreciated. If we do this, we'll remember this hero together we democratize Holland. Together we will democratize Holland. And you have my full support, Mr. President. Ours too, of course. Yes, sir. Thank you for your time. I think this is where we'll call it, sir. Have a good day. They left the room. Get out. Oh no, there's more stuff to read. I'm here to lead, not to read. Minister Manager's Rural Development Vision. Cooperative Rumberg and Economic Imperative. Job free sparks fears for Gason's financial stability. WPB is deplorable. Geopolitics. Yutake Plan, a global perspective. Okay, things are going. Guess this is... Yeah, there's Helgiport, the island of contention. It's such a big powerhouse in comparison to Agnolia. Come on. Ooh, do not click off. Do not click off. There we go. Bang. Right, let's look at our reports. Nature preservation protest. Yep. H3 construction plan started by Taurus. Taurus Holding has reported that priority work for the H3 highway is already started, including clearing land, demolishing buildings, and the path of the future roadway. Construction of the highway will be starting next month, working west from Haven. Nice. Incident at President Sol's mansion on Duru Island. A private boat nearing Tarquin Sol's mansion on Duru Island prompted the Coast Guard to fire warning shots. Despite its initial alarm, former President Tarquin Sol allowed the boat to approach for a brief conversation. The occurrence has raised questions about security protocols near the obscure mansion. Details of the conversation remain undisclosed. Ooh. Nature preservation protests. Nature Preservation Foundations, a protest against the remaining coal industry, significant contribute to Swedish energy. The group is voicing concerns about the environmental impact of the industry. The process is gaining momentum and drawing attention to the needs for sustainable energy alternatives. The future of coal industry's operations of Morbel is uncertain. And that is it. Right. Our main tasks over here. Anything else? Oh yeah, the tourism act. Let's do it! Right. Don't know why it's not scrolled up to top. Tourism and Cultural Preservation Act. I love how this looks very official, by the way. The Sword Tourism and Cultural Preservation Act aims to amplify the culture, law, and tourism viability of Borin, Library, Lockhaven, Anrika, and Benfi. The Grand National Assembly is calling a collective push to establish Shortland as a global tourist destination and reduce the effects of recession. Section 1 focuses on the cultural elevation of these cities, identifying local food, drink, music, dance, architecture, and historical sites as unique selling propositions. This cultivation of cultural tourism is positioned as a catalyst for economic invigoration. Section 2 underscores the restoration and preservation of key landmarks in Lockhaven and Anrika. Concurrently, it proposes a comprehensive renovation of tourist infrastructure in Benfi to enrich the visitor experience and generate steady income for local communities. Section 2, subsection 1, further commits to the safeguarding and development of the caves of Sterna in Ribery and the vineyards of Borin, recognising their potential tourism growth drivers. -1 from government budget. Let's do it. I think doing this will actually allow us to do better. South Creased, situation up for booms nationwide. I'm hoping by the next month we start to see this go wheep. Yes, tourism industry booming nationwide. Beautiful. That's what we want to see. And I think with us, the way we're going around this should work. Tourism and Cultural Preservation Act signed. Milestone installed as a tourism journey as the nation harnesses the cultural wealth to tackle the recession. Radical, a step towards progress. So everyone's kind of agreeing. Good choice. Good choice. Obviously, our personal wealth isn't going up and our government budget is significantly going down. But hopefully, things will change. Meet with Chief Justice also. Hawker. Oh, there's Hawker. It's time to have a discussion, eh? Let me check the global stage. There's nothing here for us to worry about. Diplomatic mission. Junior's team is currently leading diplomatic mission in Agnolia. Are we leading diplomatic missions? Yep, diplomatic mission here. I wouldn't want a diplomatic mission here, you know what I'm saying? Big old country. Defenders. Right. Open Chief Justice Oslo. Hawker. The administrators had been working day and night on the overwhelming amount of issues they were facing. Country. The department sent several documents which required my signature today they could start working on new decisions that were taken. After I signed dozens of them, I closed my eyes to relax for a moment, after another long day. Even though I really wished to leave the palace for the day, Lucian had earlier told me that the Chief Justice wanted to speak to me, and we planned to meet in my office in 30 minutes. I waited for him, wondering the subject he would raise. Take a moment to relax, and look out the window. Bands of shimmering lights in the Holstead skyline were mesmerising. Suddenly I heard a knock at the door. It was Lucian. Good evening, sir. Great to see you. Good to see you. Good to see you too, sir. I thought I couldn't explain the situation in detail earlier, sir. The Chief Justice insisted on seeing you this evening. I do not know what he has to say, but it will probably be about the new constitution. He'll be coming shortly with Judge Mr. Gracia. Mr. Grassi? For the meeting. We shouldn't take them lightly. I think he's here to test the waters. He's here to threaten us to stop the reforms. He might be able to cooperate with them. We may be able to cooperate with them. I advise against that, sir. I do not trust the Chief Justice. We should. There were 3 knocks at the door. Lucian checked his watch. He looked rather worried. Livia opened the doors. Chief Justice Oslo Hawker and the Judge Heron Grassi entered the room. Good evening, Mr. President. It's great to see you. Evening. Welcome, Justice Grassi and Chief Justice Hawker. Good to see you indeed. Also gestured at the sofa in the office. May I? Let's have a seat, gentlemen. We all took our seats on 2 opposite sofas and made ourselves comfortable. How were your first couple of months, Mr. President? I hope you're faring well. I'm doing well, no need to worry, Mr. Garci. No pleasantries, just get to the point. Thank you. It's very busy, but I'm doing good. It will only get busier. Yeah, I think you're doing a good job so far. Considering all that's happened around us, with the shootings near the palace and soldiers on our borders, it is a troubling time. We appreciate your concerns. So, probably know why we're here. Please enlighten me, Mr. Hawker. You're here to stop the new constitution. We're only here to tell you that the Supreme Court does not approve the attempt to change the constitution. With all due respect, the constitution needs to be updated, sir. I'm sure you're well aware of the public demand and our circumstances. Is that so? I see that you're the one who is not aware of the actual circumstances. You want to make a weaker constitution in the midst of problems from both inside and outside? Even if a proposal passes the Assembly, I will make sure it will not pass the Supreme Court. That much is clear. We'll get the Supreme Court too. Get the court too, even if you do not cooperate. We haven't seen the proposal yet, Mr. Hawker. Is it so soon to be against it? Do you think I live under a rock, Mr. President? I know what goes on. Yet you, Mr. President, seem the only partially informed about the current situation. Let me explain the reason for our stance. Let's hear it. We are protecting the Constitution because it works, Mr. President. It is efficient and it gives you the authority to lead the nation with swift decisions. Swordland has more important problems and threats that we should face right now instead of nitpicking about our war paragraphs of the Constitution. Some paragraphs, I'm sorry, I'm a moment. We have a potential war within our borders. Also signalled Heron with his hand to let him speak and said, Mr. President, I know you're a busy man, so I'll make this quick. We all know that the Swedish security forces found stashes of Rumbergian weaponry in the hideouts of Blundish separatists. KA-74s are roaming inside Swordland at this moment. As much as Rumberg poses a direct threat, now it's clear that they also intervene in our country and weaponising our minorities against us. It's not unprecedented to think that the Bloods will start their terror again in their new toys. Not to mention the fights that broke out between the left and right wing after the shooting of Bernard's Circus. Communists are rising with the support of United Contana. Chaos is imminent for Swordland. And sadly, we don't see the administration taking the necessary precautions. You said you will not focus on military during your term, and the current circumstances cannot be tolerated at any cost. So I'm going to take a drink before I continue this. Ooh, Mr. Hawker, the court has no jurisdiction over these matters. We're taking the necessary steps, no need to worry. I'm just thinking of the way to lead this. I did promise that circumstances have changed. I'm relieved to hear that. But regardless of that, are you also aware that the armed Bludish separatists have directly connections with the Workers' Party of Burgia? Like the militias, they're not the same. I mean, they're all Bloods. Everyone knows that. You know what that means? Do you remember the vote of Workers' Party in the last election? What is this all about? The only reason they are not in the assembly is because of the electoral threshold. They've gotten quite big. They are clearly getting outside help and their connection to the paramilitary Bludish forces cannot be denied. And all of a sudden, the reformists are trying to decrease the electoral threshold so that Bludish separatists can legitimise in the assembly to achieve their aims of independence. You think that's Mr. Richter's intention? I suspect his intentions are grander, but I wish the only issues were the Bludish terrorists in Rumberg. The reformers suggest changes would also bring the communists, who are backed by United Contana, into the assembly. Do you see the pattern yet? You're saying the reformers are working for the foreign powers. Haven't you been briefed by security team? Maybe you should suspect them as well. We should take the necessary measures against communist and Bludish plots, as well as increasing our military budget against a possible conflict with Rumberg. And of course not fall into the traps of the reformists by listening to their demands. They are clearly plotting to weaken the president and our whole administration in order to exploit the situation. Which brings us to some very important information that we have. It's definitely something you need to hear, and it can change absolutely everything. With all due respect, Mr. President, this is getting slightly ridiculous. Oh, what's your thoughts, guys? Do we let Mr. Hawker speak? Do we let Chief Justice Lucian? Or you're right, I don't think anything will come out of this meeting. They're sort of just like, this is going to happen. We know it. I think listening to Lucian hasn't led us the wrong way yet. And I'm quite keen on Lucian. So I think I'll listen to him. What's everyone's thoughts, if anyone's still around? I think we go with Lucian on this. I think we tell them we don't think anything good will come out of this meeting, because we're clearly not going to get their support to get rid of it. I'll give you guys a minute to think on that while I quickly respond to my friend's message. Unless Lucian Glade is a communist secretly. Who knows? But I don't care. I'm supporting him. You're right. I don't think anything will come out of this meeting. So you don't want to hear about the information that I have. I want to hear it. Lucian looks upset. First in question is Mr. Franz Richter himself, the leader of the reformists. We have enough information to infer that he has ties with Acacia. Acacia is aggressively growing their influence around the world, and now we have Mr. Richter coming up with these ridiculous demands for a new constitution amidst a chaotic period in Swordland. All the pieces seem to fit perfectly. That's why the Supreme Court will be doing what it takes to stop these reforms and preserve the constitution. How would you know that Mr. Richter has ties to Acacia? Mr. Glade, we all know that I've been Acacia many times because it's been documented. Would you think he's been making hidden flights to the country? He was flying his flights to Acacia? He was. They've been spotted in the hotel in Acacia last year, where they held the Conference of Economic Development in Volatile Regions. Right around that time, he started to influence the masses into believing that our constitution is the reason for everything bad. His trip was not documented, nor was he an official guest of the conference. We believe that he had a meeting with President Walker behind closed doors. We also have a couple of more photos of him that were taken in Arcadia in different cities. One is from a couple of months back. Again, none of this is documented. He also attended another event in Lesbia last week. The Arcadian Minister of Foreign Affairs was there too. How can any of these be undocumented? We don't know. Even if he used a private plane, we would be able to gather the information of his flights. That means there's people helping him from the inside. Many Solace were already following his lead for quite some time, Mr. President. I cannot give away their identities, but I can give you the evidence. He handed me a small file, containing official documents from the Swordish Border Guard with highlighted dates that showed no trace of Franz Richter's name. There were clear photos of him that were taken in conference in Arcadia, as well as remarks by lesbian Arcadia citizens who claimed to have seen him in Arcadia businessmen around the same dates. There was some of the official transcript of one of his speeches where he claimed to be in Benfey on the dates of the conference in Arcadia, where he was spotted. Lucian skimmed through the documents with skepticism who slowly turned into surprise. These seem to be real. Of course they were real, Mr. Glade. There seems to be suggested that Arcadia is behind the reformists. Their demands will only benefit Arcadia. They want to have as weaker administration while we face these threats. There's clearly a plot against Swordland. I bet Rumberg is part of their plan too. It cannot be coincidence that they are weaponizing our minorities against us around the same time. Now you understand the reasons for our current stance, and also our suspicion about your advisors, who clearly have not given you this vital information. Lucian gave him a sharp look. Appreciate the information, Mr. Hawker, but I advise against jumping to conclusions right away. We still need to check the information. There's not much to think or check. This is clearly an emergency. In such cases, the Constitution gives the President the right to use his emergency powers. If we work together, we can be sure the Supreme Court will not block your declaration of emergency. We want to declare an emergency. Of course, we cannot wait for the processes of the Assembly to take care of these issues. You must exercise your presidential powers for a fast and effective solution. which means you might need to suspend parts of the Constitution to give more authority to our security forces to deal with these issues. We'd officially investigate Mr. Richter as well. You can devise a strong security decree if you can base it in Articles 57 and 58. It gives the President the right to suspend parts of the Constitution to deal with national security threats. You can directly bypass the Assembly in such a situation. The only thing you need is the Supreme Court to allow that emergency to be declared, and you have our word on that. So I think it's going a bit too far. We shouldn't escalate things so fast. Mr. President, why don't we talk in private, only the two of us? We can devise a plan together. I know it can be used the Constitution to our advantage. It would be more effective if McGlade and Mr. Garcia would leave the room to discuss it. So I advise against it. Regardless of our situation, I'll be proceeding with the reform. Sorry that we won't cooperate with Mr. Hawker. I like your idea, Mr. Hawker, but I'd rather plan it together. The thing is, even if they are actually in that for a reason, so long as it leads to our country in a better position in the long run, I'm not too against that. Leave us alone, Mr. Hawker, gentlemen. I'm not getting rid of Lucian, though. I trust Lucian too much. I think he wants to bribe me. Mr. Hawker, but I'd rather plan it together. Regardless of the situation, I'll be proceeding with the reforms. Even though you're aware of our national security threats, you're making a big mistake, Mr. President. We will not allow you to succeed. Gentlemen, I think it's about time to end this meeting. Well, thank you for having us, Mr. President. Have a good evening. Both left the room without saying anything else. That was not good. They clearly tried to threaten you. We have to make sure our reforms will pass through the court. Also, we'll be doing whatever it takes to damage you. We need to be careful. There are still many old guard sympathizers in our party. We can't let them divide our party, and he will definitely try. After a short evaluation of the situation on the hand, Lucian left me in the presidential office. It was obvious that the old guard would be my main rivals in the near future. Oi, oi, oi. I'm just trying to save the country, man. I'm doing our best. Hawker and Maroon Palace. I know about that, eh? Oh, continue. Trials of Democracy. Drink. What's everyone been thinking of this game so far? I'm actually really enjoying it. I'm enjoying wearing it. It's weird wearing a suit on stream though. But it doesn't actually feel that uncomfortable after a while. Did initially, but not too bad now. Session hits farmers again. Let's have a little read. Session hits farmers again. As per the latest news from Lockhaven, the farming industry has taken another hit as a result of the recession. There are reports of 60% of all wheat in Lockhaven and rotting barns. Due to lack of buyers, farmers are requesting additional funds from the government to survive this year. Another reports lack of hospitals. I don't know about that. Belligerent resistance in sanctuaries. By state-sanctioned priests. Communist books burned in Borin. Young Sards and NFP flags burned. Good debating the repeal of the EPA. Okay. A lot of news. Red Youth rises, warning bells for Swordland. Swordland school poisoning in Ribble. Upcoming government budget changes. Worker unions put pressure for former promised benefits. United protests time for women to stand up. Questioning solace education. It's a lot at once. It's a lot at once. But I am actually really enjoying this game. Don't let anything seem like I'm not. I'm actually really enjoying this game. We're seeing progress with the H3 highway, I like to believe. Alright. Barbecue with Franc. Residents of the President of Swordland. Old Sword. Saturday afternoon, my first break from what felt like years, and the weather couldn't have been more perfect. Trying to keep my mind off the upheaval sparked by Circas assassination, I lit the backyard grill. Monica and Dina were out shopping for the craft supplies. I'd given the staff the day off. It was just myself and Frank at home. I wasn't sure how he felt about me at the moment, but I did know how he felt about barbecue ribs. Our cook had left some marinated in the fridge. Soon enough, as soon as Frank glimpsed the grill and the meat, he stepped outside to join me. Come to spend some quality time with your old man, have you? Sure, if you can spare a few minutes out of your busy schedule. If you're new to talk about the fathers, don't get dinner. Fan the flames, will you? Look, son, I'm preoccupied with matters. I'm sorry, I've not been around very often, but I'm very happy to see you now. It's okay. I know you've got the most stressful job in the country, and you've got to feed your family on top of it. We both chuckled and turned to the fire. Here, let me try. He grabbed the fan and started quickly, waving it over the coals. The fire roared to life. He turned to look at me with a grin on his face as if he was expecting praise. Good job. Good job. Thank you, sir. It was our utmost interest to fulfill our duties with precision. The grilling shall commence in exactly 1 minute and 32 seconds. That was spot on impersonation of Lucian. We looked at each other for a second, then burst out laughing. I realised my throat was parched. There was a 6-pack of beer in the kitchen. Can you bring us a couple of beers? He looked at me in disbelief. You mean Mom told me... He stopped himself quickly, ran inside and returned with 2 beers. He cracked them open, clinked the bottles and gazed out at the city skyline. For a moment my thoughts flashed back to my childhood and my relationship with my own father. My father was a hard-working man, and always had our best interests in mind, or at least that's what he always said. But he had a temper, would lash out at my mother in fights. I could hear them from my bedroom. By the time I was Frank's age, we seldom spoke. Now that I was the president, I was facing more stress than my father ever had. I would have to work hard not to take my frustration out on my family. Dad, can I ask you something? We're family, you can ask anything. It's just... I feel like there's so much you've been hiding from me. About your past. About what's going on right now. Like at dinner that night after the ball, you told me everything was under control, but it wasn't, was it? I know what happened in the 20s. We learned all about it in school. Now, with the protests and the riots, is there going to be the same thing? Dad, is there going to be a civil war in Swordland? No, I'll never let that happen. Good. But what was it like back then? Uncle Peter said the two of you went through a lot. I'm not a kid anymore, you can tell me. But before I could gather my thoughts, the familiar images started flashing before my eyes. Images of soldiers advancing towards me and my friends, weapons drawn. Of people I knew, friends and neighbours being dragged through the streets and murdered in the alleyways. The shock and grief on the faces of fathers, mothers and orphaned children. Those were dark times. Seems like it. Well, you're nearly a grown man. Let's talk about it. Frank leaned forward in his chair, his eyes wide. How rank Franc about the queue talking about Civil War of 1927. I was barely older than you are now. Studying history at their University of Culture, I was a freshman, excited and young. I just left the classroom to go back as I heard the sound of multiple vehicles approaching the campus gates. As they got closer, I realised they were military camouflage trucks and tanks carrying hundreds of soldiers. The same soldiers that were supposed to protect Swordland's citizens pointed their guns at us. They immediately took control of the facilities. One of my friends asked what was going on and was arrested immediately. More people got angry and gathered in protest. Frank kept listening, a look of shock on his face. Seems like about soldiers beating you. I was there when the protesters, they declared martial law. We marched towards them. They threatened to use force, but we stood our ground, so they started beating anyone they saw, including me. The physical wounds took a few weeks to heal, but the mental scars stayed with me to this day. I was lucky. I was still one of the lucky ones. Some of our friends were shot. Many more were arrested. I can't forget the screams to this day. Frank leaned back in his chair, his shoulders slumped heavily. That's enough for today. It's okay, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have asked you about it. I know I don't understand how easy my life is sometimes. One more thing though. I know that you managed to not take any sides. Do you mind if I ask why? I don't want to be a part of the violence. There are two sides of the same coin. Frank raised his eyebrows, his curiosity still not satisfied, but sensing my reluctance to go on, he simply nodded. I'm sorry for bombarding you with questions. I know I complain sometimes, but my problems are nothing compared to what you went through. I'm here to listen to them, no matter what they are. Before Frank could say anything else, I heard the front door unlock. Dina and Monica's voices with the sounds of rustling shopping bags filled the house. Right, I'll be upstairs until dinner. Frank went and dashed upstairs. I took a long sip from my beer, looking to see in now setting sun. I hope that talking to Frank about my past had been the right decision. Part of me felt as if some sort of burden had been lifted. I had the same nightmares again that night. Oh, and I want to see that growth going up! ATO pledges financial and military aid to Agnolia. Ooh! Nice. Okay, that's better for us. Prisoners riot in Anton Rock Prison. 4 guards and 21 prisoners died. 134 were injured. USP reporting reforms. Warner Industries output concerns. Rizia advocates for energy partnership. Inaugural investments. Poland and ambitious Gason energy venture. Can we emphasize bilateral benefits such as cooperation? I just threw up in my own mouth. That's terrible. Oh, that's happened to me before occasionally. Oh. Attacker opened fire on protesters, 70 dead. God. Great. Alright, elections, Swordland, Bruni, Rackable, Horizons, okay. Right, let's head to Narbel. President visit to Narbel. I was travelling to the snow-covered city of Narbel in the Nargis region for the Rural Development Forum organised by the Ministry of Health and Ministry of Education. The mountainous city of Narbel had gritty tones to it. It was mostly regarded as one of the poorest cities in Swordland. Its people were hardy and wary. Even after the discovery of natural resources in the area, years of neglect by the central government were apparent on the buildings and the general infrastructure. Now resources, namely gas and oil, were now under the control of Gason, which elevated the corporation to the place of power. My task in this forum was mainly symbolic. Faked smiles and handshake with oil barons, meeting with the local politicians, but most importantly of all, making sure that Narbel did not feel like it was forgotten by the government. The scenery so far, however, was a reflection of Narbel's neglect. Main roads in the city were not maintained well. There were many bumps and empty discoloured spots in the asphalt. Navigating and swerving to avoid the inconveniences, our motorcade finally started nearing the city. As if my discomfort from the bumpy road was apparent to him, Sarge rolled down the petition window. We're arriving at the Hotel West in a few minutes, sir. Thanks for letting me know. Any time. It is my duty. After a moment, Sarge started to smile under his moustache. How was life, Serge? So I just want to say, it's been great these past 2 months. As you know, my wife Susan recently gave birth to our son, sir, and our daughter just started a very good high school in Holsword. That's great news, Serge. I'm happy for you. I appreciate it, sir, truly. I was worried that I wouldn't be able to afford a good private school if she scored less in the entrance exams, but I shouldn't have made my insecurity get to me. Erica outsmarts me all the time. I'm very proud to have a daughter like her. So that means she must have taken the smarts after her mother. He let out a laugh. She must have. My daughter looks up to the First Lady for inspiration, and not just my daughter, sir. She's an inspiration for almost all women in the country. But at the same time, it must be hard for the First Lady as well. All this attention, adjusting to the new high-profile life, and a husband that has great responsibility. It's hard for us both. It must be so. We sometimes forget the important people in life between all the responsibilities and rush. You know, those we care for. I agree. So continued after a moment of silence. Have I told you, sir? We named my son George. Doctor said he was very healthy and thankful. So is my wife. Tell me more about Susan. What kind of person is she? She's a good heart. Her family comes from Sana, so they're a little more traditional. She's beautiful, of course. But what I really admire about her is her selflessness. Monica is preserving. It can be inspiring at times to have a partner like that. It's only fitting. A lioness for a lion. Serge sighed. I've already started thinking about their university education, especially Erica. I want to send her to a good private school, but with the current state of the economy, it's going to be hard on us. I don't have the money to do that at the moment. We will fix the economy, one way or the other. If anyone can, that's you, Mr. President. The car hit a major pothole and a bump which lifted it up in our seats for a second. Are you fine? Yes, sir. I hope the car is fine too. Okay, began approaching the hotel. The Hotel West was supposedly the best hotel in Narbel. The large 25-storey main building was undoubtedly one of the taller, most expensive buildings in the city. It towered over the nearby slums and had a target for protest when it was first built. The crowd was gathered in front of the hotel with a welcoming committee at its centre. As we approached the red-carpeted entrance, I could see Mayor of Narbel at the top of his aides. And his top age on top of his age. He's still on top of the pyramid. Serge got out of the car and opened the door. He bowed his head respectfully and gestured towards the entrance. See you later, Serge. Thank you, sir. Likewise. As soon as I left the vehicle, the fresh air of Narbil filled my lungs. Almost immediately, everyone present in the crowd flocked over to me with an excessive display of courtesy, smiles and handshakes while I donned the mask of a politician. A mask I was very used to. And look at that. We haven't even got to Narbil yet, and we're already having amazing interactions. That's why I'm loving this game so far. Questions appear in the karma. Education privatization proven successful. Sol needs to answer for his crimes. Shocking misogynist rally. Labour unions right march. There seems to be some reports. Young Sol suspected of terror attack. God. Reforms. That's the two. Cool. Yeah, if I had more personal wealth, I would do that for him. But we haven't had the return on our investments yet. Oh, we actually have a picture of our family on our I like that this is actually our desk as well. Ah, that's so cool. Right, briefing on the current welfare situation. I arrived at the meeting room to my talk with Chiara and Pascal. Before beginning, I took a moment to appreciate the view from the balcony. The mountains of Narbil were completely covered with snow. While I was mesmerised by the scenery, Pascal Benowell walked up to me. My Minister of Health was, ironically, somewhat portly, having gained a few pounds since his breakthrough as a best-selling writer, but his authority on social affairs could not be questioned. Such a spectacular view. Ciara Walder, the Ministry of Education, joined us on the balcony, dressed in a sky blue pantsuit. Her preference for trousers over dresses had made her a subject to much palace gossip, but it didn't seem to bother her in the slightest. Spectacular indeed, but if you look in the opposite direction, you can see what Sol's decades of neglect did to the city. Most of the people who live in Narbil are workers, farmers, and their wives and children. They're breaking their backs for close to no pay, all thanks to greedy corporation. So very much rather in hostile companies, that's how they work. My intention is to help the working class. I'm glad we can see eye to eye on the issue. I've been munching away. If you look past the view, you can see the real problems. The real problems like poverty. Pascal nodded gravely. This was a subject he knew quite a bit about himself. His best known books were about the plight of Swordland's less fortunate, drawn from his own past growing up in squalor. Well put, Miss Wilder. You don't need to tell me about my own experiences with poverty. I'm sure you have similar stories. Am I right, Mr. President? We knew less fortunate families who we belong to the middle class ourselves. We've gone through difficult times. True, but some lives are more difficult than others, like ours was, and still for hundreds of thousands in Swordland. You don't have to be born poor to sympathise with the plight of the impoverished, much as you don't have to be born a woman to recognise Swordland's need for parity among the sexes. Parity among the sexes shouldn't be our first priority. Look how many high-ranking female politicians our country has. Appearances can be deceiving, Pascal. Her voice sounded bitter. Think about how Lilius Graff got to her current position. I don't necessarily believe the rumours about her and Sol, but she never could have risen so high if she didn't have a parrot. If she didn't parrot his cause. Gloria Tory. It is an accident that the first female assembly speaker is such a staunch conservative. And then there was Alfonso's habit of promoting women to prominent positions to give Swordland a progressive sheen while accomplishing nothing in reality. While the women in places like Narbil are denied any opportunity to advance, the government can be use a handful of female politicians from wealthy families, myself included, to pretend their only obstacle to success is their own lack of initiative. Meanwhile, those of us who don't use our clout to help powerful men stay in power are denigrated as angry spinsters. I ask you, Mr. President, does anyone care about your strategist Miss Glade doesn't have a wife? I agree with you completely. Swordland's women deserve better. I'm glad to hear that. As I was saying, isn't it about time a whole sword addressed the country's real issues, rather than bowing to the wishes of the hawks and fearmongers in the establishment, diverting yet more resources to military and law enforcement? Our welfare, healthcare and education system have been decaying since the recession. Swordland's poorer communities are losing hope. Hopelessness and a lack of opportunities can drive people to extreme solutions. We've seen increased crime, domestic violence, and yes, rising inequality between men and women. It's generally tackled from different directions. We need to engage us. could stop the recession, create jobs and growth. The economic situation does play a huge role in living standards. Our urban and rural disparities are stark, and the recession hit the weakest harder. We can't fix the economy by ourselves. We have to educate the people and let them create new opportunities too. There's another subject I want to mention. I've been working on improving the rights of workers in our country, and I proposed a draft bill that is currently being reviewed by our party. Mr. Clavin has already backed me and given his support. Sutherland has fallen behind most countries on this subject, and it is my responsibility to ensure this is not the case. I agree, we need to improve the standards for our workers. There is always room for improvement. It's good to hear that you are pushing for it. Appreciate the kind word, Mr. President. I will not let you down. There's also a matter of life and death. Every decade we hear of some horrific accident due to the employee's disregard for the workers' safety. So, you back the bill when it arrives on your desk, Mr. President. I would be very interested in supporting it once it is finished. I'm relieved to hear that. He smiled. It's getting a little cold out here. Shall we continue our discussion indoors? We headed back inside. The meeting room was already prepared for state business. Small gifts for each other had been placed on the table by the municipality. We took our seats. Tell me, let's start with your health overview, Pascal. As you wish, Mr. Oh, ding back. I see a tail. I see a bum bum. Love my cat. As you wish, Mr. President. Swordland has a free healthcare system, except for a few private hospitals operating under it. Danish, cat. Most of the populace receives adequate treatment. Health issues primarily appear in rural areas due to a lack of quality services. I'm doing my best to ensure that citizens of all ages receive the best healthcare they can. I also personally want to solve our high infant and maternity mortality problem. What's the life expectancy and mortality rate? Our life expectancy is 65. The infant mortality rate is a worrying 121 per 1,000 births, while our maternal mortality is at 5 per 1,000. Wow. That's really bad. That's really bad. I assure you that we're doing everything we can to save mothers and their newborns. Those numbers are saddening indeed. I agree. We must do everything we can. We are working very hard on improving the quality of services. How many doctors and nurses are employed? We have 31,594 doctors and 73,680 nurses working for the Ministry of Health. This is a high number. What I think is, I don't want to be rude, but out of those numbers, how many are in urban and rural areas? Good point, Kara. Pascal? The data shows that per 10,000 people in urban areas, there are about 11 doctors, while in rural areas there are only 3. In other words, rural citizens with medical emergencies have to wait an embarrassingly long time before they get treated. How many hospital beds are there per 10,000 citizens? There are 10 beds per 10,000 citizens. Compared to most of our neighbours, this is a very good number. The amount of beds is higher than the countries of Agnolia and Wellen, but it obviously can't match Lesbia or Valskland. Agnolia and Wellen should hardly be used as a standard, but it is good to know we aren't in a massive health crisis yet. Thank you, Pascal. Your in-depth briefing is much appreciated. I want to hear about the education system. With pleasure. Swedish education is free, but we have a very outdated system that I want to reform. The other important issues is the lack of access to education in rural areas, especially for young girls. Your administration has power to solve both problems. My highest priority is to get enough funding to be able to build schools in rural areas, while I cleanse our education system of its nationalist indoctrination and sexist teachings. How many teachers and students do we have? Currently there are about 5 million students, 3 million in primary education, 1 million in secondary and 1 million in tertiary. There are 155,316 teachers. Thank you so much, Koala. Much appreciated. So this is a thing that always got me when I was younger. So my father passed away when I was very young. So, sorry, and this is just a game thing, but I always find it weird when people are like, no, women inequality, blah, blah, blah. People used to joke about it in my hometown because I'm from the countryside. Like, why? I've got like, my brother moved out when I was a kid, so I was with my 3 sisters, my mum. I learned very quickly. It was a matriarchal household. But yeah, I just find it weird sometimes when ladies are treated very differently because of things. So in this game, I want to be the good guy. I don't know how far that's going to get me. I'll probably end up being shot, but we'll see. Solid is full of young and bright minds. We should keep striving to make education available for all. I think there needs to be a change in what is being taught. We should help children to ask questions and educate themselves. What is the literacy rate of Swordland? The literacy rate of Swordland is at 80%. This is a very good indicator for future growth, but it needs to be increased. It's also far lower among girls than boys. If I remember correctly, the most illiterate areas are Burgia and England. That is correct. Although Lackhaven skews the statistics for Nargis region, which also have a vast number of literate citizens, this underlines my point about the lack of access to education. Tell me more about the difference between urban and rural education. Yeah, 2025. I might make some new... I mean, come on. No, I dropped the little booklet twice in a row. I mean, do we not see the potential for presidency? I think we do. I think we do, and we may be keeping it hidden, but I think this is... Oh my god, I nearly... Every time I take this off with my headphones on, this starts to bend, and I get very worried that I'm going to snap my glasses. Shut up! Shut up! Shut up! No, we don't agree with this. My sister will sense it and like fly kick me through a window. She doesn't even live with me. She lives like stone throw away though. Urban areas have 3 times the number of schools per 10,000 people compared to rural areas. Rural areas also suffer from a lack of teachers. It's okay, you're one of I am one of the demographic. I can say what I say. I can't imagine teachers not preferring desolate areas. It's not a very good ratio. So one of the most important problems we face. It's not the most important. A huge factor of the a huge part of the population is forgotten in terms of welfare. Thank you, Kiara. I can fill in the blanks from here. I believe that is everything. Kiara stood up and moved towards the window. She took a deep breath. Where is it, Kiara? Look at this impoverished city. The street full of potholes, the hospital barely functioning, the schools half open. It's not just about Sol or even Alfonso failings. This decay in Swordland's forgotten regions has been going on for many decades due to structural corruption, which is fueled by capitalism. Tarka and Sol did more for the country than any of us. Let's not get into the argument debate, we need to focus on the issues. We're here to change the trend and provide for the people. That remains to be seen. I'm working on a new education system, and your support would be welcome. Kiara sits back down inside. One way or another, we need to change in Swordland. Greed and unchecked capitalism will not magically provide for the people. Tell me more about your plans, Kiara. My plans require an increase in the government budget. I aim to solve the problems we highlighted with the allocated money. By building schools in these less fortunate rural areas and through fundamental changes to the education system, I will unlock the potential for all our children, boys and girls alike. Good idea. Our election mandate was to improve education. We will deliver on this. That brings hope to the table, which needs to be followed by action. There's much to be done, but if we're given the budget, we can implement policies that push education to the next level. Wouldn't the promotion of private education help create additional funds? Yes, but at what cost? I'm not a supporter of the private sector in education. At the end of the day, they are focused on profit first. What are you walking towards, Pascal? I personally want to improve the low-quality healthcare in the rural areas, so I created draft plans to increase the salary of doctors and to upgrade the equipment of the hospitals. I can do more with an increased budget. Additionally, a privatisation plan to promote private investments in the healthcare system could allocate extra funds. Isn't access to healthcare in rural areas an issue? Improving the quality of healthcare in less fortunate areas should be our highest priority. Exactly, it would directly diminish our depressingly high infant and maternal mortality situation. Besides, such a push would also have economic benefits. I do hope to create competition and increase the quality of healthcare with a privatisation effort. But you must realise that the privatisation of healthcare system would increase the price of treatment and make access worse for the average citizen. The decision not to promote more state control would cost the Swordish people dearly. My expectation from our government is that we understand and focus on the needs of the people. We are elected representatives of people and we prioritise their needs. There are significant issues we need to focus on, like security. I appreciate your briefing and plans. We will reconvene at the budget meeting. Minister Walder, I've bailed out people in need instead of businesses. Trust me, my priorities are correct. We'd like to represent those people and we prioritise their needs. That's reassuring to hear. I don't want to sound cynical, but almost all governments keep making the same promises. We must show we are different from our actions. Did we cover all the necessary subjects? One more thing, which raised my concerns about your scheduled meeting with Gason, Chairman, and President Mr. Alfonso. It's going to be fun. By negotiating with Alfonso and his company, you have an opportunity to secure better labour conditions for blue-collar Gason employees. This could be a triumph for all Narbel. What is there to negotiate, Pascal? Standards for Gason workers are already at rock bottom. President Rain can and must demand better. Nevertheless, it's worth acknowledging the corporation's significant contribution to job creation in Narbel and other poverty-stricken regions. Persuading the chairman to make concessions might prove to be a formidable task. Sorry, I'm just on my stream bit. My foremost priorities lie in improving the economy. Once that is achieved, upward mobility will naturally follow suit. What good is the job creation if the workers are treated poorly? Of course I'll demand better from Alfonso. I know how slippery Alfonso can be. Bringing this up with him will indeed be a challenge. If we do this right, we can find a solution that advances both the economy and the interests of labourers. That'd be quite an impressive feat. You'd make headlines for it. This matter is close to my heart. I would personally be grateful if you were able to resolve the concerns raised by Katerina Horton and her fellow Labour representatives. It'd be difficult to imagine a CEO like Alfonso giving benefits to workers without him personally gaining from it. Hello, Dimba. You're cute. Consider our needs for greater energy security. We might find ourselves forced to collaborate with him. In this world, nothing is truly free. I wouldn't anticipate anything else. Gason relies on us and we rely on them. We can find a path to compromise. Gason must profit from the labour of workers for far too long. It's time for them to give back. Gason relies on us, we rely on them. The middle way often sways perilously close to the status quo. We must ensure that any negotiations genuinely benefit the people and not just uphold the interests of corporate giants. Thank you for your input, Chiara. I will stress to President Rain how important it is that the door to dialogue remains open. Ideology should never get in the way of bringing about tangible, lasting change. Discussing with Ganon will lead to any meaningful change. We've seen empty promises before. I'm encouraged by the willingness of Mr. Manger and Alfonso to meet with me. That's a step forward. I shall keep you no longer. Thank you both for the discussion. I do hope we won't repeat the same mistakes again. Have a good day, Mr. President. The ministers left and I prepared to leave for the official business in the city. The Gason meeting was just one of the many events I scheduled to attend over the next few days. As I made way out, the weather was noticeably cold. They didn't keep a ground of USP supporters from coming out to cheer us on the street. By looking at the citizens' attire, it was easy to understand the current state of Narbel. Some people were wearing clothes a few sizes too large. Some kids didn't even have shoes, yet there was hope in their eyes. They were excited to see the president in the city. We've got people to help and we'll do our best to support them. It's our duty as the president. What does Lesbia want? Arcadia builds military base in Lesbia. Ooh. Where's Arcadia? Oh, this is like general news, right? Preserving nation sovereignty, the UK stands for now. The report. Agiland Homeland Summit. Right. My issue is if we... Oh, mobile mine disaster. Responses dispatch immediately due to size of shared disaster. Additional manpower and supplies were requested from nearby cities. Current death toll is 82 and counting. Got a few reports here. Feel the Energy Protection Act of 1932 fails. Ooh. Measure was put to a vote in Assembly today, resigned in defeat. Despite tomorrow, was going for the vote against 71. Remains in force. Most of ownership restriction. I didn't even know we got voted on. KFPM reforms. Complaints. Neighbour strike at Gason. No swords member found. Capital. Oh god. Oh, I'm surprised that failed. That's where we are. Again, we're trying to just pull back this failing economy. We'll get there. We will get there. Alright, Narbel. New manager and Alfonso and Gason. With a series of intense meetings with Chiara and Pascal, I decided to take some much needed rest to recharge. Lucian and Peter were labouring tirelessly in the capital, uniting democratically leaning reformers for a crucial task of drafting a new constitution. Meanwhile, Gress Manger had invited me to visit the Gason headquarters in Narbel. It was situated on Ornable, a neighbourhood of the city outskirts. Next to it was the Demoni Gas Reserve, a prominent natural gas source consisting of 4 large fields. As our motorcade made its way through the Ornapel district, I noted the neighbourhood's state of disrepair. The roads were bumpy and marked by potholes, while the buildings surrounding us appeared run down and dilapidated. The community had apparently endured a prolonged period of neglect. We came to a halt at the entrance gates of the facility. A sizable mural depicting the Gason logo had been painted on a nearby wall. Adjacent to the mural, a group of individuals wearing blue work vests had assembled, holding what looked like protest signs. Serge skillfully parked the car, bringing our journey to a smooth and elegant conclusion. Gus greeted us warmly as we stepped out of the vehicle. Good day, President Rain. Welcome to Gason's naval operations. I trust Ministers Walder and Benewol won't overwhelm you with their demands. So we have a break from all of that, even if it's just a little while. Be surprised if there are no demands or expectations here today. Good to see you, Gus. I want to talk to you about what we can do to help development here. Perfect, that's exactly what I hope to accomplish during today's discussion. My job is to improve the conditions of places like these. Mr. President, I've been brainstorming a little something. The Groony Rural Investment Plan. I reckon it's got the potential to breathe new life into our rural communities out in Groony. We could consider a few things. For starters, we could give the farming business a boost with some subsidies, or we could steer towards modernising existing farms with machinery and tech. Or here's another thought. We could pour resources in developing crop breeds tailor-made for Groony conditions. If it works out, we could roll this out across Sorland. He keeps talking and guiding me into Gason building. Mr. President, I get the appeal of the Green Bill that's been making the rounds of the Assembly. But I'm telling you, if we put the brakes on and make the funnel those funds into Groony plan, what does Sorland's name? Like, fertile environment. Groony plans. Instead, we could make some real strides without spooking potential investors. Yes, I'm intrigued by wisdom and seriously consider your proposal. Tough call, Gus. I need to weigh the environmental implications and economic benefits. I have my doubts, Gus, but I give you plans. But visions, I seriously consider your proposal. Appreciate you having heard me out, Mr. President. I only believe this plan could work once for rural folk. Our talk was interrupted by a noise coming from outside the building. We looked to our nearest window. A sleek helicopter was cutting through the sky, sunlight glinting off its polished surface as it descended towards us. It was our next appointment. Oh, old Alfonso. Alfonso sure knows how to make an entrance. He's a show of wealth, isn't he? Hardy seems necessary. Alfonso sure knows how to make an entrance. The man loves his theatrics. Before we meet him, I want to bring up one more piece of Assembly business. The Workers' Rights Bill. Look, I'm all for giving hard-working folks what they deserve, but isn't it a bit hasty to push this while we're stuck on a recession? The way I see it, short-term wins might end up costing us big time in the long run. Yes, I got what you're saying, but isn't it high time we put people before profits? An interesting perspective, Gus, but in my books, workers' rights aren't up for negotiation, no matter the economic climate. Mr. President, I respect your stance, but let's not forget about the potential fallout. There's got to be a way to improve workers' rights while rocketing the economic boat. Please come this way, old, and I have some exciting news to share with you. I have faith that you won't leave us hanging. The discussion were lively during the highway contract award. I'm willing to hear new offers from you. I still have to prove that you have returns on our deals or investment in our mine. Better make a return. I still haven't seen since the Inauguration who really pulled back from public life. I've been here because something needs to be done about Noble's living standard. I've actually managed to get Rizian tangled in this is surprising. Never claim to see the future, President Rain. I really find good opportunities and seize them. Sometimes I do it for myself, otherwise I chase others with luck. Your measly 1,000 shares won't make you much profit, but you know, good to dip your feet in the water before taking a dive. Me, I got 4,000 shares thanks to a low-risk loan I leveraged on an old logistics business of mine. As soon as the IPO kicks off in the Venture Stock Exchange, we'll be rolling and run. A true capitalist knows how and when to play. Well said. The higher you rise, the less you can fall. Why not pick good people up along the way? Not all of the market economy believes are capitalist pigs. Look at me and how many jobs I brought to this country. Attract money, invest in the right solutions, increase wealth and living standards. It all trickles down. Does it though? We can discuss this later, Mr. Rain. We shouldn't keep our former president waiting. Push us open a door, walk down yet another hallway, seemingly in the direction we just come from. Like a maze, isn't it? That's Quinali's architecture for you. Hallways were lined with doors. Glass panels in them revealed workers in suits and ties, many of foreign origin, busy with their pristine offices. The stark contrast to the blue-collar workers outside working with machinery, transportation and maintenance. The whole complex feels very hands-on. Hands on deck. I can tell an intricate operation when I see one. Some workers from abroad, the white collars seem to have a good in here. Very working cold outside, Quinali and Toucher is no choice. Why are there so many workers from abroad? The best talent in Swordland was snatched from the SSC in 1930s. Most other corporations couldn't contend, so they had to look elsewhere. Ah, here's the elevator. I ought to be up there already. There's a separate entrance by the helipad. I stepped onto the elevator, punched the code, and we began our ascent. Just remember, Alphonse our friend. We've got the foundation for a great deal. The doors opened. Here we are. Ewald, my friend. Ewald Alfonso stood up from his chair. He had a perfectly tailored suit which he wore as casually as pajamas. I'm wearing a suit and pajamas for the best for this. Gust, you old devil. It takes one to know one. As promised, I brought our guest of honor. President Rain, I hope you enjoy seeing our facilities here. President Alfonso, it's nice to see you built from the inside. Facilities appear to be in much better shape than see around them. Games curious more about the Gason stands. President Alfonso, it's nice to see what you've built from the inside. It's fine, nothing compared to Gason HQ and Wholesword, of course. Still one of the standouts of the Maroon District. Please, have a seat. Let's talk. We sat down, some snacks and drinks were served, multiple Gason yearly financial reports were scattered on the table between us. It's been a while, Mr. Rain, and let me catch you up on my activities since I left office. I ventured to Xena, immersing myself in the vibrant culture, then traversed the captivating landscapes of the Anarakan Peninsula, and finally reunited with old acquaintances in Cairo. Along the way, I had the privilege of encountering remarkable individuals who had made significant contributions to their respective fields. My experience prompted deep reflection on the essence of life. I came of it all with two words resonating in my head: reputation and legacy. These two pillars embody the lasting impact we leave behind and the way we are remembered by others. With a cup of coffee in hand, he strolled over to the window, his gaze drawn to the expensive gas field stretching before him. Towering mountains provided a majestic backdrop. Don't we all yearn to be remembered and make a meaningful contribution? Our image and our perception are a key force that shape our lives, but it can also be burdensome. The focus on reputation and legacy is rooted in a capitalist framework that perpetuates individualism and equality. True life essence lies in the present moment. Don't comment. He gazed out for a moment longer as he contemplated what I'd said and then turned back to me. I've been thinking about my own legacy and reputation, and I refuse to be remembered as a failed reformer. I put so many years of my life into this corporation, and then I left it all behind and devoted myself to serving the people of Swordland. And serve you did, Swordland would be much worse without you. As you help rescue the country from Sol's extreme protectionist and isolationist policies, I cannot help but empathise with individuals who invest their utmost dedication and passion into their work. Gason continues to thrive, doesn't it? Your tenure as president may have come to an end, but it's not as if you were left with nothing. It's early to tell whether Alfonso era is good for Swordland, subject to debate for future historians. I think I cannot help but empathise with individuals who invest their utmost dedication and passion into their work. That is much appreciated. I'm well aware of the challenges you yourself have faced. I commend you for navigating those obstacles without causing harm to others. I'm concerned about the future of what I've built up. The latest figures show that Gason will have to either decrease staff or operations by 40% in 1 year or take on a crushing amount of debt. This is why we've decided to reach out to foreign investors. That makes sense. Foreign investors will bring much needed capital and expertise. I have concerns about relying too heavily on foreign investors. It's important to prioritise local ownership and maintain sovereignty over our national resources. Foreign investors, such as the Kingdom of Rizia, you mean? Engagement with foreign investors can be a double-edged sword. Kingdom of Rizia is selling its valuable expertise and resources in the energy sector. We carefully considered our investment proposal and access to how it aligns with our long-term goals for Gason. Appreciate you coming through, Gus. Getting Rizia interested in another investment is a major feat. We've got an amazing opportunity here. The demand for gas is steadily increasing from both international partners and the Swordish state. All we have to do is ensure a consistent supply. The trouble is that, right now, some of our fields are operating only half of their capacity due to resource limitations, but with significant potential for expansion, including 2 new fields that haven't even been tapped. With the right amount of investment, we can expand resource extraction, effectively fulfilling rising demand and ensuring long-term stability and profitability. There is the aforementioned interest from Rizia, but the investment could also come from Swordland itself. The fact that as a leading privatiser is coming from the state to bail out its corporation is hysterical. Do you know that Rizia can't invest more than 20% unless the government permits the transaction, which can take a long time? Gason is a private corporation. What is business? The investment would also make returns and further secure further gas. I mean, I would think, indeed, there still is potential to bolster both Gason and Swordland. Together, we can create a historic opportunity. Why settle for being the top 10 energy exporters when we can have potential to compete with Arcasia and United Contana? This staff officer has neglected to mention that this is not an either/or proposition. Swordling can invest alongside Rizia. We've got the budget for it and such. That could be quite good actually, because obviously we've already heard obviously we still use gas today in the UK. So I think in the 50s it's kind of okay, but you heard earlier the dam was damaged, we've got issues with coal, there's things going on. I think this could be quite a good proposition if we either alongside Rizia, depending on the price, or by ourselves. Got budget for it and such cooperation could be beneficial. Why don't you approach the largest international banks, Cairo and Raqqa? They might be eager. Invest together with Rizia could be much better than just letting them purchase as much as they can. Co-investing would reduce Swordland's contribution while allowing the nation to still have a stake for strategic purposes. If the treasury situation is a concern, this path could be the most optimal. Sound of sirens briefly distracted us. Through the window we saw police cars driving down the street adjacent to Gason's zone. We redirected our attention to the meeting. Owad looked at me. Mr. Rain, the foundation for a robust partnership is right here. It's high time we shift our focus towards sealing this tonight. Raising minority investment, it would allow us to invest in further resources excavations in the gas fields and turn this company back to significant profitability. By significant, I mean that our project showed that Gason would be able to cover 80% of Swordland's gas needs in 3 years, be able to achieve profits 4 times the value of our investments. Tyson, our president, I'm always risk involved, or is the association not yield further results? Investment in Gason, I want to make sure that company also committed to improving social economic conditions in Narble. Your project sounds impressive, however, we need to consider the international market as well. How do we improve it? I want economic conditions to raise for the people. Well, I agree. The well-being of Narble citizens is a priority of Gason. With this investment, we could certainly allocate some funds to improve the local infrastructure and create more jobs. Mr. President, I've been thinking, what if we tie Gason's growth to Narble's development? Get the company to invest in the community, you know? That way, everyone wins. Mr. President, your administration's commitment to the market economy aligns with our vision for a competitive Gason. With a government investment, we can further libertise the energy market, enhance our technologies, and compete globally. A thriving market economy is the engine of prosperity and innovation. I believe in Gason's potential to complete it and succeed under these principles. I see the potential for Gason to drive Swordland's energy independence, but we need to make sure this is a sustainable source. The Kingdom of Rizian's investment could reduce the risk for us, however, we need to carefully consider the implications sharing control of foreign power. I'm really interested in the idea of Gason investing in Narble's development, but we need to concentrate actions, not just words. Private market energy and prosperity, we've got some potential companies. Yeah, I think that bigs them up, builds their ego, and then we can strike. We're glad we see eye to eye on this. With your support, I'm confident that Gason will be able to chart a prosperous future. Your words are reassuring, Mr. President. Let's harness the power of the free market to elevate Gason, and in turn, the entire Swordish economy. If the Swordish government chooses to invest, it would gain a voice in the broader company decisions, even as a minority stakeholder. The government could either liquidate its shares at a future date or contribute to reap the long-term profits. Beneficial arrangement for all parties. Elwood walked back over the window. He stood there, silhouetted against the vast expanse of the gas fields. After a moment, he turned back to face us. His gaze was steady and expectations clear in his eyes. The time had come to make a decision. Well, Mr. President, will Gason and Sworden make history or not? Right, question, if anyone's still watching, do we invest alone? Sworden will provide the majority of the funding and Gus will tell Rizia to back off. -2 to government budget. We'll co-invest with Rizia. We'll share the cost and stakes. I think Rizia, because then we can also use that as like a balance point. Because we'll invest with Rizia. We'll have our own money in the game. And then, like, we obviously want to become friends with Rizia. That's a really big one. We want to build up our ties with them. And then if we're sharing on this, that can be like a co-level in. Because we can go through it all ourselves, but we'll use a lot of our budget. We'll only have 2 budget left then. Whereas if we do that, we lose 1 budget. We might not make as many, but we share the risks with Rizia as well. So if it doesn't do well, we lose 1. We don't lose 2. But then if it does really well, we don't make as much. But I think the relationship with Rizia we can get in will be huge. Yeah, I'm not. Hmm. Hmm. Oh. What do I do? What do I do? It's a debate. So I'm just thinking up now. Sorry, I'm just replying to my friend as well. Hmm. I think I'm going to go split. I'm going to do this 50-50 split with Rizia, is what I'm thinking. Alright, I'm going to do this. We'll share the costs and stakes with Rizia. Rizia will share the costs and stakes. That's what we'll do. A joint investment, a wise choice, ensures steady funds for Gason. I like the way you think, Mr. President. Sharing the cost with Rizia reduces our risk and strengthens our ties. It's a smart move. Before we dive into celebrations, I'll allocate time during the meeting for President Rain to discuss any concerns regarding Gason's treatment of its workers, its effects on Narbel. The Labour Union, along with the Communist Party of Sorland, has rallied substantial support from the Gason workers in Narbel, allocating improvement for conditions. Sorry. Right, sorry, let me continue. Union improve local conditions. Alfonso nodded and looked at me. We need to address these concerns. They could jeopardise the administration. Our duty is to listen and take action. That's the mandate granted to us by the public. Gason stands a global energy powerhouse. It's only right they give back somewhat. We've covered a lot today. I believe we can wrap up the meeting now. Waste no time. It's time to part. We need to address these concerns. They could jeopardise the administration. It's only right they give back somewhat. Let's mull it over. Do you have a proposal in mind, Mr. President? The workers of Gason need better housing, access to healthcare, and opportunities for education. As a leading industry there, Gason can't ignore the responsibility. The wages of Gason blue-collar workers need to be increased. They are the backbone of your operation. I expect Gason to contribute significantly to local charities and aid charities recovery. I think the first one's it. A good point. I see the potential for Gason to play a larger role in supporting our workers in the community. I will personally oversee initiatives to provide private housing, health, and education support for our blue-collar workers. We look forward to seeing those changes implemented swiftly. That's reassuring to hear. I trust you follow through on these commitments. Are you a woman or one of them? What? I'm just figuring out which one to go for. We'll go for significant steps. I look forward to seeing these changes implemented swiftly. I trust that you follow through on these commitments. That's all like less foot on the neck. Well, this is promising. Our commitment to these initiatives should alleviate some of our concerns. Well, Mr. President, we're committed to. Suddenly, the meeting was interrupted. The quiet murmur of a conversation from outside the room grew louder, followed by the sound of hurried footsteps. A member of the private security team entered the room, his face torn with urgency. He approached Alfonso and leaned in to whisper something in his ear. Raoul nodded solemnly, his gaze meeting mine with a serious intensity. Gentlemen, seen with an unexpected situation outside. Some protesters from the Labour Union have blocked our main vehicular exit. Katarina Horton and Dennis Schaller seem to be leading the group. It would be difficult to leave the way we came without causing trouble. Are you a woman or one of them? I think Monarch's one of them. One of them is a woman. It don't particularly matter what anyone is. So long as they're not dingbat, or claiming to be dingbat, there is one dingbat. He's that white dingy. Katarina Horton was supposed to be leading the group. It was difficult to leave the way they came without causing trouble. Well, that's a pickle. What's our move, Elwood? Have a helicopter ready. We can leave undetected and avoid the case of potential danger. I think we should face the crowd head on. That is your prerogative, Mr. President. Following the violent events of late, I heavily recommend against facing any crowd. Mr. President, I advise you to leave via helicopter just in case. I can stay back and update the crowd on discussion today. Sarge Walkner. Mr. President, I've discussed the situation with the Presidential Guard and the police security. They're advising us not to go out the way we came in. Oh, by one of them, I did in fact mean a woman. No, police are on the way. You must make a decision, Mr. President. parts myself. I am a self-mechanic. Also, I'm going to be ending the stream in a few minutes, probably 5. Yeah, I'm getting tired for today. Not gonna lie. Everyone waited. The tense light silence of the room stood in the stark contrast to the buzz of a growing crowd outside. I think I know how I'll leave this, but I'm gonna leave it for the next part, okay? I really appreciate everyone joining me for this first part of the stream. Thought you mean a mysterious gynecologist. I'm just going to end the YouTube video first before I end the stream. Thank you so much for watching this first part. I know it's a little over 5 hours, 5 hours long, but I really appreciate everyone who's joined me today for this stream. Really appreciate it. I hope you all have an absolutely amazing day, and I will catch you in the next part, which I'll probably record tomorrow. I'm really enjoying this. You have a wonderful day. Goodbye for now from President Lance.